I'm just gonna test the live stream.
Nick, you're on live.
Okay, live stream is up. All right, sergeants, we'll begin your recordings. PC recording is up.
Cloud underway.
Okay, Sergeant Biondo, you may begin the opening.
Good morning and welcome to today's remote New York City Council executive budget hearing for the fiscal year 2023 on the Committee on Finance, jointly with the Committee on Cultural Affairs, Libraries, International Intergroup Relations, and to be later followed by the Committee on Parks and Recreation. At this time, would all panelists please turn on their videos for verification purposes. To minimize disruptions, please place all electronic devices to vibrate or silent mode. Public testimony will be heard on Thursday, May 25th, beginning at 10 a.m. Again, that is Thursday, May 25th at 10 a.m. If you'd like to submit testimony, please send via email to testimony@council.nyc.gov. That is testimony@council.nyc.gov. Thank you for your cooperation. Chairs, we are ready to begin.
Thank you, Sergeant. Good morning, everyone. And good morning to everyone assembled today on this Zoom. Today is Friday, May 13th, and we're about to begin the first portion of our 6th day of executive budget hearings. Today, I'm joined by Councilmember Chi Osei, Chair of the Committee on Cultural Affairs, Libraries, and International Intergroup Relations. First on the agenda, we have our New York's library systems. I want to extend a warm welcome to the Brooklyn Public Library, the New York Public Library, and the Queens Public Library. The library system's projected fiscal 23 budget of $419.1 million represents less than 1% of the city's proposed FY23 budget in the executive plan. The library system's fiscal 23 budget increased by less than 1%, $946,000 from the preliminary plan of $418 million. The increase is the result of a heat, light, and power subsidy adjustment for the systems. Libraries are the cornerstone of every single community in this great city. In many underserved areas, libraries can mean the difference the direction of a young person's life takes. It can mean learning to speak English for new immigrants to our city, to where people young and old learn to read and foster their thirst for knowledge. No matter where technology takes us, libraries are still standing and have adapted to these modern times. Books side by side with tablets, one can never overstate the outsized positive impact that these tabernacles of freedom have on the city and its residents. My questions will be focused on the budget response to the council's priorities and the expense budget, council initiatives, and headcount. I look forward to hearing from the assembled panelists today. I want to give a special thanks before we start to Alia Ali for her hard work and preparation for today's hearing, and of course to John Yedin and Council Central staff and the finance team for all the work they put into these remote hearings. This was a very full week of hearings. We have another full hearing today, and I appreciate everyone who works hard behind the scenes to make this possible. I'll now turn it to my co-chair for today, Councilmember Osei.
Thank you so much, Chair Brannon, and good morning and welcome to the hearing for the Committee on Cultural Affairs, Libraries, and International Intergroup Relations. Councilmember Chi Osei, Chair of this committee. Today we will begin with a hearing on the city's 3 library systems, followed by a hearing on cultural affairs. This morning, we will be discussing the fiscal 2023 executive expense and capital budget for the systems. In the fiscal 2023 preliminary budget, the administration proposed a $418.1 million subsidy for our libraries. At our last budget hearing, our library systems testified that there needed to be more investments to the library's budget, especially as our city navigates through the pandemic. Our libraries are beacons in our communities, lending free books, providing civics materials on voting, immigration exam prep, and driving test manuals, serving as community spaces for our youth and families, and so much more. During COVID-19, our libraries were faced with a crisis and took it on to ensure that our communities were kept afloat during a time of uncertainty. During the height of the pandemic, Our libraries distributed PPE and COVID tests, provided mobile hotspots and Wi-Fi, and shifted all programming to a virtual format. All of this was done successfully by our libraries despite a global pandemic and a staff shortage due to retirements seen in the systems. As the city shifts towards COVID recovery, our libraries need our support and administration support more than ever, and the budget outlined in the preliminary budget was not sufficient to meet the library's needs. For fiscal 2023, the administration is proposing a $419.1 million subsidy for the systems, which is only a $946,000 increase to the preliminary budget allocation. This increase was only due to a heat, light, and power subsidy adjustment and funding for the Action NYC program. Furthermore, the fiscal year 2023 preliminary capital commitment plan, which covers fiscal 2022 to 2026, includes $764.3 million for the library systems, which is only less than 1% of the city's total $94.9 billion capital commitment plan for fiscal 2022 through 2026. This is not enough to sustain our libraries, especially as operations are doubled due to the pandemic. And I'm disappointed and upset that the administration's executive budget does not reflect these needs. We need to ensure that our libraries have enough expense funding to keep up with their COVID recovery work. Additional funds are needed to support the library so that they can manage the year-over-year increase in programming and circulation expenses and cover the rise in cost of materials, staff, and operating expenses. Our libraries also need sufficient capital funding to maintain their physical infrastructure and to make repairs without having to use other sources of funds critical to their work. I want to ensure that the fiscal 2023 budget adequately funds the city's library systems as they recover from the economic impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic. To ensure that the city is well equipped to manage the recovery from this pandemic, the council calls on the administration to support the library systems by increasing their expense and capital budgets to meet all shortfalls the systems have, especially as our systems predominantly rely on city funding for their operations. It is essential that the budget that we adopt this year is transparent, accountable, and reflective of the priorities and interests of the council and the people we represent. I look forward to active engagement with the administration over the next few months to ensure the fiscal 2023 adopted budget meets the goals the council has set up. I would like to recognize the members of the committee who are present, Councilmember Farias, Councilmember Dinowitz, Councilmember Lewis, Councilmember Ung, and that is all. I would also like to thank my staff for organizing today's hearing, including my Chief of Staff, Naomi Hopkins, and my Policy and Budget Director, May Butrapong-Batana, and from Central Staff, Committees Counsel, amazing Brenda McKinney, Legislative Policy Analyst, Christy Dwyer, and Unit Head, Alia Ali. Thank you.
Thank you, chairs. Good morning and welcome to the first portion of the executive budget hearing for May 13th, the library collection. My name is Malcolm Budahorn and I am counsel to the Finance Committee. I would first like to acknowledge council members present for the record. We are joined today by council members Brannan, Osei, Lewis, Ong, Kagan, Farias, Velasquez, and Dinowitz. Unlike in past, council members and members of the mayoral administration will have the ability to mute and unmute themselves. When not speaking, we ask that you please remember to mute yourself, and if you forget to do so and we hear background noise, we will go ahead and mute you. Council members who have questions should use the raise hand function in Zoom. We have a tight schedule today, so we ask that council members please stick to the 5 minutes and listen for the sergeant's cue. The following members of the administration will testify and/or answer questions today. Linda E. Johnson, President and CEO, Brooklyn Public Library. Karen Sheehan, Executive Vice President, Finance and Administration, Brooklyn Public Library. Nick Buron, Senior Vice President, Queens Public Library. Tony Marks, President, New York Public Library, and Iris Weinschall, Chief Operating Officer, New York Public Library. I will first read the oath, and after, I will call on each of you individually to respond. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth before these committees, and to respond honestly to council member questions? President Johnson.
I do.
EVP Sheehan,
I do.
SVP Buron,
Do.
President Marks,
I do.
COO Weinshaw.
I do.
Thank you. And the speaking order will be President Johnson, President Marks, followed by Senior Vice President Buron. President Johnson, you may begin when ready.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. I'm Linda Johnson. I'm President and CEO of Brooklyn Public Library. Thank you, Speaker Adams, Chairs Brannan and Osei, and committee members for the opportunity to testify on the executive budget, and to our Brooklyn delegation and the entire City Council for your efforts to ensure our branches remain safe, welcoming, inspiring spaces for all. Today, I ask that you continue your longstanding investment in New York City's public libraries, first, by restoring the Council's $14 million Libraries Initiative. This is a top priority as this crucial funding was not carried forward in the fiscal 2023 executive budget proposal. And without this funding, we will be forced to roll back service. Additionally, we need the Council's support for our collective request to the administration for $15.7 million in new expense funds. Likewise, our three systems' capital needs are extensive. Together, we submitted capital budget requests to the administration totaling $163 million for fiscal year 2023. While we were heartened to receive new capital funding in the executive budget, we have outstanding needs that the Council can be helpful in addressing. We appreciate the Speaker, Finance Committee, and entire Council for backing increased funding for libraries in your preliminary budget response, and we urge the city's continued support so we can serve the public at the level they have come to expect and deserve. Prior to the pandemic, Brooklyn Public Library welcomed over 9 million visits in a single year, with more than 15 million books circulated and over 1 million program attendees. Though the pandemic forced us to shut our doors for the first time in our 125-year history, we adapted our programs to digital platforms with tremendous success. From story times in over 12 languages to live personalized homework help, teen internships, adult learning classes, and career coaching, patrons of all ages relied on us in multiple ways. And as for the staggering 30% of Brooklynites who lack digital access, we helped bridge the divide. Brooklyn Public Library boosted our free Wi-Fi signal 300 feet in every direction beyond our branch walls and helped patrons in neighborhoods with the lowest rates of broadband access to sign up for the Federal Affordable Connectivity Program. We also loaned hotspots to adult learning students, offered bedtime stories by phone, hosted learning labs in 6 branches for children to school remotely, and regularly called to check in on dozens of homebound patrons. Our librarians performed incredible work despite the obstacles. Just last week, Nicole Bryan, manager of our Macon Library in Bedford-Stuyvesant in Chairman Osei's district, was honored with a National Mover and Shaker Award from the Library Journal. Nicole started her position at the branch just 2 months before the pandemic hit and was among the first to experiment with outdoor library service. In the summer of 2020, she arranged to close off the street in front of her branch, setting up book carts, community events, and lively outdoor programming. Nicole has recently been honored as a local health hero as well, recognizing her leadership in helping the city reopen during the pandemic. We have always been strong partners for the city, serving as polling places and cooling centers, establishing ID/NYC registration centers, and welcoming new Americans. Libraries stepped up again as COVID hit, hosting information and mass distribution, testing, and vaccination sites for children. As our city struggles through new COVID variants, we continue to partner with the Test and Trace Corps. Right now, anyone can pick up a free at-home COVID test at any of our branches. Brooklyn Public Library has already distributed more than 56,000 kits throughout the borough. We are more than 2 years into this pandemic, and our dedicated staff is working to meet the demand for increased library service. While we have not yet returned to pre-pandemic levels across the board, data trends show that we are well on our way. Books, of course, are still a top request, with more than 825 items circulated throughout our system in March alone, the highest monthly circulation we have had since February of 2020. Of course, there is more to meeting increased demand than simply enhancing our physical and digital collections. We face a particular challenge now, balancing services both in person and virtually, which further strains our resources. Brooklyn Public Library strives to offer the innovative and cutting-edge programming that we are known for, and now must provide in ways that the public has come to expect. I described this challenge at the Council's recent hearing on BIPOC youth learning loss. About 90,000 teen patrons attended our virtual programs during the pandemic. And while the number of those coming back to the library in person has increased significantly, many are continuing to participate online. Expanding hybrid teen programming, enhancing our physical spaces, and increasing teen centers in our branches are top priorities, but it requires increased funding to maintain the digital progress that we made incented by the pandemic and to continue to build on the bricks and mortar and community service functions that our branches provide. Like other agencies, Brooklyn Public Library was asked to absorb a peg in the current fiscal year. We have been able to endure the cut by maintaining existing vacancies. However, running a system without full staffing is pushing us to the limit of our capacity to operate. And this is why restoration of the Council's Libraries Initiative is so important. The allocation of $14 million across the three systems, $3.9 million of which is for Brooklyn Public Library, allows us to continue providing services. Without it, we risk having to cut our already insufficient branch repair budget, cut our collections budget, and eliminate positions. But restoring $14 million alone will not solve the problem. As the city continues to emerge from the pandemic, our libraries must be functionally capable of providing robust service. Earlier this year, the three library systems outlined our new needs for the administration, requesting $15.7 million in new expense funding for fiscal year 2023. This includes $5 million for Brooklyn Public Library to enhance our physical and digital collections to meet growing demand, to allow us to perform building repairs that are either emergencies or not capital eligible, and to replace our antiquated information technology systems that are almost 30 years old. These are not luxuries. Your support for this request is necessary for us to continue to serve all New Yorkers. Beyond staffing, collections, and programs, libraries must be safe and inspiring spaces for everyone who comes through our doors. Brooklyn Public Library is the steward of 62 locations, more than 1 million square feet of city-owned buildings plagued by failing HVAC systems, leaking roofs, and broken boilers. Last fiscal year, we lost an astonishing 1,200 hours of public service due to unplanned closures throughout the system, with disruptions at 51 of our branches. With $250 million in deferred maintenance and no recurring unallocated capital funds to depend on, we must prioritize emergencies instead of focusing on preventative maintenance, and choose which projects make limited progress while others stall until the next budget cycle. To address emergency repairs that simply cannot wait for the initiation of a new capital project, the library is forced to dip into our precious operating funds. Approaching our infrastructure needs responsibly in our submission to the administration, Brooklyn Public Library detailed $130.1 million worth of capital needs over the next 4 years. We were pleased that $20 million was allocated for Brooklyn Public Library in the 4-year capital plan. While this welcome allocation shows an understanding of our serious infrastructure challenges, it unfortunately leaves us with $110 million in unfunded needs. City Council capital funding has kept our library upgrades and renovation projects alive and moving forward, ranging from $5 to $10 million a year over the last decade, coupled with individual member allocations. Council capital funding has been a lifeline, allowing us to prepare and renovate branches that otherwise might have continued to deteriorate. For fiscal year 2023, we are requesting $10 million in system-wide capital funding from the council to help us meet our unmet project needs throughout the borough. We have shown that with adequate funding, we can deliver exceptional spaces. From the Adams Street Library, our first new location since 1983, to the upcoming openings of Brower Park Library at the Brooklyn Children's Museum, the new Brooklyn Heights Library in just a few weeks, and the renovated East Flatbush Library. We will have many new libraries coming, welcoming patrons back inside. With your help over the next few years, we have been able to renovate a third of our branches. Every great city deserves inspirational libraries. I ask that as you determine the priorities for our great city in the upcoming year, you continue to invest in our society's most accessible, democratic institutions, our public libraries. We can help the city recover equitably if you help us remain strong for all those who come through our doors and ensure that those doors remain open wide for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Linda.
And we can just continue right down the line. So,
Got it. Thank you. Good morning. My name is Tony Marks. I'm the president of the New York Public Library. It's an honor to be with you and to follow Linda, as always. I want to thank Speaker Adams, the chairs, Brennan and Osei, of course, the members of the committee for inviting us to testify. You have my written testimony. I will summarize as rapidly as I can so we can all have as much conversation as you would like. Look, we all are painfully aware of how much we've all been through with COVID and everything else. The virus is diminishing. That is a great blessing, but its economic, social, and other and personal, psychological impacts, I think will continue to be with us, and we need to continue to address. And of course, the libraries are front and center as the most visited civic institutions in addressing all of those needs. We aren't just restoring our pre-pandemic service. We're also preserving and adding to aspects of our digital efforts, which have been monumental, enhancing our collections with a concern to meeting the real interests and needs of all of the diversity of New York, and implementing our youth and education agenda. In effect, doing 2.5 things on 1x budget, and that is a recurring theme. We are, of course, delighted that the mayor's FY23 executive budget does not include a cut for libraries, but the fact is, as you've already heard eloquently from Linda, we have to do more, and we need the resources to be able to do more. We need to support our amazing staff in particular, who are really the front line for New York through this time and going forward. Our current priorities have informed our FY23 expense budget request for the council's non-baselined FY22 $14 million allocation, as you've heard, and an additional $15.7 million in new priority library needs. The New York Public Library's focus continues to be on youth and education with an emphasis on teens. We know that particular communities have been disproportionately impacted by the virus and all the economics and health and security issues around that. We have to keep working on that. We have to be focused on the widening gaps in New York in terms of opportunities to learn and to advance, which we have to redress. We know that this begins at early ages, so we start with early literacy, starting at birth, story time, family literacy workshops, pre-K for all partnerships, over close to 750,000 attendees in these programs in 2019 and building back up at this point. Then we move as the kids get older, as our kids get older, to after school. In 2021, we launched a new drop-in after-school program in 20 locations so that our students, not just those who benefit from schools with their own after-school programs, but all students, equalizing opportunity, can come in, particularly in the marginalized communities, and get free homework help, tutoring, career and college exploration, and so much more. We start with our STEM efforts because we know that those help to attract teens. We see that in record numbers, and it's really just incredible. In addition to those spaces and programs, we have teen reading ambassadors who are paid high school interns because we know our students learn as much from teaching as from being taught. We all know that. You know, in this day and age, we have to provide snacks, not because we're in the food security business, but because our teens and kids are coming to our programs hungry. In the first 6 months, NYPL After School offered 1,200 programs to 8,700 attendees. And as I say, we are continuing to build towards more locations, at least 10 additional locations to be added. In terms of then focusing on teens, following and lots of conversations with the administration, this needs to be a focus for us to provide holistic services for teens. So teen centers, starting with our flagship here at the Stavros Niarchos Foundation Library, which is just bursting with life, particularly after schools. It's just incredible in a neighborhood that isn't residential particularly. Kids are coming for all kinds of programs. We are planning this summer to launch 7 additional ones: Wakefield, Woodstock, Van Cortlandt, Grand Concourse in the Bronx, County Cullen and Bloomingdale and Manhattan, West New Brighton and Staten Island. We are continuing to build our college and career pathways to come out of those teen activities and to, you know, grab the kids while we have them and move them forward. We have monthly workshops, all of that. And then, of course, as we know, as our teens get older, we have to continue to serve them or serve them throughout. An important new initiative for us is the Center for Educators and Students, where we're taking all of our collections, 55 million items, in particular our treasures, and saying, let us get kids, all the students of New York to come in and see, and then put curriculums out and teaching plans and work with teachers and get the primary documents that we have out into the digitally out into the classrooms. Of course, Schaumburg plays a huge role in that with its curriculum project, as well as our summer learning programs. This summer in particular, we're going to give out 500,000 books because we know that the kids in the poorer neighborhoods don't even have personal libraries at home, and that's an important part of redressing imbalances. And as you all know, we eliminated fines as an aggressive way to try to say we need everyone reading, not blocked from reading. We, of course, maintain our adult education programs, ESOL, career counseling, Tech Connect, tax prep, book club, so much more. And then, as Linda has already said, there remains our capital needs, because all this has to take place in spaces that are not falling apart. So we have, whether it's renovating an existing space or building a new one, all of this, of course, makes a difference for the usage of the library that we all want to see. We know, for instance, when we renovated Woodstock, we saw a dramatic increase in use. Similarly, in Washington Heights, Charleston, all these great projects, when you build it, they will come. And when you build it beautifully, they will be inspired and feel welcomed. We look forward to the anticipated completion of 5 Carnegie branches, Melrose, Hunts Point, Fort Washington, 125th Street, and Port Richmond, as well as the completion of our new Inwood Library, which has 177 100% affordable units right on top. I'm particularly proud of that, having grown up in Inwood. That was my home branch. So that's wonderful to see. We are, of course, grateful to the mayor for the $40 million in capital to the New York Public Library in the executive budget, though I have to note that about more than a third of that is already eaten up by shortfalls, which goes to the conversations that continue in terms of DDC and the issues of capital management for the city, which we all need to do a better job of. I think we all recognize that. We have identified close to $300 million in continued systemic capital needs. We need complete renovations in Edenwald, West New Brighton, Francis Martin, Spuyten Duyvil, County Cullen. We need to continue the good repairs projects, HVAC, all the wonderful things that Linda described, our technology updates, and of course the shortfalls, which we hope we can get rid of as a systemic problem going forward. We ask the Speaker and the City Council to support the three systems with an additional $35 million in capital funding, $15 million for the three boroughs of the New York Public Library. We also will continue to urge the inclusion of the libraries in the city's 10-year capital plan. It happened historically in 2016. It meant we could plan. It meant we could get it done. And we need to continue that. Otherwise, we simply cannot be effective or efficient in managing the city's resources and the library's resources for you. In conclusion, libraries through this difficult period have never wavered. We continue to proudly be your forefront partners in every neighborhood. We know we need to focus on those neighborhoods that have been disproportionately affected, and we are not shying away from being explicit about that targeting, whether it's story time, the centers for educators and students, after school, teen centers. We know that the city's students and all citizens can rely on us, can count on us, and we know and hope that we can count on your continued invaluable, essential partnership so that we can all work together to meet the city's needs going forward. Thank you, Mr. Chairs.
Thank you, Tony.
Good morning. I am Nick Buron, Chief Librarian and Senior Vice President at the Queens Public Library. Thank you, Chairs Brannon and Osei, Speaker Adams, and the members of this esteemed committee, both committees, for the opportunity to speak with you today on our budget priorities for fiscal year 2023. On behalf of the library and our President and CEO, Dennis Walcott, it is a pleasure to be here today. I would like to thank Mayor Adams and his administration for their thoughtful consideration of libraries in the fiscal year 2023 executive budget. QPL received $26.5 million in earmark of capital funding for 3 branches in need of renovations. This investment represents the administration's understanding that safe and modern spaces are vital to the people and communities that these libraries serve. When I testified before at the Library Committee in March, I stated that QPL had a need of $270 million over the next 10 years to bring all of the libraries in our system into a state of good repair, as well as the need for reliable and consistent capital funding. As important as mayoral funding is, the capital funding that the Speaker and the City Council provide to libraries at budget adoption is just as important. The mayor's and City Council's capital investments in libraries over the last several years have had a significant and positive impact on the state of our facilities. Your continued support is critical. Therefore, we look forward to continuing to work with the administration and the City Council to address the additional capital needs we still have. We are extremely grateful for the Council's consideration of QPL's $10 million unrestricted capital funding request. QPL did not receive any new operating funds in fiscal year 2023 executive budget. We have shared with the administration the significance of Queens's, New York, and Brooklyn's Tri-Li collective operating ask of $15.7 million in new funding, $4 million of which would be dedicated to QPL. As New Yorkers continue to recover from the COVID-19 pandemic, the libraries are committed to be here for them. We must be able to meet the growing demand for digital content and address critical infrastructure issues in a timely fashion. Having the funding to resolve issues before they become major capital problems means our doors stay open to the public and more resources are available to provide robust core services to the many people who rely on libraries to find success in their lives. During the preliminary budget hearing, I also discussed how important it is for the City Council to act to reauthorize, at minimum, its $14 million library initiative, of which QPL would receive $3.9 million. This funding is essential, especially given the current economic situation of high inflation and serious supply chain delays plaguing many industries. It allows us to address non-capitally eligible and critical maintenance projects across the system at locations such as Corona, Flushing, Woodside, and Rosedale. This initiative has also supported staffing levels, allowing us to hire security guards, funded after-school programming, and allowed us to purchase new materials, including learning software for our HSE and ESOL students. Every day we transform lives by cultivating intellectual and personal growth. A recent student of ours, Amarari Garalas, shared her citizenship class experience with us. She was extremely thankful to have been able to enroll in free courses and receive assistance from a trusted institution. She complimented her instructor, Mr. Julian, on his professionalism and enjoyed the online interaction with her peers. With their support and after diligent preparation, she took and passed the citizenship exam. She described the great pride she experienced as a result, and I am proud to announce that Ms. Garalalas' oath ceremony took place on February 5th, 2022. Rakabuddin Khan and her daughter Sabata were struggling when they first arrived in Queens from Bangladesh in 2015. When they discovered Queens Public Library, they found caring staff to help. Sabata attended our free Kickoff to Kindergarten program, where she built relationships with her teachers and peers and prepared for school in a new country. Ms. Khan credits the library with helping her to learn how to better manage her finances. As she puts it, quote, "I learned a lot of things about how life can be changed. Even if you want very little, you have to know how to secure your future. That is what I learned from the library." Now, Ms. Khan continues visiting the library to borrow reading material in her native language, as well as books on financial management and world economics. Sabata visits to learn more about her Bangla culture through bilingual story time and participate in STEM activities. They credit the great staff, Ms. Bree and Ms. Salam Islam, for guiding and helping them whenever they are in need. Damien, a student at Martin Van Buren High School, has been attending the Cambria Heights Library since he was in 8th grade. Over the years, he has come to view the library as his own space where he can learn new things and concentrate on subjects that interest him, such as video games and graphic design. He considers the next phase of his educational journey. Damien credits the Teen Center staff, Miss Amanda, Miss Chantel, and Miss Sherry, for helping them think about college and realizing his interest in graphic design. He describes them as family, calling them as Power Rangers team, as they have their unique way of helping him with things such as understanding the college process, learning technology, or participating in new programming. According to Damon, the Cambria Heights Library Teen Center has made him more outgoing and more comfortable with who he is as an individual, and because of that, he will never forget the staff at the library. These individuals give voice to the millions of people who rely on their local public library for free, trustworthy, and vital resources, programming, and information. We are the center of our communities. Strong libraries build strong communities, and an investment in New York's public libraries is an investment in all New Yorkers. For the library to meet the needs of our patrons, especially those who are the most vulnerable, we respectfully ask for your continued financial support and ask that you prioritize QPL and New York City's libraries in the adopted fiscal year 2023 budget. Chairs Brannon and Osei, thank you for the opportunity to testify today.
Thank you, Nick. Okay. Thank you, Nick, Linda, and Tony. I appreciate that. I appreciate everyone who summarized their remarks. We have a long hearing today. So let's just jump right into it. And before we begin, I just want to acknowledge that the committee may not get to all of our questions, or you might not have all the responses, but we certainly don't anticipate that. So either way, we'll send a follow-up letter for any of the unanswered questions, which will help in our budget negotiations. So the council urged the administration to add $163 million in capital dollars in FY23 for library repair and maintenance to bridge the current gap in capital funding for the system's ongoing infrastructure needs. A handful of projects with shortfalls in funding received additional dollars in the executive capital plan. Even though OMB added money for some projects with shortfalls in the first 4 years of that plan period, they also pushed out more from those years into the back end of the 10-year plan. Is the capital funding allocated adequate for the fiscal year? And if not, how much is the remaining shortfall for each of the three systems? Whoever wants to take that first. You want to go, Linda, Tony?
Yeah, I'm happy to go. I'm just checking my my numbers. Thanks.
Okay.
So we got $20 million, but only $5 million of that actually hits in fiscal year 2023. And so and as you point out correctly, often when we receive a good tranche of money, it's back-ended, and so we actually suffer in the first year. And that's exactly what's happening this time.
So, Mr. Chair, we have $296 million of needs in the 4 years. We've got $40 million, so you can do the math yourself. Again, a lot of this will depend as well as getting into the 10-year capital plan. And none of this calculates in the shortfalls that we always end up having that add to the cost, to the bottom line costs, until we can solve the DDC system problem.
Right.
So in fiscal year 22 we had expenditures of $23.9 million, which were used to bridge the funding gaps of active capital projects. But according to DDC's April report, that just came out, we have 4 locations that still currently have shortfalls, including Astoria, Queens Village, Rochdale Village, and Queensboro Hill, which account for over $2.5 million.
Okay. And how do the systems, I guess, how do each of your systems address and prioritize all the ongoing capital projects?
The question makes me smile because we do a lot of work planning, but because we're underfunded, we actually end up more often than not being reactive and ditching the plan because there's some kind of emergency that needs to be addressed immediately. And so while the plan is terrific, if there's a systems problem in a branch that's preventing us to operate, we'll focus our money there.
So totally agreed. I think you can see this for yourselves when we get insufficient sort of dribs and drabs. We end up spending those. In fact, they don't cover the sort of emergency needs that are band-aids that don't get us ahead of the problem. When, on the other hand, the city gives us, for instance, $100 million in the 10-year capital plan, we could systematically address 5 huge historic Carnegies, and we chose, the neighborhoods most in need. That's part of the prioritization at this point, as well as, the physical demands. Then we were able to do that and get ahead of it, so we won't end up spending money on Band-Aids. And because we could plan, we could negotiate with EDC instead of DDC, getting those projects done for the citizens at half the cost and roughly half the time that would otherwise. So everyone benefits. So it's really, there's sort of 2 extremes. There's the emergencies that suck up money and don't get us ahead of the game, and just, we keep trying, we're sort of swimming in place, if that. As versus giving us the resources so we can plan, deal with it, get it done at half the price, and then it doesn't have to be redone in dribs and drabs and Band-Aids.
Absolutely correct. And that's why public libraries need consistent, unrestricted capital funding. Without increased and stable funding, it leads to a reduction in scope, delays, postponements, and cancellations sometimes of capital projects, right? Because we're playing this game quite often. And, you know, when we're dealing with what DDC has given us a calendar of 8 years for a project, a lot happens in 8 years when, you know, whether that's inflation, hidden costs, or unexpected delays.
Yeah, big time.
Mr. Chair, can I just say apologies?
Yeah.
Of our $296 million estimate of system-wide needs, that roughly, again, $130 million of that is budgeted because of project shortfalls.
Yeah.
We're chasing our own tail here. If we had the sufficient funding up front, we wouldn't need to be doing that kind of work on the back end.
Right.
I'll just add one thing. Everyone has spoken very eloquently about the problem, both in terms of current year and, you know, sort of planning and 10-year and the 10-year plan. But what the most egregious thing that happens is when we have shortfalls on emergency projects that can't wait, we end up dipping into operating funds to make sure the project continues to move forward. And then you start to see a diminution in the quality and the level of service that's being provided.
Sure. Understood. So the three systems projected fiscal 23 expense budget of 419.1 million represents less than 1% of the city's proposed budget of 99.7 billion. Is this funding adequate for the fiscal year? If not, what's the shortfall of the three systems for FY23?
You know, you'll never find any one of us saying that our budget's adequate. So, but in this year in particular, we're all facing this challenge of trying. Yeah. There we go. We're all facing this challenge of continuing to move forward with the progress we made on the digital fronts, as well as continuing to offer the all-important services that we provide in our branches. And it's really like trying to maintain the digital enterprise, and the bricks and mortar business is running two businesses, and yet we have the same budget that we've always had. And the digital stuff isn't going away, nor should it be. But the more traditional services really can't be ignored. They provide vital community glue, not to mention serve a population that wants to be attending programs in person, borrowing hard copy books, and all of this is at the very core of what we do. So how we manage going forward is still sort of a work in progress, but we've identified $15.7 million of additional need that the systems will have just in the next fiscal year to continue to move forward with that progress. And that includes, you know, expanding our digital collections, hiring the appropriate level of staff, and just continuing to expand our hours to the extent that that's needed.
Yeah.
Again, I'll reiterate, as Linda said, I mean, the $14 million restoration of city capital funds is basically without that. We have a huge hole in our ability to just continue to operate, and we would have to adjust accordingly. I think we can all agree that that's unthinkable, or should be unthinkable. And then again, three systems, $15.7 million of new funds for us. The primary uses of that are the library materials that continue to need to be upgraded, both electronically and analog. The non-capital eligible facilities and technology costs, that is an essential piece of flexibility. We just don't want it to become the whole thing, because then it gets crazy, as Linda and Nick described, as well as small, for instance, the Inwood temporary space. I mean, that's relatively small, again, in coordination with the council.
At the risk of repeating, only because the priority is so great on this question that you've asked, Chair, that the reauthorization of that $14 million is critical, of which Queens Public Library would receive 3.9, And it would also allow us to address non-capitally eligible critical maintenance that, as Linda pointed out, without that shuts down branches for 6 months just for something that we could otherwise have done very quickly with limited disruption. But it also supports staffing levels, programs, materials. But we're asking the administration, as you heard, for $15.7 million additional, which for us at Queens Public Library would be $4 million for enhanced digital and print collection and to address increasing critical maintenance and repairs and more.
So in FY 22, the council allocated a one-time funding of $14 million that was split between the three systems. Can you tell us how that funding was used?
Can do that. So we received $6.188 million of that 14 million. We spent 3.442 on library materials, again, both E and analog, 2.576 on facilities maintenance and cleaning, the sort you've just described, you've heard, and the $170,000 for rent and utilities in the Inwood temporary space while we build the new branch there with the 175 units of affordable housing on top.
For us at Queens, 1.5 million of that went to contract security guards. The interaction with the public to ask them politely to wear their masks and to be able to, interact with the public really needed us to have that barrier between our frontline staff at times. But also it went towards $250,000 towards PPE that we had to keep buying. But it also, it was used for signage, communications equipment, community outreach went for that money, increased learning software for high school equivalency and ESOL classes, stacks, et cetera.
In Brooklyn, we spent money on 19 public service positions, $1 million for collections, money for programs, and then a lot of that money went to building issues.
Okay, I got just one more question. I'm going to hand it over to my co-chair. So at the preliminary hearing, a lot of my colleagues expressed concern over library staff resignations. Have the system seen any reversal of this?
We have not, and because we are in the process or in this moment sustaining a cut until the next fiscal year in July, we're not hiring either. So this is a significant problem for us.
And what were in Brooklyn? What were most of the resignations due to, or what did they tell you?
Yeah, it's all over the board. There are people who retired early. I think I can't be terribly specific, but I think it's what's happening across all sectors.
Sure.
People leaving the city, reevaluating their lives, deciding that they don't want to work any longer and leaving early. We tend to have a very long-serving staff, so this is an unusual phenomenon for us.
So we are currently recruiting for 140 staff positions. That is partly sort of regular turnover, but we see increased for the reasons described.
And are those all in-person physical? Are they remote positions or both?
No, they're all physical positions. We're a public service organization, so we're here. I think I talked to folks in the private sector, and they describe the Great Resignation as people not feeling sufficient purpose in their activities, at least as a big part. That's not our issue, to be honest. Our folks feel the pressingness of what we do for the public, front and center. I think, to be honest, it's what we can afford to pay our folks, as well as how stretched they feel when there are insufficient bodies in the positions that we need. And we have to address that with our budget, and to be honest, by hoping and encouraging the city to make to come to a new contract with DC 37, so that we can make sure that the unionized members of our essential workforce are being adequately paid.
That's absolutely correct, because, while we had a tick up in retirements, and that did increase, really, we doubled the number of separations that we had, that we experienced. And in fiscal year 21, we had 98 on our attrition, compared to usually like somewhere in the 50s. So about twice as many. But the key thing is that during those times we weren't hiring. So for us, it was cumulative between fiscal year 21 and then fiscal year 22. And only now, on a good month, maybe starting in February, have we seen maybe a couple of less people go out than we're actually bringing in. So we are recruiting for 114 positions right now to try to bring into the library. And that is critical. And they're all, almost exclusively public-facing full-time positions that we need to get in order to provide the service to our community.
Thank you. Linda, Nick, Tony, I appreciate it. I'm going to hand it over now to my co-chair, Councilman Osei. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Brennan, and good morning again, Nick, Linda, and Tony. Always a pleasure seeing you, even if it is over Zoom. The first questions that I want to ask are in regards to the new budgetary items. One of the new increases in the executive budget for libraries is the heat, light, and water subsidy. How will you all use this subsidy benefit? How will you all use this subsidy, and how will it benefit the systems?
Mr. Chair, I will check, but it's my understanding that, the raised subsidy is basically to cover the raised costs, and that the city is covering our energy costs. We just, even though we don't have maybe the right systemic incentives, we also try to be much more sustainable and efficient. Our buildings increasingly are designed for that and getting awards, et cetera. But it's basically, prices are going up. We all see it at the gas tank or wherever, or the electric bill. And we need those fundings to cover that so it doesn't eat into everything else.
I would just add that in the case of Brooklyn Public Library, we have a few new branches that have come online. And so heat, power, and light has now kicked in for the Center for Brooklyn History, the former Brooklyn Historical Society. The Brooklyn Heights branch, which has been offline for a few years, is coming back. And we opened a new library in Vinegar Hill, Dumbo, Farragut House neighborhood. So that's a new facility as well. We have another one coming online in the months ahead in Brower Park at the Brooklyn Children's Museum, as well as South Site in the cultural corridor in Brooklyn.
And Chair, we very much want to participate in, green energy and, our new buildings taking on better energy efficiency. In the end, the city of New York pays our bills, for this. And so for us, there's not much of a savings here.
And the other new increase in the executive budget is for Action NYC. And how will the increased allocation for this program be used? Nick, why don't we start with you this time?
Well, quite honestly, it was one-time funding. And so what we need is, we need it to be, reauthorized in order to be able to bring that back in as well.
Agreed. And it's not huge amounts, but it's important. And it's particularly important because, as we know, the libraries are the first port of call for the immigrant communities.
Exactly.
They have been for 125 years. And that seems more pressing.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to add. It's more pressing now than ever. Immigration insecurity, status insecurity is a serious issue, and we are seeing an uptick in people coming to the library because they feel safe and welcome, and they can get the information they need.
And just to push you guys a little further, how in particular do you think the increased allocation or one-time payment will be used for this program?
I'll confess I'm going to need to get back to you, Mr. Chair, on that to dive into the details.
Yeah. We're using the money in Brooklyn for a staff position at our call center.
For us, it did fund one staff person, and again, we do make the referrals, but in short, it's critical, as you heard from Linda and Tony, that now more than ever, our customers are really coming in. As you know, 50% of our borough was born outside the United States, and we have people coming all the time into Queens. They need these services desperately. So thank you for bringing that up, Chair Osei.
Absolutely. And go ahead.
I was just going to say, sorry, I found so we use this both to add to the materials. For instance, we have new American corners in every branch. That's important, but it's, you can't just have the materials. This is the lesson of the library. You got to have staff who can help make that material make sense, make it available, promote it, explain it. And so we have outreach assistants on that budget as well. And we'd like to continue that, of course.
And are there any other specific library programs that could use additional funding? And Linda, I obviously know, your answer on this. There's no such thing in the library systems as too much money, but in particular for programs, where could we see an increase in funds, or where could your system see an increase in funds to benefit our city?
Yeah, I think in terms of our priorities at the moment, we're focused very much on making sure that we are attracting and keeping teens involved in the library system as long as they can, and trying to combine the importance of spaces for teens with the importance of learning tech skills. And so that's the sort of tool that we're using to bring teens in and to keep them engaged. And then the other thing, which is more purely a tech play, is our digital navigators, trying to get people into the neighborhoods to help communities learn the benefits that are out there and available to them, even though they are incredibly difficult to tap into and to fully understand. So I would say teens and technology.
Go ahead.
Teens is huge. Adult education is very big, but outreach is also big for us too. The city council and the administration have been very good at being able to authorize good outreach services, including our outreach to Rikers Island through re-entry to justice-involved people. And, as we were able to have, the American Library Association called out, movers and shakers that it's great that all three libraries were able to have a mover and shaker, which is a prestigious honor. And ours actually came from our outreach services where, serving outreach to the incarcerated and formerly incarcerated. So it's a program that we're big on, that we're good at, and more funding would actually create more opportunities for those that are in most need.
Mr. Chair, I think we are all in heated agreement here, and in heated agreement with you and with the administration, though, of course, let's see where we all land. And the heated agreement is simply, there's so many needs, but, we are focusing on teens. We understand the crucial moment for those of our kids, of our fellow citizens going forward. The teen centers, the use of technology as not only as bait, if you will, but as an essential set of tools that bring the students in, but that they need. And that coordinates with after school, right? Suddenly the after school seems interesting because it helps you understand the technology and the fun stuff you want to do in the music studio or what have you. And then, we also have an additional responsibility because of the research library, because we have the most used research library on the planet. We have all these amazing treasures that we want to get out into every classroom digitally. We want to get every school student to come in and visit our treasures exhibit. I mean, these are, this is a way to sort of grab our students and really, open the world for them.
Thank you for those answers. And I just want to segue into programming as a whole. At the preliminary budget hearing, the systems mentioned that there is a lot of pent-up demand and need for library services. How have the systems tweaked programs to make them more readily available post-pandemic?
Well, we started, with doing, in February of 2020, for us at Queens Public Library, everything was in person. It was, how it always was. Within a couple of months, everything was virtual. And, kudos to our team for being able to make that transition that we've been able to sustain really, really well. Well, now, as we've said, in previous testimony, now we're being asked to do both. It's not one or the other. It's being able to do in-person programming on an increasing level at the same time providing virtual programming, which is fantastic because we realize that there is an audience for both. But as I believe Tony said, that's sort of, that's 2.5 times the amount of programming that we were doing before. And we are welcoming to take on that challenge. But that challenge are two different sets of needs that need to be funded accordingly in order to do that the best we can.
Yeah, I would just add, in addition to maintaining the, as I explained earlier, the digital as well as the in-person programming, we made a big push to do more of our work outdoors when weather permitted, including, building spaces on library property, as well as getting permits from DOT to sort of adopt the restaurant model of building and using the streets. And that allowed us to bring people back sooner than we otherwise would have been able to, given the social distancing requirements that we were dealing with. Unfortunately, right now, we're scaling back a little bit, but it's sort of a push to just keep monitoring what's going on and building up our programming to full capacity, whatever that might be at a given moment.
Look, I think as Nick and Linda have already said, we switched to digital, and that was incredible, and we were ready, and that was incredible. And at the New York Public, we've lent 13 million ebooks. I mean, that wouldn't have happened, and people would have basically been without. So that's an obvious, addition and tweak, and we need to continue to build on that. I'll give you another example, Mr. Chair, which is our after-school program. Let me be clear. This is based on $100 million of privately raised money over the last decade. And we have said we will raise that money to do this and to provide this service and hopefully then partner with the city to sustain it and build it. The tweak there was just a learning process. We started with an enrollment-based, 10 or 15 lucky kids who got selected. And they were in a separate room, and it was ongoing and regular, and that was fabulous. But we learned that meant we couldn't address the much larger group of folks, and we were setting those programs aside and making them not a part of our regular library activities. Now it's drop in. The kids in the neighborhood know that there will be tutors there every afternoon, and it happens in the kids and teens centers, so it fills that with life and integrates. And it enables us to do more. Again, that's just an example as we learn to do better, as we move more into proactive education program because the city needs us to. We're learning to do that better. And to be honest, at some point, private funds, for us at least, will not be able to sustain this, right? And that's also part of the ongoing discussions.
Thank you for your answer.
I'll just add one point, which maybe is not known to the committee. And that is, this investment in digital material is much more expensive than the investment in hard copy. Sometimes as much as almost twice as much for each title. And so as we are working to increase service by providing more digital content, it's coming at a great expense.
Thank you for your answers. And as mentioned earlier, outreach is crucial to the library's scale and impact in the community. For example, as you said, Tony, with the after-school programming that you do. What outreach is used at the moment to ensure as many communities, especially those who are most impacted by the pandemic, are aware of the services the libraries offer?
So look, outreach is key. Even though we are the most used, civic institution, most visited civic institutions in town, as is true across America, it's not enough. Even though, we have record numbers, it's still not enough given the needs. And I think we're particularly mindful of the inequalities in what we're getting at. So, if you look at the average kid in the Upper West Side compared to the average kid in the South Bronx, The kid in the South Bronx is borrowing something like a third the number of books from us as they are on average on the Upper West Side. And we know that those kids are much less likely to have libraries at home and all the other things that are essential. So we have to use electronics, digital, outreach. We have to literally, our librarians are going out to schools, to homeless shelters, doing programs there, bringing people in. We need to get creative about this. I mean, the Teen Center is part of our effort to sort of bring that group in, and then we can build from that. So for instance, come in, do the STEM work at the teen centers. Now we're starting to talk about, okay, how do we also maybe use this as an opportunity to get our teens involved in civic engagement projects and local, how do we use the libraries to help you all do your job so that we can gather our communities, they can come together with what their pressing issues are, we can connect them to you with office hours, et cetera. I mean, we need this all to work better, and outreach is key for that.
I would echo everything that Tony has said about the importance of outreach. It's at the core of what libraries do. We are extremely aggressive about, I'll use the term marketing, because we are marketing the programs that we're offering. And we're also, I just lost my train of thought. I'll
just jive in while you get it. Look, this involves every office of, practically every office here. I mean, we have a marketing communications office, we have a digital office, we have government affairs. I mean, as well as, the incredible staff of the branches in the education program. This is what they're doing.
This is what we're doing. And perhaps one of the most significant things that we did during the pandemic, or, as the pandemic was waning, and we did this in part to make sure that we would attract back as many people as we could. As people had gotten out of the habit of coming to the library, we wanted to ensure that we removed any barriers that people might feel, real or imagined. And so we eliminated fines, and that was aggressively promoted, and of course eliminated any kind of fear that people had about being shut out of the library because their cards were put on hold for failure to pay fines. So it also created something of a buzz that we could talk about and promote.
Outreach has two parts, really. It's going out to those that can't get to the library, but it's also going out to those who don't know so much about the library to bring them into the virtual and to the in-person resources. So in fiscal year 21, we had over 450 outreach events for over 35,000 people that we were able to get to. Again, providing them with the resources, working in partnership with CBOs. I had mentioned our incarcerated outreach. That's to get to people that clearly cannot get to the library, but then, once back in their community, they're able to know that trusting community. And so when we go to family shelters, who might not otherwise have the time to go to the library, we're making that connection so that we can provide the resources to them, whether that's hotspots, so that they can connect with the resources, with the virtual resources, and make it known in someone's very busy, challenging, environment that, we are the resource for them to be able to use. So it is the social media, it is the marketing, it's the partnerships with CBOs, it's using our big mobile libraries, and it's using, which we keep coming back to, it is the staff behind this that makes those vital connections, sometimes one-on-one, that really makes the changes in people's lives.
I'd just add one partner that none of us have mentioned, but that we all rely heavily on, and that is the schools, and making sure that the librarians and the principals and teachers are working in concert with one another. Nothing is better than a good librarian and a good principal in close proximity to one another to make sure that school-age children learn about everything that's there for them at the library.
Mr. Chair, can I just reiterate one of the points that was made by my colleagues? Just take the fines thing as an example. Like, we knew for years that it was not bringing the books back. They were coming back anyway. New Yorkers understand the public good system that we personify or embody. But it was keeping those who most need to use the library, the folks in the poorest neighborhoods. They were not using the library because they were scared of the fines and the collection agencies. And we did, amnesties. We proved the point. We came to the city. We said, let's get rid of it. Help us. There's a revenue issue here. And in the end, in the pandemic, what did we do? We said, we can't argue about this anymore. We will do this, right? And it will, whatever it costs, we need. And it was just, it's sort of incredible. We unblocked 400,000 people in the city of New York who we need to read, who we were saying we won't allow you to read. That's craziness. And just an example that we will rethink our processes, we will rethink our budget, we will push ourselves when we see ways to do that outreach more effectively, in particular, to keep our most vulnerable citizens from feeling that the library is somehow not theirs or available to them.
Right. And it seems like from today's testimony, especially after Chair Brennan's question and your answers, the systems do not have enough staff and resources to meet the demand of these services. What will it take to restart hiring staff? And when hiring begins again, what is the outreach for finding new staffers for the systems? And just a follow-up, aside from staff, what do the systems need to ensure the demand of their operations are met?
Our business is really all about staff. We spend an enormous percentage of our budget on wages, and it's what makes us able to keep the doors open. So, it's recruiting staff, making sure that they are committed to the work. They're doing it because it's a labor of love. Librarians and staff members are an incredible bunch. And so creating that sense that we all feel here, that what we're doing is important and good work and rewarding in an environment that they enjoy being in. And of course, the pandemic has thrown a monkey wrench into all of this because people feel insecure about transportation, about interacting with the public, and it's just something that we're trying to chip slowly away at.
So it has picked up a little bit. We have been able to hire new staff. When I say new staff, really it's librarians that are either done with their master's education or in the process of going for them. And we hire them, sometimes while they're still in school in order to provide opportunity for them and us. But I believe it was Tony that said earlier, it was like, really, it's a matter of being competitive. We do not have competitive salaries compared to libraries out on the island. It is that simple. We have people that come to us for a couple of years and then they bolt back. A lot of people come to the big city, and work for our three systems. And I've traditionally done that and then gone back to, to where they otherwise would be somewhere else in the country. But losing people, it's a matter of being able to retain this excellent talent that we're able to get. So it's not just a matter of being able to hire the staff, which, our HR departments are very good at. Our reputations at all three systems, people want to work with us, but it's retaining them. And that is, it's a matter of being, being very competitive on a national level and on a local level to be able to retain these staff so that they can invest in our communities with us.
And just to bring this full circle, this is exactly why we need the additional funding. It's why being restored to where we were before the pandemic hit is just not adequate. There's obviously wage inflation and a need for more people in order to continue to do more. And I feel that the city is eager for us to do more, as we are eager to provide additional service, but it's only going to happen if we're able to adequately staff up. And that is, in fact, why we're saying not just the 14 million that we need restored from the previous fiscal year, but an additional 15.7 million for the three systems so that we can hire more.
As my colleagues have said, we are currently searching hard for 140 staff positions. The HR department is doing amazing work. Again, it's an outreach issue in part. I think going forward, if I understand how this works, it's sort of a two-part system. we need you to say, we need more staffing positions, support in the libraries. That's important. And we need the city and the mayor to negotiate with DC 37 so that the staffing level, the salary levels are livable in New York. You can't live on, purpose. You also need enough resources to live, and you need both, I think. And we understand that dynamic. We need both of those. And then I'll just add, we're also very conscious of the sort of our role, I think, as the largest youth employment funnel in the city. So our PAGE program, which amazingly has produced something like 60% of our frontline staff who started as pages, that had been cut during the pandemic for a bunch of obvious reasons. We've not only restored it, but we're growing it. We're adding education programs, and we're putting pages not just in the branches, but in our central administrative offices, so that we get a pipeline to communications, finance, budget, what have you. All that is essential also going forward.
Thank you.
I would just add for the record that at Brooklyn Public Library, we're hiring or looking to hire 117 new employees.
Wow. Okay, so to move on to my last questions, because I know that some of my colleagues have questions as well, I want to talk about capital. The library's commitment plan of $764.3 million comprises of less than 1% of the city's total $94.9 billion capital commitment plan for fiscal 2022 through 2026. What additional needs do the systems have in fiscal 2023?
I've been busy looking at this over a longer horizon, but just to bring up a few of the projects that we are eager to get moving on in the upcoming fiscal year. Borough Park has a $20.7 million project commitment plan for a full renovation. Brownsville has a $27.2 million commitment for a full renovation. And Red Hook has $14.4 million in the same 4-year horizon for a full branch renovation.
For this fiscal year, for fiscal year 2023, we have $98.6 million to address projected project shortfalls, as well as begin projects in need of immediate capital attention.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, just looking at various numbers. So in terms of the breakdown of our system's capital needs, again, it's for 23, this was 23 to 26, we had a $296 million, and I can run through those if you want. That includes the shortfalls. But in FY23, it's $53 million.
Yeah, I think maybe we're missing the question. If you're looking at numbers that we need just to do sort of the more maintenance and repairs, in Brooklyn, we need an additional $10 million to do just to keep buildings in good repair.
So I guess the last question that I do have is something we've discussed before, and the libraries have also emphasized at the preliminary budget hearing the need to be regularly funded in the 10-year capital plan, as is customary for other city infrastructure and agencies. Have the systems had a conversation with OMB regarding this?
I feel like we're in OMB all the time. And our staff, I shouldn't make light of it. Our staff does a tremendous job working with OMB to make sure that there's a deep understanding of what we need and why we need it. It's an ongoing conversation. It's constant, and there's a lot of thoughtfulness that goes on both sides of it.
Let me, if I may, can I turn to Iris on this one, because she's really in the driver's seat.
Sure. Thanks, Tony. Yes, we have had conversations with OMB, as well as we've started to have conversations with City Hall. As most of you have heard, and the presidents have testified for years on end, It's very hard to plan a project when you get capital money year by year. If you're not in the 10-year plan, then you can't do long-term planning for your projects. So the answer is yes, we have talked to OMB, and yes, we are having conversations with City Hall. So whether they're going to do next a 5-year plan or a 10-year plan, we will be part of that conversation. The last time the libraries were in the 10-year capital plan was 2015, and we each got $100 million. That allowed us for NYPL, and I know the other two systems can speak to what they have planned. That allowed us to look at neighborhoods of need and plan and start to construct 5 Carnegie libraries. So we knew we were in the 10-year plan, we knew the money was there, and it allowed us to do those projects.
Iris has said it perfectly, and we use that money to spread across the borough to what was needed. I can't even imagine if we had gotten $100 million the next year and the next year that we would have been able to really have great impact on the communities that these libraries serve. So in short, we are asking the city and OMB on an ongoing basis.
Thank you. Well, those are all of my questions for you all. I know my colleagues have questions, but thank you for your answers and for attending this hearing today.
Thank you, Chairs Brannon and Osei. For the record, we've also been joined by Council members Richardson Jordan, Sanchez, Moya, Brewer, Hudson, Barron, Hanif, Carr, Joseph, Ayala, and Powers. And to start off our questions, Councilmember Barron.
Time starts now.
Well, thank you very much. I just want to thank all the presidents for their presentation, particularly the president of the New York Brooklyn Public Library, who we have a great relationship with. You know, I have more of a message to us as council members than the presidents. I noticed that in our questioning of them, they were struggling to answer questions with meager resources, with not enough resources, but still trying to make it work. So every time we say, how did you use this? Or what are you going to do with that? They honestly don't want to say that this is ridiculous, that we have a $94.9 billion capital budget, and that we sitting and trying to keep healthy one of the most important institutions in our community, our libraries. Cultural programs come out of that. Community organizing comes out of our libraries. Community safety plans come out of our libraries. Civic and political education comes out of our libraries. Community-based organizations looking for space comes out of our libraries. PPE during COVID came out of our libraries. Re-entry programs for those who were formerly incarcerated comes out of our libraries. Leaders or readers comes out of our libraries. Job readiness, after school programs, youth employment, education programs, and the cultural programs in the Black community of Kwanzaa and Juneteenth come right out of our libraries. These are the most valuable institutions, along with education and health. It is our libraries. These are not just edifices that have books in it for you to come read. It's far beyond that. So my message to the council members is to say, come on now, we said 163 million, a request for capital money, and the mayor comes up with 50 million. And we saying, okay, that's, you know, you can't get everything you want. Sure you can, we're not asking for everything, but out of a $94.9 billion budget, guess what? They have $6.9 billion for neighborhood jails, $6.9 billion for jails, and we can't give up billions for libraries. And these jails are pretrial detainees who need to be out, not the lies that they're telling you about no cash bail and they come out and commit more crimes. We're talking about no cash bail for those who are for minor offenses, non-violent minor offenses. We don't need $6.9 billion for jails. So I just want to encourage my colleagues. We have the power to pass the budget, not the mayor. The mayor does not pass the budget. He presents it to us. And I'm hoping we can go forth to say, listen, Mayor, this is unacceptable for libraries. I've been on this finance committee for all the hearings. You have too. $1 billion cut from education, cuts from the libraries, cut from the youth services, poor seniors. How low can you go? Cutting the aging program, all of these cuts. Why is that happening when we have $7.1 billion in reserve funds? Now, I understand budgets because I've been through 12 of them. Reserve funds are for the outer years. Yes, you're going to have outer year problems, and then a portion of that is for rainy day services. Well, Mayor, it's raining today, so we got to deal with today's rain and tomorrow's rain. And right now it's raining on our libraries, and they need a financial umbrella. And I say, we, the city council, whether the mayor likes it or not, we, the city council, should stand for our libraries, our schools, and not support an austerity budget that conservatively cuts when it's really not necessary. This is unconscionable and totally unnecessary. And I'm hoping my colleagues, I'm talking to you more than the presidents because they're trying their best. I'm talking to us. We got to stand strong this time around and say, presidents, you answered all our questions. Now we're going to say, when it comes to negotiations, you will be a priority. Thank you.
Wow, thank you, Councilman Barron. Could not say it better.
Time expired.
Could not have a better partner than you in all of this. And I would just like to mention that in the councilman's district, there's a library that's in bad need of renovation. And together we've put money aside to make sure that it gets the attention that it needs. And it's been done very thoughtfully over a period of time, and it will make a significant impact in that neighborhood. And it should be a model for what happens in every neighborhood. And I'll just add that not only is it raining on our libraries, but in some cases, unfortunately, it's raining in our libraries. And that is why it is absolutely necessary that we get additional capital funding so that we can do the preventative work that needs to be done so that we don't find ourselves in emergency situations.
Thank you. And next we'll turn to Councilmember Brewer.
Time starts now.
Thank you very much. I agree with Charles Barron about the need for libraries. He and I have been fighting for libraries since 2002, and I completely agree with him. There's two questions. On the capital side, I always complain to DBC that they charge too much, and I can never understand why the libraries can't do their own capital. So, and I know it's a fight, and they say, no, they have to do it. Maybe you can, maybe you can't. But what would be the difference in generally in capital, what you would spend versus what they spend on the capital? And I guess they feel that, you can't handle the building, but you've done some. And I never understand why you can't handle it yourself. Iris can handle it with her eyes closed. So what is it, the difference in spending on this topic of why do we have to have DVC involved? Yes, they can do other things, but they shouldn't be doing the libraries, in my opinion.
Madam, so I couldn't agree more. I'm going to let Iris answer, but the very simple, as we've said to the council, I think for every year I've been on this, the averages are clear. When we manage our own projects compared to when DDC manages those projects, we can get them done at half the time and half the cost, roughly. Okay. And that is clear savings for the citizens of New York. And the fact, I'll just be honest, that we have not yet found a systemic solution to that is a serious, issue for all of us. It's just, this is craziness. Let me just say, the administration understands this problem. They are veterans of this problem. They are frustrated by this problem. And we are having conversations on a system level, meaning, for the systems as a whole to, think about alternatives. whether it's our own authority, working with the school construction authority, whether it's working with EDC, finding alternatives so that the citizens of New York get the bang for their buck that not only they deserve, but is eminently doable. Iris, did I get that right?
Yes, you did. And let me just echo what Tony said. We're very fortunate at City Hall that we have people who have worked at DDC, who have led DDC, and they understand what the problems are. I just want to say that, a lot of the capital money over the last 5 years that you have seen all three systems receive from the city of New York is to make up for shortfalls on DDC projects. So think about that. We're not being able to start new projects, but we're replenishing projects that have already been funded, but because of delays and because of increase in costs and because of a multitude of other problems, the projects lag, the prices go up, and therefore the city has to replenish the cost. I also want to say that I am not a lawyer, and I was in city government when they created DDC, and I think, Gail, you were in government as well, and it was said that DDC would do projects faster and cheaper. Well, no, they do projects that take longer and take more money. I think that what needs to be done is I think we need to look at the DDC legislation. We need to look at what can be carved out now and what could be given over to other agencies to do work for entities like culturals and like libraries. As an example, NYPL has, in the past few years, we have used EDC to do some of our projects, as well as, you're very familiar with this, Gail, all of us use pass-throughs. And the big challenge there is, it's great. We get to do our own work. We find pass-throughs go faster. We're not as encumbered with all the rules and regulations of DDC. But then there's the rub, because you got to wait to get paid back from the city. And you're back in the world of DDC and OMB to get your money back. Look, I just want to say that I know Tom Foley for over 20 years, and he's the new commissioner, and I know he's trying. But sometimes when the guts of what you have to deal with is decayed, you're really fighting a losing battle here. I think Linda wanted to chime in on something.
Go ahead, Linda. Thank you all for your amazing.
No, I just really am nodding because I couldn't agree more with Iris. So thank you. Well said.
Okay, I'll just reiterate, look, I think the simple fact is we all of us, the city council, us, the administration, the veterans there from DDC, et cetera, understand the system is broken. It's certainly broken for us. I think it's not just for us. And it's in all of our interest to find a solution. And the great news is I think we're all focused on that. We have the expertise in City Hall that understands exactly what these issues are and are committed to finding a solution so that we can all get it done.
Okay, I appreciate that. I will work on it also. The other quick question, if I may, is, of course, I'm for 7 days a week, all the libraries being at the same time. I know this is crazy, but can you give me a real number? I know you're trying to figure out between, as Charles suggested, the city allocation of the mayor's office versus the city council. Much more is needed, but what would be the number? I ask this every year. I'm not going to give up. If we were open, all three branches, 7 days a week, I don't know, 10 to 10 or whatever. Harvey Robbins, whom Iris and I know, says the library, you shouldn't have to know what time the library is open. All libraries should be open all the time, whatever all the time is. And so you don't have to say, oh goodness, I'm going to go with my son to, is it open today? No, that should not be. And so I'm just wondering what that number might look like. That's the Harvey Robbins theory, and I subscribe to it.
So Gail, Councilwoman
Gail, I prefer Gail, and you know that. Okay.
Look, last time we did this analysis in 2016, so I'll go back a bit. to get the entire system, all of our facilities, to 7 days was a marginal increase of just our budget of $28 million. That was our estimate.
That's what I want to know.
And there was rule changes that were necessary alongside with that. Let me just say, at this point, we are working very hard to maintain our 6-day service with 7-day service in select branches.
I know, that's not the Harvey Robbins idea, though. That's
I got it.
Let me just say the rule change that Tony is talking about is that we would have to negotiate with the unions that, you're nodding your head, Gail, that, this wouldn't be like a special work condition. People would be allowed to work 7 days a week or, 5 days, which is, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, right? That would be their regular work week. And therefore they would not be paid overtime for that. Some people like to work on the weekends. Some people like to be off during the week. But right now, the rule doesn't allow us to do that.
Councilmember Gale, I love your idea. As a librarian, I would love all of our libraries all over the city to be open 7 days a week. At the moment, it's even more than a money situation. We could work up to that if we had the money in phases. But right now we just don't have the number of people to even do the services that we want to do now. It would take a couple of years, hopefully, if we really wanted to set it as a city goal. But I love the idea. Thank you.
All right. Linda, how much it would be in Brooklyn?
I think the number for Brooklyn would be about $20 million to get to the full complement that you're talking about. And it's something that we aspire to, because I completely agree. And I'm already working on the possibility of staying open really late on certain nights. There's a program that we're trying to develop to do that on Friday nights right now. And it dovetails with this initiative to be there for teenagers when teenagers want to be coming to us.
All right, thank you. And there was one woman in Queens who was open 24 hours a day. I love her. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, we'll turn to Councilmember Dinowitz, followed by Councilmember Hudson.
Time starts now.
Thank you. Hello, President Marks. Brooklyn and Queens, I think you get a little break. I'm really interested in the NYPL this time. First, my first question is about accessibility. I'm looking at your website. I love the interactive map on the website so we can see which branches are fully, partially, or not accessible. Pleased to say that according to the map, none are not accessible. But according to this map, 5 are partially accessible, and no surprise, they're all in the Bronx. So my first question is, what steps are being taken to ensure that all of our branches are fully accessible? And you specifically mentioned Spuyten Duyvil, which is in my district. That's one of those branches that's not ADA, fully ADA accessible. So what is the specific timeline for that, as well as the other ones in the Bronx?
So on this, I know that we are committed, of course, to everything being accessible. There are obvious constraints in terms of landmarking. I know that sometimes gets in the way, but we have to do everything we can. Iris, do you want to, the Spuyten Duyvil, I don't have the specifics on that, I confess.
So let me just say that Tony's right. It's our challenge to get all of our branches totally accessible. Sometimes we, what happens is that we have on the books a project to do a lot more work in the branch than just doing an accessible project. And so, I don't want to keep on invoking DDC, but if it gets caught up in the DDC world, the ADA project, can't be just carved out and done on its own. Although, we have identified a couple of branches, which I'm sorry to say, Councilman, are not in your district, that, we have just started ADA projects. Let me just say, and I'm not patting ourselves on the back, that when I started at the library, we had many more projects, many more libraries that were not ADA compliant. And you note that we're down to a handful now. And so, we are working very hard to make sure that at least most of these will be partially accessible. You know, the 5 Carnegies that we selected to do a top to bottom renovation, a couple of them were glaring in terms of their non-accessibility. You know, in one instance, at Melrose in the Bronx, but that's not your district, I don't think. There was a large set of stairs that you had to walk up to get just to the information desk, and you know there was no partial elevator, there was no ramp. I mean, it was outrageous. But now that branch will be totally renovated, totally accessible. Another one.
You're allowed to be proud of yourself and allowed to pat yourself on the back if that's the work you've done. You know, but specifically Spine Divelets, it is one of the ones that was mentioned in your testimony, and which is why I'm asking, is that I assume fully ADA compliance is part of the renovation, and there's other renovation that's being done at that branch. Is there a timeline for that renovation?
We will get back to you. Just off the top of my head, I don't know what the timeline is for Spite and Dival.
Okay. If you can also get back to, I'm sorry, if you could also get back to me on if there is a timeline for the branches that weren't mentioned in the testimony but are still labeled as partially accessible, if there is a timeline for making those fully compliant, even if there's not a top to bottom renovation.
Absolutely. We will get that to you. We are committed to every renovation producing maximum accessibility, complete accessibility. And I just want to reiterate, going back to the point, using Iris's example, when we get funding that we are not encumbered with DDC, we can use it effectively to do planned work, the 10-year capital plan money, the 5 Carnegies, then we can do all of this rather than higgledy-piggledy and paying twice as much. That's further evidence of, you know, let me be blunt, we have, Iris, Brooklyn and Queens the same, proven that we can do this work. It is now time for our partners in city government to prove that you can help us rethink this system so that we can do that work and get it done for you.
Yeah, ensuring our branches are accessible to everyone is a shared value we both have. I want to make sure that it happens. I'd love to see that timeline. And just, you know, one other thing about the programming, Chair, if I may have another minute to ask this question.
Sure, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. So I really love how much you're talking about the work you do with youth and with teens. You know, that was my youth. That was the experience of so many of my students when I was a teacher. I had asked a similar question last time, and I'm still, you know, trying to make sense of it and see how that programming can be better and more intertwined with other city agencies. So it is the work with the DOE systemic. So I'd asked about that. It sounds like, I think it was Iris who said it, I may be wrong, but that there are principals who collaborate with branches and with librarians. But is that a directive from the DOE? Is it a DOE top-down directive? And in the same vein, is the capacity to collaborate not just with schools, but with community centers, even hospitals do community events, even with me, you know, we do, I don't know, movie nights and we do community events. Is that based on the individual branch, or is that based on central capacity for the NYPL?
We are, so Ms. Councilman, we work in partnership with DOE. We work in partnership with other city agencies, with nonprofits, with, you know, vendors, all kinds of folks. Those partnerships are essential for us. I think they are recognized as systemic, though they often come down to, it also often comes down to, you know, case by case, making it work. The most obvious example of this is the My Libraries NYC program, which is across the 5 boroughs. Simply put, when, you know, 10 years ago, you know, the city was saying, the chancellor was saying, we can't manage to pay to have libraries in our schools, which is unthinkable. And, you know, we said, well, we've got 55 million items sitting mostly, you know, waiting for somebody to use them. So now in more than half the schools, we are in effect the circulating library, bringing books into the branches for kids to use, no fines, no problems. That's systemic, and it's an example, but it's also an example of the ongoing work and discussions. What about the other half of the schools? And what else can we do, like the curriculum work with the Center for Educators and Students? I'll just say that I chatted with the chancellor again just the other day, and we're going to sit down and once again say, okay, what other systemic efforts are there that can really be game changers here to bring us together?
Great. I think that's the key. I think it's very hard to rely on your an individual, like I said, an individual teacher, an individual principal, or even librarian to just know, what to do. So I do think those conversations and that collaboration is a vital part of getting the teen program that you're doing so well to really making that as successful as possible. And I'll just add, I know you're excited about the digital stuff, but I really do miss my card catalog. I gotta say.
I got one right here.
Councilman, can I just make one other point? You talk about ADA, and I just want to make one point.
Sure.
So we talk about the physical impairment that people have to physically get in the library. What we have incorporated in all of our new libraries is the ability for people who are hearing impaired and wearing hearing aids. So when they come into the library, they hook into our system, and therefore they are able to hear more clearly and better in the library. And we've built that in all new libraries that we've constructed.
I really love that you brought that up. Not all disabilities are visible, although the icon, one would think the icon for fully accessible is a stick figure in a wheelchair. So that's very often the image we get, but I really value that you shared that, and that's part of your accessibility. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. And Councilmember Hudson, your hand was up, but it's down. Did you have any questions?
I did just have one question, and hello,
Sure.
Good morning. Thank you all for being here and for your testimonies. I was just wondering, and I think I heard someone say earlier that the focus was really on youth, but I was just curious to know if you have any numbers in terms of seniors or older adults that are accessing your systems, what percentage of your visitors or what percentage of use is by seniors or older adults, and also if there's any specific funding for seniors in the library system, that would be helpful to know. Thank you.
I'll jump in first. Thank you, Councilwoman Hudson. I have thought, as the testimony was unfolding this morning, that no one has talked about the work we do with older adults, and it's quite substantial. And we have all kinds of programs that are particularly designed to focus on this portion of our audience. For starters, during the pandemic, I just want to mention again how terrific our librarians were to be calling the patrons that they have personal relationships with. This is at a very micro level, but we know who is shut in, who we've been delivering books to before the pandemic, and so we're particularly concerned about them. In terms of numbers, I don't have specific numbers with me. I can talk about the fact that we had 27,000 older adults coming to 1,200 virtual sessions. But the scope of the programs that we offer is quite extensive, including a debate league for older adults, which is designed not only to get adults talking about civic issues, but also to create a network of people for them to interact with and to connect with in their neighborhoods.
Councilman, can I just add that it's, the seniors, as Linda said, those programs are essential for us, and obviously that's some indication. We can get you more details on that. The other thing, just to be clear, is we sort of have a disadvantage, that we disadvantage ourselves on purpose in this particular way. We're the last institution that believes in privacy. We don't believe in surveillance. So in a sense, some of the fine-grained sort of analysis we might be able to give you, we can't give you because we choose not to sort of make people feel surveilled or force them to sign up for things that they don't want to put their name on, et cetera. So there's a bit of that based on principle, to be honest.
Yeah, and understood, and I appreciate that, certainly. So
we're the only ones left to appreciate that.
yeah, I hear that.
I will say that the moving to a virtual environment really did give us an opportunity. I think a lot of people think that the young people are all into the tech and the older people are not. That is absolutely not the case. A lot of older people who otherwise were not able to attend in-person programming were very much able to attend virtual programming. So that for us was, something that was wonderful to see. Of course, we do mail a book, to homebound, adults in general, and even children as well. So it's not just older, but, the large print books for those that are having more difficulty reading, recreational clubs, clubs like creative aging, art programs that are really starting to come back now more in person as well. So we need to continue that virtual programming, that in-person programming. And I would just say, even on a small level, and this gets to the dedication of our staff, and Linda had really spoken very well about staff making phone calls. We had staff making phone calls on New Year's Eve and New Year's Day when it's really difficult to be alone. And so that's small. It doesn't affect many people, but that is so, so emblematic of what our staff does and how much they care about the populations they serve.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Hudson. Chairs, that is all for questioning for the library collection. So I will turn it back to you two for closing remarks.
Councilman Osei?
Yeah, definitely. I want to just reiterate Councilmember Barron's sentiments. I mean, we've heard all of the questions throughout these past couple of hours in terms of what our libraries are doing, and clearly they're going above and beyond. Our budget needs to reflect the same in terms of uplifting and supporting every single program and service that they're providing to our city. They are here year round, have been with us throughout this pandemic. Thus, they need the support, the fiscal support from our taxpayer dollars. So I thank all of you, Tony, Linda, Nick. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being fierce fighters. Thank you for being fierce New Yorkers. Now it's up to us, the government, to do right by you and to do right by the people that attend these libraries. And that's thousands, hundreds of thousands of our New Yorkers.
Thank you.
I echo Chairman Osei, and I still remember my days at the Bay Ridge Public Library getting my RIF card. Reading is fundamental. I remember those days fondly, and I always have a soft spot for the library. So when the library advocates come knocking on our door, I usually tell them they're preaching to the choir. So we'll do everything that we can on our side to get you what you need to continue the great work that you do. Tony, Nick, Linda, Iris, everyone on the call. And I saw one of my favorite constituents, Karen Sheehan, as well. So thank you guys so much. And with that, we will move on to our next agency. Thank you guys.
Thank you.
Love the picture of James Baldwin.
Right on. He keeps me.
I was going to say, Chair Brennan, if you want, we acquired Jimmy's papers. His archives are now.
At wow, yeah. Now you're talking.
We'll arrange for you to see them. It's pretty big stuff.
I love it. You know the way to my heart. Thank you, Tony. Right on. Thank you.
Thank you all.
All right, chairs, bear with us one moment. We're going to sound check DCLA, who's been very patiently waiting. We're behind schedule by 29 minutes, so we need to pick up our pace. So I will leave it to Sergeant Biondo to do a mic check for everyone.
Commissioner Cumbo, you should be able to unmute yourself for an audio test.
Good morning.
How are you?
Do we trust Commissioner Cumbo with the mute button though? I mean, I don't know if that's a great idea.
And next up, BCA LA Director of Finance, Xiao, if you want to unmute yourself for an audio test.
Hi.
Hi, welcome.
Thank you.
All right, that seems to be the only two members, if I'm not mistaken. If so, Malcolm, we are ready to go.
We're
just want to let you know
for Deputy Commissioner Feinberg and Shirley Levy, Chief of Staff.
We're here. Here we are.
Okay, all right. So we're going to get started, everyone. This is Department of Cultural Affairs. Present is Brannon, Osei, Powers, Ayala, Velasquez, Ung, Sanchez, Lewis, Kagan, Joseph, Farias, Dinowitz, Brewer, and Barron. We'll turn first to Chair Brannon, then Chair Osei, then I'll swear in DCLA.
Thank you, Malcolm. We are now going to begin the second portion of today's hearing, day 6 of executive budget hearings, and we're joined by a familiar face from Vogue magazine. I want to extend a warm welcome and congratulations to recently engaged Lori Cumbo, our former council colleague and now commissioner of the Department of Cultural Affairs. Welcome, Lori. Again, a big congrats to you. It's great to see you. I'm still joined by council member co-chair for this hearing, Chi Osei, chair of the Committee on Cultural Affairs, Libraries, and International Intergroup Relations. Department of Cultural Affairs projected FY23 budget of $155 million represents less than 1% of the city's proposed fiscal 23 budget in the executive plan. DCLA's FY23 budget increased by 6.6% from the preliminary plan. The increase is the result of a number of actions taken, most significant of which are $5.2 million for cultural organizations as outlined in the mayor's blueprint for New York City's economic recovery, and $4 million for an adjustment of the heat, light, and power energy subsidy that we've seen basically across the board at all the agencies. Like the library systems, our wide and unique and varied cultural legacy has changed the lives for many, for generations. It's what New York City is all about. For traditionally underserved communities, museums, theaters, art exhibits, and so much more greatly matter to those communities and promote the exchange of ideas, community harmony, and so many other positive benefits of this city. COVID has shown a light on how critical these services are to our city's residents and their recovery from the pandemic. I'm going to focus my questions today on the cultural community additional need and the mayor's blueprint for economic recovery. Special thanks again to Aliyah Ali for her preparation and hard work behind the scenes for today's hearing. Of course, to all the finance staff who helps make these hearings possible. I'm now going to turn it to my chair, co-chair, Councilmember Osei.
Thank you, Chair Brannon. I don't know how you have been doing this all week. This is a rough job, but you're killing it. Good morning and welcome to this hearing for the Committee on Cultural Affairs, Libraries, and International Intergroup Relations. Again, I'm Councilmember Chi Osei, chair of this committee. First, I would like to welcome Commissioner Cumbo to our first budget hearing as a commissioner. As chair of this committee, I look forward to working in partnership with you and DCLA to ensure that our cultural community is supported and we bring equity and inclusion into this work. This afternoon, we'll be discussing the fiscal 2023 executive expense budget for DCLA, which stands at $155 million, and the fiscal 2023 executive capital commitment plan, which includes $975.6 million in fiscal 2022 to 2026 for the department. The fiscal 2023 preliminary plan did not adequately fund the city's cultural organizations as they recover from the economic impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic, which was devastating to our culturals, especially cultural organizations and artists of color. When the world thinks of New York City, they think of the arts, history, music, and culture. Our cultural institutions, organizations, and artists contribute to our urban jungle. The cultural community is not only an economic driver for our city, but it is also the foundation for much of what makes New York City vibrant, healthy, and alive. And despite the hardships faced during the pandemic, our cultural community stepped up for our city, operating as vaccination hubs, polling sites during presidential elections, advocated for social justice during the 2020 Black Lives Matter and Stop Asian Hate movements, and served as a beacon of hope and unity for our city during a time of uncertainty and isolation. A 2017 UPenn study found that even when controlling for race and economic status, cultural activity accounted for a 14% decrease in cases of child abuse and neglect, an 18% increase in kids scoring on the top stratum on English and math exams, an 18% decrease and the serious crime rate and significant improvements to physical well-being. Other studies mirrored these results while demonstrating marked improvements to neighborhood mental health. As our country's youth face a shocking mental health crisis, the programming, resources, and safe spaces afforded by our cultural institutions are among our most powerful tools to combat it. Fully funding our culturals will protect and create thousands of jobs. It will stabilize families and it will grow our tax base. Funding increases will pay for themselves in addition to the countless benefits their programs bring to our city. As we commit ourselves to supporting our culturals, I like to remember the proper framing. New York City's creative sector accounted for 13% of our economic output before COVID, while it received only 1% of our city funding. For that disparity, we all lose, and it's to all our sakes that we work to shrink it. After seeing how inadequate the preliminary budget was, I, as chair of this committee, reached out to our cultural community to see how our city can support them as they navigate through COVID. Our culturals are advocating for an additional $100 million to the DCLA budget to sufficiently support our cultural institution group, otherwise known as the CIGS, increase grants for the Cultural Development Fund, CDF, and ensure that our cultural organizations and artists, especially organizations and artists of color, are financially supported as our city navigates through the pandemic. And this $100 million proposal is something I'm championing as chair of this committee. Despite all they have done for our city when we needed them most, our cultural institutions have been failed by the administration. Aside from slight increases for the mayor's economic recovery blueprint for culturals, which I will ask for more clarification on at this hearing, funds for the Soho/NoHo neighborhood plan and heat, light, and power subsidies, there is no additional funding to DCLA and our culturals in this executive budget. As chair, I'm not only disappointed, but I'm frustrated and upset at the administration's failure to properly fund and support our cultural community. It is the council's responsibility to ensure that the city's budget is fair, transparent, and accountable to New Yorkers. Hence, as the chair of the Committee on Cultural Affairs, Libraries, International Intergroup Relations, I will continue to push for accountability and accuracy and ensure that the budget reflects the needs and interests of the city. It is essential that the budget that we adopt this year is transparent and accountable and reflective of the priorities and interests of the council and the people we represent. This hearing is a vital part of this process, and I expect that DCLA will be responsive to the questions and concerns of council members. I look forward to an active engagement with the administration over the next few months to ensure that the fiscal 2023 adopted budget meets the goals the council has set out and fully equitably meets the needs of our cultural community, especially as we recover from the pandemic. I would like to thank my staff for organizing today's hearing, including my Chief of Staff, Naomi Hopkins, my Policy and Budget Director, May Vutrapong-Vatana, and from Central Staffs, Committees, Councils, Brenda McKinney, Legislative Policy and Analyst, Christy Dwyer, and Unit Head, Alia Ali. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairs Brandon and Osei. Just reminding everyone, members of the administration, you'll be able to mute and unmute yourselves. We just ask them when not speaking to please mute yourself. Council members present, you know what I'm going to say. You have 5 minutes for questions. Please stick to the timer. Use the raise hand function and I'll call you in order. The following members of the administration are here to testify and or answer questions. We're very happy to see Lori Cumbo, Commissioner of DCLA, Sheila Feinberg, Deputy Commissioner, Shirley Levy, Chief of Staff, and Philippa Shao, Director of Finance. I will first read the oath, and after I will call on each of you individually to respond. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth before these committees and to respond honestly to council member questions? Commissioner Cumbo?
I do.
Deputy Commissioner Feinberg?
I do.
Chief of Staff Levy?
I do.
And Director of Finance Shao?
I do.
Thank you. Commissioner Cumbo, whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Good morning, Chairs Brennan and Osei and members of the committees. I am Lori Cumbo, Commissioner of the New York City Department of Cultural Affairs. I am here today to testify in regards to the mayor's fiscal year 2023 executive budget for DCLA. This will be my first time on this side of a council hearing, And so I'm very excited for today's conversation. I am particularly excited to see that this is the most diverse city council that we've had in New York City's history. And I'm so proud to see particularly so many women through the 21 and 21 initiative was so successful. A number of my staff from the department are joining me today, including Deputy Commissioner Sheila Feinberg, Chief of Staff Shirley Levy, and Finance Director Philippa Shao. I've had the pleasure of meeting a number of you in person and seeing you at cultural events all across this city. Chair Osei and I were throwing pink and blue powder at each other at the Brooklyn Children's Museum for the Holy Celebration a few weeks ago. I was happy to see Councilmember Hudson at the Brooklyn Museum for their great celebration. And I'm always so excited to see Chair Farrah Lewis at so many of her Juneteenth celebrations that happen every year. And I'm so excited to see what she will produce this year. I previously served in the City Council for 8 years, representing the 35th District in Brooklyn. During my tenure, I was a proud champion of the arts. I helped spearhead the effort to save Weeksville Heritage Center by adding it to the Cultural Institutions Group. I passed legislation that created the Mayor's Office to Prevent Gun Violence and also invested in arts groups to reduce gun violence through the Art as a Catalyst for Change initiative. I fought to expand the Coalition of Theaters of Color initiative from $700,000 for 8 theaters to over $3.7 million for more than 50 theaters, encompassing a wide range of communities of color. And I'd like to add that Councilmember Barron, as well as Councilwoman Barron, were instrumental in the creation of the Theaters of Color, along with the late, great Ruby Dee and Ozzie Davis. It's a phenomenal program that's helped so many organizations. And now there are organizations such as Thalia Spanish Theater, Chinese Theater Works, and Amarinda. And I fought for DCLA to cover energy costs for organizations on DCLA property. I also passed legislation that will expand the City Canvas pilot, transforming construction sheds around the city into platforms for community-driven art and expression. Before joining the council, I was the founding director of the Museum of Contemporary African Diaspora and Arts in Fort Greene and worked at various cultural institutions around the city before that. While leading MOCADA, I also helped to establish the Cultural Equity Group, a citywide coalition that fought for more equitable funding for organizations of color. I am thrilled and humbled to be starting this next chapter of my career as commissioner and look forward to working with each and every one of you, the chair and members of this committee, to help uplift cultural groups in every single corner of New York City. Now turning to today's budget hearing. Let's take a look at the budget numbers. The mayor's fiscal year 23 executive budget allocates $154.7 million in city funds to DCLA. This includes $33.5 million for the Cultural Development Fund, an increase of $5.2 million from the preliminary budget, which I'll say more about in a moment. $111.1 million for the cultural institution groups, $1.25 million for energy grants to groups on DCLA-owned property, $6.7 million for agency operations, and just over $2 million for the other agency programs and initiatives. As is typical for the mayor's executive budget, this figure does not include any one-time additions that tend to be added at budget adoption, such as mayoral ads or the council member items and initiatives. By comparison, DCLA's executive budget for fiscal year 22 at this same point in the process was $144.9 million. So not only is our funding higher, but I'm pleased, and I know my team is very pleased, to report that the executive budget includes an addition of 6 full-time positions for the agency, bringing us to a total of 55. This is game-changing for this agency. Many of you have called in terms of projects that have been stalled, that have been put on hold, and this is going to give us the power and the energy to bring those projects to fruition more efficiently and effectively than ever before. These new and restored staff lines will help us to move everything from procurement to capital equipment projects forward, which are critical for smaller not-for-profits. We can't wait to fill these positions and start delivering even more great services for our cultural not-for-profits. So if you have individuals in your community who you would like to apply for these positions, please send their resumes over. This administration is committed to supporting our cultural community and understands the vital role this community plays in New York City's recovery. We see this commitment in the executive budget and DCLA's important place in the blueprint economic recovery. We are looking forward to continuing work with you at Council and our partners at City Hall and OMB to find best ways to provide robust support to our cultural community as we continue this process. While fiscal year 23 capital funding won't be allocated until adoption, DCLA's amazing capital portfolio includes $976 million for hundreds of cultural projects around the city. These range from a new education center for the Louis Armstrong House Museum in Queens, improvements to the Children's Adventure Garden at the New York Botanic Garden in the Bronx, and renovations of the historic houses at Wheatsville Heritage Center in Brooklyn. No other city in America matches our commitment to supporting cultural groups' capital needs. This is critical support. It makes us a partner ensuring accessible, sustainable, extraordinary cultural infrastructure that serves all New Yorkers. We look forward to continuing to make these unique, targeted investments along the mayor's office, council, and borough presidents. That's where we stand in the executive budget. I'm happy to answer any questions you have about the budget during Q&A, but first I'd like to provide a few updates from DCLA and the wider cultural community. Several members of this committee and their staffs joined us for a briefing on the agency last week, and we couldn't be happier that so many of you participated. We focused on how we collaborate with the City Council in supporting cultural groups. I appreciate the time you all took for this briefing. We know it was a lot of information, but I also want to add we are so open and ready to do this presentation for the entire City Council. It's a great way to kick off our work together, and it should give you a context for the programs and initiatives I'm about to talk a little bit about. The Cultural Development Fund. My team in the DCLA programs unit is hard at work on the upcoming Cultural Development Fund application review process. After launching the application last month, we're preparing to review what we anticipate will be the largest round of applications ever, more than 1,200 from not-for-profits across the city. That's why the agency's headcount increase is so critical to us at this time. A couple of important points about this year's CDF. For one, this is the first time we're bringing groups back for a competitive panel review since the start of the pandemic. Two, this year will include a number of exciting reforms to make the process fairer, simpler, and more equitable. And there are two calls to action for our cultural community right now. This was so important to me when I came in as commissioner. We need to make panelists at the forefront of this entire process. We are asking for panelists, and every one of you can help us to do that. Please recommend panelists that you know are from the art community, that have the expertise and the energy and the excitement to understand how this process works so that we can bring those resources back to our communities. We're looking for people who represent the full help and the full breadth of New York City's diversity to bring their perspectives and expertise to the review process. Learn more how to become a panelist at on.nyc.gov/CDF panels. And second, applications are due Monday, May 16th. I can't express that enough. That's 3 days from now. Go to our website. We've got recorded webinars. We've got an FAQ. We've got everything you need to apply. As the founder of a not-for-profit arts organization, I know firsthand how much that DCLA grant means. It opens up the doors to corporate and foundation support, as well as individuals, and that is so critical. So please consider applying this year. Visit nyc.gov/culture for more. This year's CDF will include a $5 million boost provided as part of Mayor Adams' Economic Recovery Blueprint. This will deliver much needed funding to groups across the city as they continue to recover from the pandemic and bring their communities with them. The blueprint also includes funding for a pilot program that will help smaller groups navigate the process of undertaking major capital projects. The goal is to make sure these organizations can benefit from this important source of support and in turn help them serve as anchors for recovery in communities across the city. DCLA's Public Artisan Residence Program, also known as PAIR, embeds artists and city agencies to tackle intractable civic problems through creative practice. How exciting is that we're able to take our artists and have them work with our city agencies to bring about a greater understanding and different ways of looking at our agencies through the eyes of our artists. One project to grow from this unique program was the People's Bus, created by Yasmani Arbodella when he embedded with the Civic Engagement Commission last year. I was overjoyed to see Chair Osei and several other committee members earlier this month as the bus rolled out into its new home at the Clemente on Lower East Side. I also recently joined artist Sophia Dawson at the Brownsville Houses to unveil a mural project she developed as artist in residence with the Mayor's Office of Criminal Justice. It was so beautiful to see the eyes of all of the young people that participated in Brownsville in this mural project. And one of the current pairs, Stowe Len, recently launched the Office of Invisibility at the Department of Sanitation. At DSNY, Len aims to get New Yorkers to consider their relationship with the waste they generate and the city agency that processes it for them, interrogating the notion of out of sight, out of mind. Visit officeofinvisibility.com to participate in this thought-provoking project. Together, these pair projects drive home the power artists have for reframing and reimagining the world around us, and the awesome things we can do when city government embraces their creative energy. I'm excited to report that things are once again happening and blossoming all over at Materials for the Arts. Our one-of-a-kind creative reuse facility in Long Island City fully reopened last November. While the committed team at MFTA never stopped serving our cultural community with free supplies, their members have embraced the chance to return to in-person shopping. And I just want to say, during the pandemic, Materials for the Arts was so instrumental in getting art supplies, notebooks, pens, paper, and all of the supplies that our young people needed during the pandemic. They were even also so critical during the tragic fire that happened in the Bronx and getting supplies to so many families in need. The Materials for the Arts program does so much for New Yorkers. If you haven't already, please make sure you visit the warehouse since it is reopened, receiving nearly $3 million worth of supplies that fuel arts and education programming around the city. The Great Dance Shoe Giveaway that kicked off in February has so far delivered more than 10,000 pairs of dance shoes to students and dancers across the city. Excuse me for one moment. My apologies, and thank you. We had a little bit of technical difficulty at this time. The Great Dance Shoe Giveaway that kicked off in February delivered 10,000 pairs of shoes to students and dancers across the city. In early June, we will host a sustainable art show, looking back at MFTA's pioneering artist in residency program. We invite the council and everyone to join us. Visit nyc.gov/MFTA and click on events for more info. Last month, our partners at the Mayor's Office of Immigrant Affairs and Department of Social Services launched a renewal campaign for the ID NYC program. As you know, ID NYC is a powerful tool that connects so many New Yorkers, including our undocumented neighbors, with services many of us take for granted, like opening a bank account. Working with over 36 organization partners, we've also made sure it's a tool for expanding access to our city's major cultural assets. From the Bronx Zoo to MoMA PS1 to Pregones, Film Forum, and many more, your ID NYC card gets you free memberships to cultural groups in all 5 boroughs. We encourage all New Yorkers to get or renew their ID NYC today at nyc.gov/ID NYC. As the weather gets warmer, another sign of hope I'm thrilled to see around New York is the return of our summer cultural festivals and events. The 10th annual NYC by Design Festival is happening now, and art fairs are being held all month long. Celebrate Brooklyn is coming back to the Lena Horne Bandshell in Prospect Park. Governor's Island will host a season full of festivals, exhibitions, and other programs. And LMCC is bringing back the famous River to River Festival. Next month, Casita Maria is putting on the South Bronx Culture Festival. And around the city, the Festival of New York is coordinating programming far and wide. When we say that culture is going to drive our city's recovery, these summer festivals that are bringing communities together are the perfect example. As you all know from having your ear to the ground in your districts, this doesn't even scratch the surface of cultural activity that brings neighborhoods to life and communities together in every corner of our city. As New York continues to reopen and recover, this administration believes in the power of art and culture to bring us together and drive us forward. This deep commitment is reflected in our investments in and support for the artists and organizations who do this critically important work. Having served on the council myself, I know how critical the partnership between the council and this agency is for investing in and supporting our cultural community. I want to build on work and accomplishments from recent years, which in turn build on the advocacy of activists stretching back generations. Collectively, we've taken major steps toward making our cultural sector more open, equitable, inclusive, and welcoming to all New Yorkers. But there's still so much more we need to accomplish. DCLA is working with the members of the SIG, who typically employ thousands of New Yorkers and attract millions of visitors each year, to implement their diversity plans. With this year's CDF, we're rolling out new reforms to make the application process simpler and more accessible, and building greater equity into the review and awards process. Internal DEI work at DCLA is ensuring that these values are facing initiatives are deeply rooted in the agency's culture and values. New Yorkers from all backgrounds need to understand that working in the arts is a powerful form of public service. In turn, we need to take steps to make sure that working in the arts is something everyone sees as a pathway open to them. Another DCLA program I admire is the CUNY Cultural Corps, which provides paid internships for CUNY students at cultural groups across the city. DCLA is also encouraging cultural organizations to serve as host sites for the Summer Youth Employment Program, giving youth paid opportunities to work in our cultural community. I had my own powerful experience as a summer youth intern in the cultural sector, starting at the Met Museum when I was 15, and later working at the Brooklyn Children's Museum and the Brooklyn Museum. We need to see our summer youth and CUNY students as the future cultural leaders they are and invest in their professional growth now. That means making the most of existing opportunities and fighting for more. As the budget process moves forward, I look forward to working with each and every one of you, realizing the shared vision for a more vibrant, inclusive, and equitable cultural sector. I'm happy to answer any questions you have at this time. Thank you so much to our chairs and the entire committee for your time, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Commissioner. You said a lot of great things about a lot of council members except me, but we will, I will try to not think about that as we negotiate the budget. I know you have a special place in your heart for me.
Very special.
Okay, let's get into it. And before we begin, I always preface it with the committee today. We might not get to all of our questions, or you might not have all the responses. Certainly, I don't anticipate that, but we will send a follow-up letter for any of the unanswered questions. So the cultural community requested an additional $45 million in fiscal 23 for strategic initiatives, which include marketing, tourism, and workforce development program. Has the agency looked into expansion of funding and services in these areas?
We are continuously, as I've come and been appointed to this position about a month and a half ago, we are continuously looking at all of the partnerships and ways that we can move and grow the agency pushing forward. So the 45 million that you are discussing, we are looking at that. We are looking how to best strategize to make sure that funding for our agency best reflects the diversity of the city of New York, and that we are putting time, investment, and energy into those initiatives to make sure that we have a more diverse and robust city that is reflective of our cultural community.
And does the agency have dedicated funding to support BIPOC-led and serving organizations?
There are many initiatives that we have throughout this particular agency. The Theaters of Color initiative is one that we oversee that I spoke about earlier. That provides critical funding for many of our organizations of color. We also have, as you're well aware, of the Cultural Immigration Fund, which is a critical organization for many BIPOC organizations. And much of our CASA program also supports the BIPOC community specifically in that way. When I was in the city council, I was pleased to create the Art as a Catalyst for Change initiative, and that provides funding for many of our arts organizations who are doing work in organizations most impacted by gun violence. Many of those providers come from our BIPOC artist community, and we are pleased to support them. And I am confident that in this year's CDF process, because with your help, we are going to have the most diverse panel process ever. And a diverse panel process is going to lead to greater funding of organizations that are reflective of the city of New York.
In the fiscal 22 adopted plan, there was $12.6 million in federal funding for the City Artist Corps. This program supported New York City-based working artists who were disproportionately impacted by COVID. The funding was not included in the fiscal 23 prelim or the executive plan. So what is the plan going forward to continue support the city's artists?
I'm going to have at this time, I'm going to have Shirley Levy, my chief of staff, is going to respond to that question.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Chair. Yes, that money was one-time federal money through the American Rescue Plan, so we could not repeat that program. Nevertheless, we do fund, we show a commitment to individual artists through our robust program with our local arts councils. Every year, we have a dedicated funding stream that goes to them, and they act as our conduit to serve individual artists across the 5 boroughs through their services and grant programs.
Okay. The cultural community has asked for $5 million to increase staffing at DCLA for the agency to provide efficient and timely support to the field. Does the agency believe it has an adequate number of staff to run all these great programs and initiatives?
Our agency is currently thrilled that we had an increase of 6 to our headcount. This really brings us to a level which we can more effectively get resources out the door for many of our organizations. This is really in response to what so many of you and the cultural community have called for. It's really a call for better transparency, more effectiveness, and getting funds and resources out the door in a timely fashion. So this increase of an additional 6 to our headcount is getting us far closer to our ability to achieve our goals. We can always do more with more, but currently we are working to fill those positions, and I'm confident with filling those positions, you are going to see many of the projects that you have funded and others are now going to be taken off hold, and we're going to be able to move those projects more efficiently and effectively than before.
What is the head count right now?
The head count currently right now is 55.
Okay. And is that higher or lower than it's been?
Our 2017 number was 62 individuals. During the pandemic, our numbers reached as low as 48. And so at this time, to have that increase to 55 puts us in a stronger position to administer the grants that we have, as well as the capital projects and equipment projects that have been put on hold during the pandemic. This increase in the headcount is really going to get us to a place where we can rev up to be able to make sure that organizations get this funding in a timely fashion.
That's good to hear. Let's talk about the blueprint for economic recovery.
Let's talk about it.
So the executive budget for DCLA stands at $155 million. There's $5.2 million in additional funding for FY23 for cultural organizations as outlined in the mayor's blueprint. What programs and initiatives will the agency implement with this earmarked funding?
A portion of that funding is going to go to the CDF process because we want to make sure that we're providing even more funding as organizations are coming out of the recovery. So that's really critical to us. We also have a program that we are administering that's going to help many small organizations have an opportunity to understand if they are eligible, how to prepare themselves for the capital process. So many not-for-profit organizations spoke to us in terms of expressing how complicated the capital review process is. We wanted to make that process more accessible. So part of what we put forward in the blueprint was that we wanted to see that process more user-friendly. We wanted to help organizations understand how to prepare an application and if they were even eligible or ready in order to undertake a large capital campaign project. I wish a program like this existed 20 years ago when I founded my not-for-profit organization, because it was really complicated to figure out how to have a capital grant realized. So this is another aspect of what we will be using the $5 million that was allocated from the administration during this process. So that and the CDF, and we're looking to see how we will distribute those resources equitably to those two different programs.
Okay. Okay, Commissioner, I appreciate this. I'm going to hand it over to my co-chair, Councilman Osei, so he can get some questions in as well. Congratulations again. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Brannon, and thank you for responding to those questions, Commissioner. I do have a bit of questions before passing them on to my colleagues. In the fiscal 2023 budget response, the council called on the administration to support cultural organizations by adding an additional $50 million in the fiscal 2023 executive expense budget to support cultural institution groups or the cultural institution group and provide across the board grant increases for all CDF recipients and support the city's artists and our cultural community has been advocating for an additional $100 million. Why is this funding not reflected in the executive budget? And at least why is the council's response with the $50 million not reflected in the executive budget?
Thank you so much for that question. That's essentially what this hearing is about today. So to get right into the meat and potatoes of this particular hearing, I just want to start off by saying that Mayor Eric Adams has been completely supportive of the Arts and Cultural Committee in New York City. He's excited about it. He understands its role in the recovery of New York City. The opportunity to have a headcount increase of 6 individuals, one, brings our number in terms of our headcount higher. That's going to give us an opportunity to be able to get more resources out of the door in a timely and efficient fashion. The other aspect of this is that during this process, we're still heavy in the negotiation process. And so at this time, as I talked about in my opening remarks, we are at a stronger place right now in the budget than we have been in the last 2 fiscal years. At this point, we're at about 154 million. In the fiscal year 21, we were at about 137 million. And in fiscal year 22, we were at about 144 million. So we're at a stronger place right now. What we're not seeing in the budget right now are one-time allocations that are added at adoption. That's a critical, huge chunk of the budget, the one-time allocations, and those are not reflected in what you're seeing right now. The second part of it that we're not seeing at this time as well is the city council portion of it. And so the ability for the city council, as well as the one-times and other aspects of the negotiation that are going to happen, that's when you will see the entire budget and to have an adequate snapshot of where we are. To look at the numbers at this time and to make a comparison from one fiscal year to where we are currently is not really a fair assessment of where we are right now. So we look forward to working with the council. We look forward to the fight that many are going to have in terms of making sure that the council initiatives are robust and that those programs continue. And that will be a major part of understanding the entirety of the entire budget.
Thank you. And there were not a lot of increases to DCLA's budget in the fiscal 2023 executive budget. What we're seeing right now, obviously we'll see those one-timers hopefully within the next couple of months. But one major one was towards the mayor's economic recovery blueprint for culturals. What DCLA programs or initiatives are part of the mayor's economic recovery blueprint?
One that I am excited about, again, is the expansion of the CDF program. And why I mentioned that expansion is because we're doing a lot of things that are very new and innovative with CDF. We are raising the floor from $5,000 for a grant to $10,000 for a grant. So organizations that had to fill out so much paperwork for a $5,000 grant are now going to be elevated to the opportunity to achieve at baseline a $10,000 grant. That's just one of the reforms we've created. Another element of the reforms that we've created is that we've raised the amount of money that panelists will receive for serving on a panel. So for an arts leader to serve on a panel, they would receive approximately $420 to be able to serve on a panel. So these are elements of the CDF reform that we are looking forward to that are going to elevate the entire field. So it's that. We're also looking forward to the capital program that I spoke about earlier. The capital program is going to give us an opportunity to be able to help so many organizations that qualify for the opportunity to actually have a capital project happen in their community. So many organizations, particularly in the outer boroughs, particularly in our BIPOC communities, who haven't had the experience of building a brand new permanent home are now going to have the opportunity and the capabilities of seeing and learning how the capital process works so that they can participate in this program.
And just to follow up on that 10K expansion for CDF, is the $10,000 the amount given to all organizations who receive funds from CDF despite the size of the organization?
So I just want to be clear about that. We are reopening the panel process. So during the pandemic, we didn't we didn't have a panel review process in the same way. Everyone that received funding prior to the pandemic received funding in a renewal basis each year. But this year we are opening up the panel review process again, and we anticipate at least 1,200 organizations or more will apply. But I want to be clear, it is a panel review process. So if you received $5,000 last year, it doesn't automatically mean that you're going to receive $10,000 next year. And $10,000 is just the floor. We have an opportunity, an organization could also receive $100,000, but $10,000 is the new floor. And it's an opportunity for organizations that apply to begin at $10,000 versus $5,000. But I just want to be clear that it's not a renewal. Organizations will have to reapply. And again, the application is due May 16th. So if you are watching this and it's streaming online, please make sure if you haven't gotten your application in, please make sure you do so now.
Thank you for the reminder. I'm sure many people I gotta let people know too. The Cultural Development Fund is a critical grant for many of our cultural institutions. Yet, as we've both discussed, the CDF process is one that is critiqued to be inaccessible and inequitable. Many of the cultural organizations have told me that they do not know the exact qualifications on which organizations receive funds through the CDF process and which don't. How is DCLA ensuring transparency in the CDF application process?
We are doing webinars on a regular basis. Many of our webinars are on our website, and you can check those webinars out. They have been pre-recorded at this point. So you can go on to the website. We have done a social media campaign to get the word out. We've sent all council members a deck so that you can take that information and you can share it with your community and arts organizations so that you are prepared for that.
Will DCLA plan to provide the, will DCLA plan to provide the council and the public with a breakdown of who received funds and how do organizations qualify for funds? And obviously I just heard that, you did send us that deck. We have received that ourselves, but will we be able to see a breakdown of who received those funds?
You will absolutely be able to see a listing of who received funds. That's the best part about being the commissioner, that we get to brag about the organizations that we have funded. So you are absolutely going to see a breakdown of the organizations that we have funded. You will be able to see which communities are receiving funding, and you're able to see at this point, you're going to be able to see how much more equitable this process is.
And has DCLA done any targeted outreach to orgs in the outer boroughs and orgs of color for CDF? Especially when we're talking about the subject of equity have we been reaching out to immigrant communities and, communities with a predominantly diverse, demographic?
We have done a very heavy lift in terms of making sure that we had a marketing campaign that reaches out to all of the organizations. So organizations that have applied to the Department of Cultural Affairs, past and present, have been sent notifications numerously about the fact that the CDF process is open. We've also utilized our relationship with many of our city council partners and elected officials, because we are also counting on you, because nobody knows your district better than you. Nobody can advocate for your organizations better than you. So this is a complete partnership process. The more you advocate, the more that you speak to the people in your communities, at your community boards, at the police precinct council meetings, at all of the hearings and town halls, the more that you communicate. I know many of you are on social media and are social media magnets, such as yourself. You getting on that social media channel and doing a video would be game changing. So we have done our part in terms of promoting this to the larger city, also making sure that organizations that applied previously, whether they were awarded or not, are also given an opportunity to apply again. And we've reached out to those organizations. Our webinars have had anywhere from 350 to 400 people attend each of those events. So the outpouring of support and people interested, and we have already, from the applications that are coming in, see an increase. We had approximately about 1,000 people that applied in previous years. We believe that that number is going to dramatically increase this year because the need is so great and so many organizations are looking forward to applying this year.
Great. And is the agency planning to allocate additional funding aside from CDF to organizations working in low-income neighborhoods and areas most affected by COVID-19?
Now, I want our Chief of Staff, Shirley Levy, who's working on an incredible project, who's been doing this for a number of years, and she's going to talk more about that.
Hi there. Just very quickly want to update you on social impact of the arts, which is a research project that you actually, Chair, like to cite about the social well-being of our communities and how arts and culture really influence that. The first study was conducted in 2017 with a number of private partners and our cultural sector, and we hope to issue a second research study and update to that report this coming year, which is big news, I think, for our agency and for all of our partners and advocates for arts and culture. And with those findings, we have been in the past able to allocate additional funding outside of CDF or on top of CDF for organizations that meet particular parameters that we've found through SIAP. So organizations in civic clusters who can benefit from additional resources. These tend to be smaller organizations, community organizations, BIPOC-led or serving organizations. We use the SIAP research and add funding on top of CDF for those organizations.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. And we're really excited about that because it gives us an opportunity to recognize what you know so well in terms of communities that have art and culture in a very robust way. We see that the numbers on every other level, from education to health, are all improved dramatically. So this is a second chance in the funding cycle to be able to support those organizations who are in those communities doing that work very specifically. And we're looking forward to that part of the budget process.
Amazing. So let's talk about headcount and DCLA staffing, because I know that there are 5 additional roles that are being included, and even talking to
six.
Even talking to cultural organizations, especially the smaller ones that apply for DCLA funding, do believe that DCLA does need more support to get through these applications and to review the organizations that are doing the work but also do want to receive funding. The department's fiscal 2023 executive budget provides for 55 full-time positions across all divisions, which is it 3 more than the fiscal 2022 or 6 more?
6 more.
6 more, which is in the adopted budgets. What positions in particular were added or will be added?
I'm going to give you, hold on one moment. I'm going to give you the exact titles. The exec budget includes the addition of 6 full-time headcount, baseline starting in fiscal 23, restoration of 2 out of 3 full-time positions that were cut in the Jan plan, 1 headcount to convert 1 program's per diem to full-time, that's critical. Addition of 3 new positions, 2 capital equipment project managers, and 1 ACO unit position. So we are going to have a very robust staffing opportunity here. And I'm just really excited about the capital improvement project managers, because our capital projects, particularly the equipment division, really needs that. Because as city council members, you all fund so many of the projects in terms of the HVAC systems, the opportunity to have computers and smart boards and all of those things, which so many of our schools and cultural institutions and all alike have come forward saying that they need more of. So this is going to be really critical on our side, that we're able to have this equipment opportunity in terms of individuals that can know the capital system, get those projects out of the door, and take many of the projects that have been put on hold during the pandemic into operation.
Thank you. And does the agency believe it has adequate numbers of staff now to efficiently run all the programs and initiatives, especially when it comes to running the CDF program in an equitable way and ensuring that discretionary funding reimbursements are done promptly?
This increase in our headcount is going to bring the agency into a much higher and efficient level in terms of our ability to be able to operate the organization and to take many of the projects that have been put on hold during the pandemic into full operation, and we're looking forward to that. So I feel very confident, particularly as a new commissioner, coming in with an increase of 6 to the headcount, which is going to be game changing for this agency. And we're really looking forward to hiring those individuals and getting them up to speed and implementing these programs.
Right. So for DCLA programs and initiatives, I have a couple questions to ask pertaining to this topic. Our SIGs took a huge financial impact due to stay-at-home orders and had to close their doors during the pandemic, cutting off a huge chunk of their income. How is the DCLA planning to support our SIGs as we look towards COVID recovery?
Can you repeat that question again? Part of it might have went out during while you were asking.
Our SIGs took a huge financial impact due to stay-at-home orders and had to close their doors during the pandemic, cutting off a huge chunk of their income. How is the DCLA planning to support our SIGs as we look towards COVID recovery?
I'm going to turn this over right now to Sheila Feinberg, my deputy commissioner, who's been working with many of the cultural institutions during the pandemic, particularly the SIGs, to address this question.
Good afternoon. So a couple of things. One is I just want to reinforce that we at DCLA support all of our cultural institutions. We're doing everything we can for everybody. We know that our sector took a huge hit during the pandemic. So whether that was a local, smaller community organization up to a CIG that you're talking about right now. I just want to be very clear, our support to the CIGs and to our sector did not waver during this time period. So I just want to be very upfront about that. In terms of any additional asks that the CIGs are making, that's a separate conversation, but we support the CIGs currently as we have been historically through our operating subsidies. We also help the CIGs and the sector with our capital projects that I think the commissioner was just talking about. And again, going back to the staff headcount increase, this will help a lot of our cultural sector get their projects done, particularly the less sexy ones, but the more vital ones for programming, which are the capital equipment purchases and projects.
Thank you. And due to the pandemic, there were many layoffs and many New Yorkers lost their jobs at these cultural institutions. How is DCLA working to support the SIGs and other cultural organizations to bring back jobs in the cultural sector?
Every organization has a different set of issues. And so each organization we work individually with to understand and assess their needs. The pandemic for some was debilitating in terms of their budget numbers. For others, they sustained great success, particularly many of our organizations who had outdoor facilities and outdoor spaces they did really well financially during the pandemic. So each organization is a case-by-case basis. Of course, the federal support that many of the organizations received during the pandemic helped many of those organizations kickstart their programming in terms of reopening their doors. But to say that we have a blanket approach in terms of how we bring back individuals' workforce, because there are all kinds of different issues, from labor issues to organizations that have limited staff or have employees that work on contract or per diem. So with each different organization, we take an individualized approach in terms of how we assist and support and help.
So I do understand that it's not a blanket approach, but for those cultural institution groups that did see severe losses in jobs, what has been the approach to help them?
I would say currently right now, we are again meeting with different organizations, and they are expressing to us what their needs are. And we are seeing as an agency how we can reach their needs individually as an organization, because each one has a different set of issues as it pertains to individuals that were laid off. Again, federal funding jump-started a lot of that and helped many of the organizations address those issues. But I'm telling you, every day, a different organization comes to us in terms of saying they need to have a strategy in terms of how they bring back their staff. How do they increase? Many organizations have also had to decrease the amount of hours or days that are open. So some had to decrease staff, some had to decrease days of operation. And so each organization is working with a different set of circumstances. And so it is challenging work, but it is the work that we know is going to bring back the city of New York. I wish I could say that there was a balloon of funding that exists to bring back all New York City workers, but that's really not our reality at this time. We are just simply working to make sure that we meet every organization's individual needs and doing that as effectively as we can with different partners and different agencies to see how we can be most effective.
Many individual artists have struggled financially during the pandemic and have lost their main sources of income due to stay-at-home orders. From conversations I hear on Culture at 3 calls and from conversations I have had with advocates, there's a call to continue support for and expand the City Artist Corps. How will DCLA work to support the City Artist Corps, and how much will be allocated to individual artists through this program if it is expanded?
I want to say that our agency right now is working very hard and effectively at increasing support and funding for our arts councils across the 5 boroughs. So our arts councils are where so many local artists get their funding and get their support. And we are continuing to remain committed to our arts councils to make sure that they are robust, that they are vibrant, and they have the resources and necessary support to support that arts community. Our arts councils are where organizations apply, but it's also where artists have an opportunity to apply for funding. And for many, for many organizations or many artists, that's their opportunity to receive funding. The CUNY Core program is critical and it's essential. We are still in budget negotiations around funding and support, and those are typically decided at adoption. And so we're going to continue to work with our partners at CUNY and our cultural organizations to assess all of their needs so that we can better support and fund this incredible program that produces art leaders. And hopefully in the future, we can continue to make programs like that more accessible to more.
So at this point, you would say that we don't have, a numerical amount for how much will be allocated, or even a percentage?
Those decisions are determined at the adoption of the budget. So it's premature for us to say what those numbers would be at this time. So we don't have the answer to that question right now, but that information will become more readily available when it comes time for adoption. But it is certainly something that this agency and myself certainly care deeply about, because I understand that it calls for diversity, equity, and inclusion, and the opportunities to have more individuals of color in our workforce, as well as in our boards. We need to have a pipeline. So it's certainly an initiative that I care deeply about. And I know you and many members of this committee also care deeply about, because this is a pipeline to actually achieving the goals. So it's something that we're deeply committed to.
Great. And I'm going to end off with asking some questions in regards to capital funding. How many active capital projects does the agency currently have? And how many cultural organizations are these at? And then what is the progress on these capital projects that you are aware of?
I'm going to turn it over at this time to Philippa Shao, who is our DCLA Director of Finance, who can give you the exact numbers on the amount of capital projects in our portfolio currently.
Great.
Philippa, you can unmute yourself.
You're unmuted, so you should be able to, you can just.
Philippa, we can't hear you. Okay, in the interim, we're going to have Shirley Levy.
Hi there, thank you. The exact numbers we don't have at the ready, but I can tell you that we have approximately 250 active capital projects at approximately 200 organizations. Those organizations span the 5 boroughs, different disciplines and different sizes. In terms of the progress, again, each project has its own pace because of the unique nature of that specific project, whether it's equipment or a renovation or a complete new building. So we do our best with the resources that we have to move every project apace. And if you have questions about specific projects in your district or elsewhere, we can follow up with you offline and give you an update on those. Thank you.
Awesome.
Thank you. And what is the breakdown of DCLA's capital projects by borough? Is that something that I could follow up about after this as well as how DCLA tracks its projects this way?
We'll definitely get you that breakdown in terms of capital projects by borough. I understand the importance of knowing that number, and we will definitely get you each capital project by borough for the entire committee and the council to be able to review.
Great. And the last question I have is, how does DCLA work to ensure its capital spending is spread across the city in an equitable way?
So right now we're in the review for the capital process, and we are looking at organizations. We take it really organization by organization and what they are requesting, where they are in the budget process, partnerships, which are really key. So I would say that the most effective way for us to be able to fund an organization is if the borough president, the city council, and DCLA work collaboratively together to understand our capital desires. So if we work collaboratively together with the agency, we will be able to have projects that are done on time and are completed. The challenge that happens is when we do not work collaboratively, you may have projects that are your priority. The administration may have projects that are their priority, and we may fund them, but we may not fund them together. And if we don't fund them together, it takes longer for that organization's capital goals to be realized. So the ability to have partnership will certainly help and assist in terms of making sure that capital projects are equitable all across the city of New York. And so I look forward to working with each of the council members and our borough presidents to determine what are their priorities, what do they want to see in their community, and how we can make that possible.
Thank you, Commissioner Cumbo. And I just hope all my colleagues on this call who have been tuning in and listening to the answers to this question just understand that our cultural organizations, our cultural institutions must be a priority of ours for the budget. I'm hoping that in all of your respective conversations with the administration and with the speaker, we're advocating on behalf of your cultural organizations and institutions because of how I said in my opening, how deeply significant they are in the recovery of our city. So thank you for those answers, Commissioner, and I'm looking forward to hearing from the rest of my colleagues about their questions.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Chair Osei. It's an honor to work with you on this committee. I'm confident that we are going to do great things. And I just want to reiterate from my time in the council, I have learned the power of partnership. And so I really look forward to partnering with my council colleagues and making sure that we have an opportunity to work together to realize your vision Our goal of the Department of Cultural Affairs is to realize shared visions so that we can get projects completed efficiently and effectively, particularly for those communities most in need. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chairs Brandon and Osei. We also have been joined by Councilmembers Carr and Moya. We'll turn to Councilmember questions, and he needs no introduction. We know who we are turning to first, Councilmember Barron.
Starting time.
Excuse me, sir. You're blowing up my spot. You're letting everybody know my strategy now. Don't do that, man. Good afternoon, Commissioner.
Good afternoon, Councilmember Barron.
I appreciate you bringing up the theaters of color. I think it's critical, but you know, the reason why we had to create the theaters of color is because of the racism in the Department of Cultural Affairs in terms of the allocation of resources. And while working with the city council and those Woody King who really initiated a lot of organizing, and we also have to always give credit to Ossie Davis, Ruby D, and Barbara Ann Tier, who made their transition. So we'll always be indebted to them. But you know, the 700,000 to 3.7 or whatever millions were is dismally low for these theaters of color. And it's hypocritical for us to be in a city that is 65% Black, Latino, Latina, and Asian, and yet the SIGs that get the most money are the big white institutions. And that has been happening over the years. So collectively, the Committee of Coalition of Theaters, over 350 years, they have that kind of history, and they brought out people like the Honorable Felicia Rashad, Denzel Washington, Samuel Jackson, Morgan Freeman, Lawrence Fishburne. These are the people that came out of that. So I'm hoping you can give me a sense of what's happening, the macro picture, you know, in terms of theaters of color and Black, Latino, and Asians, and what we should be getting in terms of the resources available. That's the first part. The second part is the question of the budget. You know, according to all of the budget information out on paper, documented, that the 145 million that was increased to
Councilmember Barron, you're breaking up a little bit.
Oh, could you hear me now?
I can hear you now.
Okay, the 145 million, or the preliminary budget that was increased in the executive, does not accurately represent the 78.1 million that was cut from the adopted budget in 2022. That was 230 million, and it was cut back down to 155 million. That's a huge drop off. So one, how are you going to make that up, and where is that going? How is that going to hurt? And finally, and I'll let you take it from there, with that kind of cut, I thought you and the mayor were friends. With friends like that, who needs enemies, Commissioner? That's a huge cut, my sister. You know, you better talk to your brother and say he needs to put that money back. But thank you, Commissioner.
As long as I have you as a friend, I know I'm okay. So I'm just going to begin with the theaters of color. I want to first start by thanking you and all of the dynamic leaders that you spoke about who helped bring this to fruition. The wonderful part about this is your enthusiasm for it and you being a founding member of it. Because we on the DCLA side, it's not in our purview to increase funding for the theaters of color. That happens on the council side. So during the budget negotiation process, it's really critical for organizations that you all want to see supported, that you put all your energies and
if
focus.
I may, Commissioner, please, I hate to interrupt
Let
you.
me just finish one thing that I just want to get to.
Just one last thing on the correction on that. I meant, how can the Department of Cultural Affairs fund these organizations? I know we got to increase ours, but I was talking about the Department of Cultural Affairs lack of adequacy of funding these groups, which is why we had to create the theaters of colors in the first place. I just wanted to get that clear. Sorry for cutting you off.
No, let me just say, I appreciate that. I too shared that same concern, right? So there were discussions when I was in the council that we take theaters of color out of the city council and place it into the Department of Cultural Affairs and baseline that funding. The council members at that time said that they still want to have control over who gets the funding. Once it comes over to the Department of Cultural Affairs, that takes the power away from those organizations, from those council members' ability to say who gets what and how much they get. So
I got that. So I don't think they should take it out from the council, but I'm saying let that happen. And additional to that, the Department of Cultural Affairs needs to add money to not necessarily put them under and take the power away from the council. They could keep that, but the Department of Cultural Affairs has to put a greater share of their budget into that.
Time expired. I'll just complete with that. So one of the things that we want to make sure that organizations like the Theaters of Color continue to grow and continue to expand. We can do that with your partnership, but we can also start to look at private resources and partnerships and opportunities to potentially consider that. But I do want to draw your attention to the CDF process and to let you know, as the CDF level of funding is increasing, this was one of the things that I wanted to see happen, was that we increase the amount of funding, but that we also put the power in the power of the council members' hands to suggest panelists. Now, just hearing more panelists is kind of like, yeah, like that sounds good. But the reality is, and I'm sure you sat on panels, when you have panelists who represent the communities where these organizations thrive, live, and grow, it makes a world of difference. Previously, when you're talking about issues of racism and those types of dynamics, if you don't have the right people on the panel review process, you will see the same issues occur. So if we can change that dynamic, we can really change the dynamic in terms of who receives funding through the CDF. And to answer your question on the capital,
right,
and the entire city budget, what you're seeing again is a snapshot of the budget pre-adoption. I want to just stress, because this is a very interesting and important part of this. It does not include the one-time. It does not include the one-time allocations that happen at adoption, which are a huge chunk of the budget. It does not include any elements of what the city council contributes to that as well, and other elements of the negotiation. So what some people are describing as a cut is really not a fair comparison. You can't compare this moment that we're in pre-adoption with where we were at adoption in the last fiscal year. So it's critical that we compare apples to apples and oranges to oranges in this way. And so I want to make sure that people understand that Mayor Eric Adams is absolutely committed to the arts and cultural community, which is why we're at a stronger place in fiscal year 23 than we have been in the past 2 fiscal years. And we haven't added the one-time allocations, and we also not have added at this time what I know is going to be a huge, bigger than ever city council contribution to the arts and cultural budget.
If I may, Mr. Chair, just for a second, having been through 12 budgets, I do understand the process, and I do understand in 2022, there was a larger preliminary budget before the final adoption than your budget right now. So how do you go from a larger preliminary budget before the council put all of their stuff in, before anything came from the feds? The 2022 preliminary budget is larger than this budget that we adopting at this moment. So yes,
we might have different numbers. And
this is the council's numbers. I ain't making these numbers up. I'm just saying that this is a cut, and whatever's going to be restored, we'll deal with that at the end. But at this point, as you accurately mentioned, we're at a point in the process. At this point, this number is lower than we were at the point last budget. But I'll leave it alone so others can ask their questions.
Thank you, Councilmember Barron. We will have to do a comparison of numbers offline, but I appreciate your question and definitely appreciate your enthusiasm for Theaters of Color and many of the initiatives that you were integral in creating during your previous time in the council, and looking forward to working with you in the future.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councilmember Barron. Next, we'll turn to Councilmember Brewer.
Starting
time.
Thank you very much. I share your vision and hope for funding for the arts. I have one question. When you mentioned May 16th, and just like others, I have appointed people to sit on that panel for the last, I don't know, 20 years.
Yes, thank you.
So I know, but it's hard. So I appreciate the extra per diem, but I also have a question. May 16th is the day for what? Because nobody, I've talked to all the members of the Manhattan delegation in the last few minutes, and we don't know what that is. So what is May 16th? Deadline.
May 16th is the deadline for the CDF application. So this year, we're asking all organizations, we're going paperless this year. We're asking all organizations all throughout the city of New York to turn in their CDF application.
Okay.
This is really critical.
So I understand that, Commissioner, but just so you know, nobody in Manhattan knows anything about it. So I'm just wondering if we could extend the deadline, because you have a good list, I'm sure. But to be honest with you, I've just talked to 5 of my colleagues and nobody knows what I'm talking about. And I'm pretty on top of, not everything, but I try really hard. So I don't know, just so you know, nobody knows a thing about it. And then maybe you may know all the groups, but there may be some that, fell through the cracks because we want them all to apply. Particularly as we know that this is geared towards the smaller culturals. So I just want you to know, nobody knows a thing about this except maybe the group, but as far as I know, elected officials do not. So you might want to extend the deadline. We can talk about it offline, but I would love to send, we have a newsletter that goes to 100,000 people and I'd love to be able to tell people about it. So, all right, that's just number one.
Well, Councilmember Brewer, can I just respond to that very quickly? We have sent the deck to all of the council members throughout the city because it was our expectation that through sending all of the council members the deck of communication and promotion that they would be able to do that. Unfortunately, we are not able to extend the deadline. This is due to
nobody knows a thing about it. I just talked to them.
I wouldn't go so far as to say no one knows a thing about it. Each of our webinars have between 350 and 400 applicants.
No, I know that the groups do. I'm just letting you know, elected officials do not. So I don't know what happened, but I'm ready. I checked with 5 of them in the last few minutes. So,
okay,
I will try to tell people, but it's, I don't know.
I apologize, but we have 3 days left to get it out.
I know, I can count. I know. I'm just saying, okay, it's just frustrating to me having done this for 20 years and not know. Okay, that's number one.
We will resend it out to you. Yes.
Okay, I would love to. Somebody, so it to me would be great. Nobody knows. Second is, I agree with the others that I think the cultural group as a whole is asking for 100 million more, an additional 100 million because of all the things that they've been through. And I just wanted to know for things like tourism, 10 million. I think you know this, workforce, 10 million. And the other one that I wanted to know if we have any idea about what we are spending is for deaf and disabled communities. The cultural community is asking for 5 million. So I'm just wondering, are we close to that 100 million? Obviously the breakdown is cultural equity fund, tourism, workforce, accessibility, and then individual artists for the wonderful City Artist Program. So is there any hope of getting close to the city council will negotiate, you will negotiate. I know, done it before, but I think we really need to be closer to the 100 million. People love your agency. They want your agency to be funded. So are we even close to, like, is there something that you would see in this list that perhaps does need more funding?
Again, I would state that much of what you're discussing and asking about will be items that will be realized at adoption.
Yeah.
I too have a lot of hope. I always keep hope alive, but on a very serious note, this council shares many of the same priorities and many of the same desires in terms of equity and the arts and culture of New York City, reflecting the diversity of this city. And so much of what is being put forward are elements of the budget that I would say that we have a shared desire to see a more robust, a more vibrant, and a more well-funded cultural community. And that happens through negotiation. We are participating very actively in that negotiation. And I am confident that we are going to continue to work in partnership to realize many of the goals that we all share. But at this time, I can't respond to
the only other question I have is maybe I listened to your testimony, but are there some new needs that you maybe aren't funded that you think the sector could use at this time, having had so much experience in the past?
We can always do more with more, as we say at the Department of Cultural Affairs. But I would say right now, what we're really focused on are making the programs that we're already doing more robust, more transparent, and more equitable. This opportunity of reopening the CDF process and doing the panel review process after it not happening during the pandemic is a huge lift for the agency in terms of reigniting our cultural community, getting us back into the panel review process, having so many more panelists. I believe we're looking for 400 panelists to review these applications.
And Hatton always has the most, because I know we've done it, having done 20 years. They have a huge number. So we'll try to come up with some panelists for you. All right, thank you. And we know, again, just so you know, May 16th is a challenge, but we'll try to work on it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Brewer.
Thank you. And next we'll turn to Councilmember Carr.
Starting time.
Hello, Commissioner. It's great to see you. Congratulations on your appointments. I'm very happy to see you at the helm of DCLA, as are all of our CIGs and cultural leaders here in Staten Island. So my questions are with respect to, I'm going to start with CDF, that Councilmember Osei was talking about earlier. I sat on CDF panels for several years as a staffer on behalf of the borough delegation. And one of the things that I noticed, and I'm glad you're doing the webinars and the outreach, is that oftentimes the applications did not reflect the quality of the cultural services and institutions who were seeking funds from DCLA. And I just talked to DCLA staff several times about, what can we do to kind of cue in these applicants to maybe improve their applications for the future? Because sometimes really critical groups were on the verge of not making the cut, so to speak, because their applications didn't really demonstrate the worthiness of what I know as someone who's been to these institutions that they provide. And so I'd love to kind of hear from you and the agency about, after these webinars, after this cycle is done, who's really participating and what I can do to kind of bring these cultural institutions to the table with you guys to kind of prepare better for the future.
That's an incredible question. And I too, when I was a council member, experienced that, as well as when I served as a panelist, where you would see those great organizations that didn't quite put together the right proposal. I'll just take a step back in many ways. As a council member, what I did in terms of serving my district, I held my own CDF panel. How do you fill out the CDF proposal? And brought in different leaders. We worked with the Coney Island JCC, and they helped us to do Q&A, how to fill out the application, and to do those elements of it. We also have had here several webinars. Some organizations, many organizations participate in it, right? Other organizations sometimes feel like, I've got it, I know what to do. Or unfortunately, some organizations wait till Sunday night to do the application. Yep. And let me tell you, I get it and I understand. It's not like they're twiddling their thumbs somewhere. They're on the ground doing the work. They're giving school tours. They're getting ready for summer camp. They're doing all of that critical work. But I would say the main thing that we've done is this webinar series. We've also done a huge social media campaign. So much of this work is online. And as a council member, I would strongly encourage to do your own town hall style. How do you fill out the application? DCLA is a good partner to do those types of programs and application seminars with. So please consider us a resource, but also organizations in your community that you can partner with on how to do the right application for your group. And just continue, to talk to your groups and encouraging them. Don't wait till the last minute. And also don't think you just got it. Like, processes change. You always need a refresher, and it's always great to be in the field working with your colleagues in terms of hearing the questions they might have, might be a question that you haven't answered. But I really thank you for the question, because that's something that I care deeply about. And it's heartbreaking when you're on a panel and you know that the organization's doing the great work and you're kind of like, why didn't you fill out the application the right way? So I totally get it. I totally
Without a
get
doubt,
it.
Commissioner, and I appreciate your answer, and I'll definitely work with you and your team on setting up something like that for the future, and looking forward to hearing the feedback from this year. In terms of I have two other questions, so I'll bundle them together. The first is I support the request for the additional $100 million for DCLA that our cultural citywide are pushing, in particular the $50 million for our CIGs. And I'm just wondering, in terms of the marketing and everything that the DCLA does to support our culturals, and the opportunity we have to kind of take advantage of the fact that more people, I think, are staying home post-pandemic and trying to do some more staycation style activities with their families, what we can do and what's already being done to promote Staten Island culturals in borough, not just to tourists, to see what we can do to make sure that folks in the borough know the great institutions they have and what they're putting on, to kind of amplify the voices that they're already bringing to the table. And so I'd just love to get the numbers on that in terms of the breakdown of what borough CIGs and culturals get in that regard at the moment. And then I'd also love to know, because you referenced, adding a CIG from your community when you were a council member, is that a conversation that you're open to having about adding a CIG or two into the Staten Island portfolio? Because I think that could be of great benefit to the cultural community here.
I'll just say that we are open to all conversations. We want to hear from the field. We want to hear from our colleagues in government in terms of what's important to you. We are looking at all avenues in our portfolio in terms of increasing diversity, in terms of increasing equity, to making sure that all our boroughs are adequately served. We have many different ways of entry into the Department of Cultural Affairs and many different programs in our portfolio. The Cultural Institutions Group is one, but there are many others. And so we want to explore all avenues to understand how can we best serve the organizations in our community. And the Cultural Institutions Group is one vehicle, but there are many vehicles. And we, on the commissioner side, we are certainly looking at different ways to explore opportunities for more equitable funding. I just went to the, not in your district, but I just went to the St. George Theater for their 92nd anniversary last weekend, and it was incredible.
I'm excited.
Right. So I certainly, have been to many of the cultural institutions in Staten Island and see just how important they are to a full New York City experience. And so you can count on my partnership and being in Staten Island with you to support many of the goals and initiatives in order to determine how we better amplify Staten Island. But I would encourage you during the next NYC and Company budget hearing to also discuss with them ways in terms of what tourism dollars they are spending in Staten Island, but also setting up specific meetings with NYC and Company to understand what is their Staten Island marketing plan for your borough.
Appreciate it, Commissioner, and thank you, chairs, for the opportunity to ask questions.
Thank you, and I'll see you soon.
Thank you, Councilmember Carr. We also have been joined by Councilmember Salamanca, and next we'll turn to Councilmember Dinowitz.
Starting time.
Hi, Commissioner. It's great to see you again.
Great to see you.
Last
time I saw you was in the Bronx.
Yes, I like our current majority leader, but I do miss seeing you up there. I have a few questions. First, it was reported recently that the Department of Education is struggling to spend federal stimulus money. Excuse me. Federal stimulus money. And I was wondering if DCLA is also the recipient of federal stimulus money, and if so, if it is all spent, or if you need help spending it. I am.
Thank you, Councilmember Dinowitz. I feel like you're about to change into Spider-Man, like this is a new show.
I'm home with a kid.
Fortunately and unfortunately, all of our federal capital dollars have been spent at this time. So I thoroughly understand the question. But we do not have federal dollars in our portfolio at this time to spend throughout our robust cultural community.
Yeah, well, I will tell you that it's good that you're not leaving money on the table, right?
Oh, we would never do that.
Well, other agencies might. So I was looking on the website, and there are grants you give to organizations. There's the Neon Arts Communities, the City Artist Corps grants. But I noticed that the Bronx, at least the Neon Arts grant, is only one out of the 7 organizations receiving grants. The City Artists Corps grant, the Bronx is only the recipient of 11% of those grants, and there wasn't data available for any of the other grants. That's just what I saw on the website. So one, if you could share, if you don't have it here, if you could share with me later, what the breakdown of other grants and programs, how it breaks down by borough, because it is often the case that the Bronx is left behind, whether with every agency and everything. But I'm wondering what sort of outreach DCLA does to get more participation for Bronx residents to engage in these programs.
One, I just want to go back to your first question in terms of the federal funding. So the federal funding that we did get went to the City Artist Corps citywide. And what that was a program that put funding directly into the hands of artists. I believe it was $25 million. It was $25 million that individual artists had an opportunity to receive a grant that I believe the baseline for was $5,000. And they were able to do art projects all throughout New York City. And we utilized that as a way to bring funding to individual artists during the pandemic. Would we love another infusion of those federal dollars? Yes, we would. But we're looking to other ways to revamp this really critical program once again. Now, in terms of funding for Bronx organizations through several of our initiatives, I'll just say we have a relationship and we have an opportunity to work collaboratively together. Let's sit down and talk with one another and figure out how we can get more funding into the Bronx and how we can further promote those organizations. We can also send you the numbers in terms of organizations in our portfolio, or rather programs such as the Neon program and many others, so that you have a better understanding of how the Bronx is faring in those prospective communities. But let's utilize the fact that we are colleagues, that we know one another, and let's sit down at the same table. I'd love to go to eat with you, walk the neighborhoods with you, and really explore how we can bring more resources to the Bronx.
I would love that. You're welcome to the mainland anytime. And I would love to get those numbers so I get a more, a better sense of how the Bronx is funded. And, it's not about DCLA, it's about the story. And we heard the same story with the small business grants and the small business loans,
right,
that almost none of them went to the Bronx. You hear it all with any agency and any with all of these grants and initiatives, the Bronx is often left behind. And so if we have an opportunity to make sure the Bronx is heard, I want to sit down with you and do that. I have one more question, and really happy to hear that you mentioned CUNY Cultural Corps. So I'll just, with the limited time remaining, I'll just ask, has the funding for this changed from previous years? I guess that's the main question. How has the funding changed, and how has the emphasis on the program changed since previous years?
I would say we don't know the fund. I would say at this time, we don't know the funding numbers of what the CUNY Core program will be. As I'm just coming into the position, I'll have to give you the numbers in terms of how the funding allocations for the program have grown. But it has expanded over the years, but I want to get you the exact numbers so that you can really see how the program has expanded and how it has impacted your district specifically.
Right. Well, so thank you. Not just my district, but yes, my district, but also the program itself is. I mean, as you mentioned in your testimony, it's about the workforce. It is workforce development. It's providing opportunities to our CUNY students and
Definitely.
Providing opportunities to our cultural organizations. So I look forward to, seeing that information, and of course how we can invest even more in these sorts of programs that leverage our CUNY students and give them opportunities while promoting the arts here in our city.
Looking forward to it. And you
Thank you,
can count on my
Councilmember.
partnership.
Thank you.
And our last question for DCLA will be Councilmember Sanchez. Those who are here for Parks, just bear with us a few more minutes as we close out the second portion of our hearing. Councilmember Sanchez?
Starting time.
Thank you so much. And congratulations, Commissioner. It's good to see you in this space. So, I mean, Councilmember Dinowitz just took all of the words from me, which I'm very happy about. But I just want to underscore, please do send us that information. I'm right below Councilmember Dinowitz in the Northwest Bronx. I've got Kingsbridge all the way down to 170, Mount Hope, Mount Eden, and we need a lot. This is one of the things I actually hear the most about from our constituents is access to culture, access to the arts, spaces for people to recreate and just, be proud of what we create in the Bronx, right? Hip hop, salsa, we just have so much that we do here. And so to turn this into a question, I've been looking through the cultural plan released in 2017, updated in 2019, and just wondering if you can provide an update on the many initiatives in there, right? There's such a strong focus on equity in that plan. I think it's a really good compass for the department, but also more broadly for the city about how we fund and think about arts and culture in the city. And could you give us an update on implementation of those initiatives named in there?
Thank you so much, Councilmember Sanchez, and thank you so much for the congratulatory shout out. I appreciate it. Let me just, back up and say, from the time that I stepped into this position, it has been really challenging to hear about a lot of the public safety issues that the Bronx has been experiencing. And I know through many of the programs that we have and the research that we're doing, we know the power of the arts in terms of turning around communities and creating safe environments through the arts. Thriving artistic and cultural communities, it has been proven, reduces issues of violence in our neighborhoods and communities throughout. So I share your concern and I share your vision and your dream for your community. It's how do we take the local arts and culture that we experience and live every day and have it supported. So I seriously mean, in terms of what I say, in terms of the partnership with my colleagues in the Bronx and making sure that we bring those resources to your communities. And we will make sure that I come out there for a tour and see the communities and the organizations and the dreams and visions that you have for your community. I also want to stress the programs that you're talking about, the Cultural Development Fund is the most effective way that you can bring resources right to your community, making sure that you recommend panelists from your community that can speak to the cultural vibrancy of the Bronx in a way that nobody else can during that panel is critical. In the blueprint, that was one of the main goals, but also a program that we've created as to how to help organizations on the ground move into the capital construction process. For many of our organizations that don't have big time donors or accountants or engineers or architects on our boards, we need that help. So this is an incredible opportunity for smaller not-for-profit organizations who want to take their vision to the next level, who want to have a new permanent home, who want to undergo the opportunity to have a capital equipment process happen in their community. So we want your recommendations in terms of who those organizations should be, but there's also on your side so much power to expand the Theaters of Color initiative that Councilmember Barron spoke about, the Cultural Immigration Fund that Councilmember Jimmy Van Bramer and many others had funded. The Art as a Catalyst for Change, which is an initiative that I funded in order to make sure that we bring arts and culture to those communities that are most impacted by gun violence. So I created that particular initiative because I share the same concerns that you do for your community and the same visions, in that we want to make sure that arts and culture are the solution and the toolkit to creating safer and more vibrant communities.
Thank you so much, Commissioner. And I look forward to that. We have a huge and beautiful empty historic theater called the Lowe's Theater. And I'd love to walk that with you and just talk about ideas.
You got it. I'm gonna be right there to check it out with an appetite and all of that. So I look forward to it.
Excellent. Thank you so much. And thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Sanchez, and Councilmember Narcisse has her hand up. Everyone, again, we are wrapping up DCLA. If you have not asked questions and you have them, raise your hand now, please. We'll turn to Councilmember Narcisse.
Starting time.
Hi, I just want to say congratulations to both to the position as a commissioner and as well as the engagement. I am so proud of you.
Thank you. We talked about this.
And you know, Brooklyn is the center of cultural and art.
I can't say that anymore.
I'm going to use the opportunity to come for the Flag Days. I'm waiting for you for Bow Hall. I hope you're coming because
Dinowitz and Sanchez are still on the call. I can't say that anymore.
Culture. Yeah, I love my Bronx folks. They know that, but Brooklyn is the center of art and culture. So I'm looking more for the part. Yes,
I hear you. I hear what you're saying.
We love to have fun in Brooklyn. And I mean, I was going to ask some question, but I heard them before. But one of the things that I'm looking forward, and I know you have it in your note, in your calendar, in your book, in your mind, is a WMBE. I know I don't have to ask you. Yes. As a businesswoman, you know that we're pushing for that, for creating opportunity, because we need that more than ever. You know, post this pandemic, we need to bring the equity to the communities. And the best way to do it is through art. And I'm living it to know that you in that position to make sure our kids in the classroom, every school building, to have fun, because once you have culture, you know what happened next. I don't even have to tell you, because most of the things that I would ask you, we've been talking about. So
that's right.
Just make it happen. Make it happen. Make it happen. Bring the equity to all the aspects. So that's all I can say. I'm just going to leave it alone, because you know how we think, how we've been talking about how the important it is to include, to be very inclusive. And let's continue being inclusive, but address the inequities that we have in our communities. So thank you. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. Thank you. So much of what so much of what you said is what we talked about when we had lunch that day. So I really appreciate your enthusiasm and celebratory comments. It feels awesome. I want you to know, within this agency, we are doing a real deep dive in terms of our diversity, equity, inclusion. So as the Department of Cultural Affairs, we want to be the model in terms of diversity, equity, inclusion, but we also have a very robust procurement department here in the Department of Cultural Affairs. We want to make sure that diversity and a reflection of the city of New York is reflected in all things that we do as it pertains to procurement. We want to make sure that anytime we bid a project out, that we make an intentionality about making sure that MWBEs are at the top of our priorities and our goals. So just like you said, I'm going to do it. We're going to continue to work. We're going to continue to make sure that this is one of the most robust and model agencies in the city of New York, because we have to be. We represent the entire city of New York. We are the Department of Cultural Affairs, and we want to see the diversity of the city of New York reflected in all that we do. And I will see you soon.
Thank you, Councilmember Narcisse. And I will now turn it back to Chairs Brannon and Osei for their closing comments.
Thanks. Yeah, thank you to all of my colleagues. Thank you, Commissioner Cumbo, on your first executive budget hearing in an effective role. I hope we weren't too tough on you, but listen up, colleagues. We have a mission. I'm going to be annoying you often within these next couple of weeks so that we can champion all of our cultural organizations and institutions. I know I'm sounding like a broken record, but it's not just about the glitz and glam in art and performance that culture provides our city. It's the economic output that it provides our city. It's the mental health care it provides our city. So please, this is not, I know government can be black and white sometimes in terms of how it looks at things, but this world is a world of technicolor, and that's because of art and culture. This is the cultural capital of the world. All of our 5 boroughs have proven that to be true. Let's not give up on them now. They need our money. They need our support. They need our advocacy. Please, please, please push, uplift, and fund our cultural organizations, because God knows that they need it. And thank you, Commissioner, again, for being on this hearing, as well as committee council for all of your great work that you've been doing to allow for us to have this space to share our views and question DCLA.
Thank you.
Cool.
Thank you so much.
Department of Cumbo Affairs, we appreciate you. Thank you so much. We look forward to working with you, and we're excited to have a former colleague on the other side. And echoing everything that Chair Osei said, this is what makes New York, New York. You can go wherever you want, but New York City is New York City because of our culture, and that's why it's so important, and that's why it needs to be seen as essential and not extra.
That's right.
So we look forward to working with you, and thank you so much.
Thank you so much, and I want to thank my team. Come on, team! Yay! Thank you so much. This was awesome. I see you, Ari. I thank everyone for being here today, and it was an honor to return back. I'll talk to you all offline about how you beat me up on this hearing, and I will see you all soon. Thank you so much. It's an honor to serve you and to serve in this position. Thank you again.
Thank you, Commissioner.
All right, everyone, please bear with us. We are transitioning from DCLA to Parks and Rec. We just need to make sure that we have full admin on. The sergeants will do sound checks. Everyone from Parks and Rec, just be aware you are able to mute and unmute yourselves. And we'll just go ahead and go through everyone to make sure audio is working.
Okay, good afternoon to the members of Parks Commission. I will send some unmute requests to test your audio, so please bear with me and watch out for the request.
Oh, you won't need to. They can unmute themselves.
Oh, perfect.
Yeah.
So let's do some. Okay. Okay. Can we test your audio?
Yep.
Oh, good. We can hear you.
See what's here. Yeah.
Picking up loud and clear. Thank you.
Great.
Commissioner Folk.
Okay, Commissioner, we're picking up loud and clear. Thank you.
Commissioner Wang is here.
Okay, we hear you loud and clear. Thank you.
Commissioner Nelson's here.
Thank you, Commissioner. Picking up loud and clear.
Commissioner Cerrone.
Thank you, sir. Picking up loud and clear.
Matt Drury, Director of Government Relations. Check 1, 2.
Thank you, sir. Hear you loud and clear.
Quick question, Matt. Am I swearing you in? Will you be possibly answering questions?
It's conceivable.
Okay, I'll add you to the list just to. All right. Thank you.
Commissioner Greenfeld's here.
Thank you. We're picking up loud and clear.
Hi, Assistant Commissioner Cerrito is here.
Thank you, sir. Picking up loud and clear.
Okay, I think that was, First Deputy Commissioner Rodriguez Rosa. You should be able to.
Yes, I was able to. Yes, Iris Rodriguez Rosa, First Deputy Commissioner. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hear you loud and clear.
Chair Krishnan, Chair Brannon, are you both ready?
I'm good.
I'm good. Hi, everyone. Hi, Commissioner Donahue.
Okay, so for this portion, we have council members Brannon, Krishnan, Barron, Brewer, Dinowitz, Farias, Hudson, Joseph, Lewis, Narcisse, Osei, Salamanca, Sanchez, Ung, Velasquez, Yeager, Ayala, Brooks Powers, and Powers. We're behind schedule, so we're going to get moving. Chair Brannon will do his opening, then Chair Krishnan, then we'll swear in the administration, and then we'll get the show on the road.
Thank you, Malcolm. Good afternoon, everyone that's joining us. We are now in the third and final portion of our 6th day of executive budget hearings. I'm joined by Council Member Shekhar Krishnan, who is the chair of the Committee on Parks and Recreation. And I want to welcome Commissioner Donahue and her team to the hearing today. Parks Department's projected fiscal 23 budget of $601.4 million represents less than 1% of the city's proposed FY23 budget in the executive plan. The Parks Department's fiscal 23 budget increased by 7.9% from the preliminary plan. The increase is the result of a number of actions taken, most significant of which are $40.6 million for the Parks Improvement Plan and nearly $1 million associated with fuel costs. There's a lot to get through today, and this is a very important hearing. So I just want to preface my questions as chair will be focused on ARPA funding, the council's preliminary budget response, the capital commitment plan, as well as staffing and vacancies, and the tree response system, if there's time. I want to give special thanks to Chima Obichair for his hard work and preparation the last couple of months, especially for today's hearing. John Yedden on my staff, as well as all the finance staff behind the scenes who put a lot of work into these hearings. So moving right along, I will now turn it over for his opening remarks, my co-chair, Councilmember Krishnan.
Thank you so much, Chair Brannon. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Shekhar Krishnan. I'm the chair of the Committee on Parks and Recreation in our New York City Council. And I want to begin by thanking my co-chair, Councilmember Justin Brannon, and the members of the Committee on Finance and the Committee on Parks and Recreation for holding this virtual hearing today. I'd also like to welcome all of our parks advocates and supporters who are watching today's live stream. A reminder that members of the public are invited to testify on Wednesday, May 25th, and you may visit council.nyc.gov to learn more and register to speak at that hearing if you would like to do so. Welcome back to Commissioner Donahue. It's good to see you again and everyone from the Parks Department. Our work continues to make the city's parks the best in the country and ensuring that park services are high quality for all communities of our city. When we think about parks as essential green spaces, when we think about their importance to all neighborhoods in our city, especially as we saw at the last hearing, communities that have had some of the least amount of access to green space, those hit hardest by the pandemic. We know that a crucial part of maintaining our parks and taking care of them and expanding green space throughout our city is to make sure that we have a budget that reflects the great needs of our city's park system. The Department of Parks and Recreation's fiscal 23 executive budget totals approximately $601 million, which represents a $19 million decrease when compared to the FY22 adopted budget amount of $620 million. We have seen over the years, in decades, the steady decline in parks investment by our city, and how at some points where our city was at its greatest fiscal crisis, like in the 1970s, the parks budget is higher than what it was higher than what it is today. And of course, with that background, we know that this total amount for FY23 still represents less than 1% or $1 billion of the city's executive budget of $99.7 billion. Once again, it is still significantly less than where we need to be and where the call has been for 1% or $1 billion for parks. So there is much work still to be done. The FY23 executive plan includes new needs of $40.6 million and other adjustments of $3.1 million in FY23. And it does not propose any new savings for the Department of Parks in fiscal 2023. Parks' FY23 executive capital commitment plan totals $4.4 billion in fiscal years 22 to 26, with $816 million in FY23. The department's commitment plan represents approximately 4.6% of the city's $94.9 billion capital budget for 2022 through 2026, and reflects a decrease of $1.5 billion or 25.4% from the $5.9 billion scheduled in the preliminary commitment plan. Unfortunately, the fiscal 23 executive plan does not directly address or respond to many of the priorities the council included in our preliminary budget response. despite the executive budget's inclusion of $41.4 million as a result of the council's call to include in baseline $52 million in the executive budget for parks maintenance and summer workforce. Other one-shot items funded in the fiscal year 22 adopted budget still remain missing from the executive budget. These include $10 million for 150 maintenance workers, $4.1 million for 50 urban park rangers, $6 million for 80 park enforcement patrol officers, $3.4 million for 15 green thumb staff and materials for community gardeners, $4.5 million for our national forest and trails, and $2 million for tree stump removal, which is roughly $30 million in Playfair or Parks Equity funding that is absent. A key piece, as we've just heard, is that these streams of funding that are absent from the budget are ones that are supporting our frontline park staff who are doing the work every single day to maintain parks throughout our city. We are extremely grateful for their service, and we are concerned by the fact that these workers are not being supported in the executive budget. This is as much an issue of parks, climate, and public health as it is worker justice. We need to ensure, our top priority is to ensure that our parks workers are protected, that their jobs are secure. That is the least that we can do to extend our gratitude for the work they are doing every single day to take care of our city's parks. As always, the council will make every effort to include this funding at adoption. However, it is crucial for all to understand that no matter how much funding is included in the parks budget, it will never be enough if we do not do our part to clean up after ourselves and to respect our public spaces. So to that end, we know that we got through this past year and owe a huge debt of gratitude to all of our dedicated volunteers and New Yorkers who do their part every single day to take care of our park system. Parks are essential spaces in our city. They remain crucial to getting New Yorkers through the pandemic and are key to our city's recovery, especially as we take steps towards some degree of normalcy. They are restorative spaces, restorative for our minds and our bodies. They are crucial for our mental health and our well-being. We need to keep in mind the importance of our green spaces and all the great benefits our parks provide us with. And that is why I hope we will be able to restore, baseline, and expand the essential funding for the Department of Parks. Essential, necessary, and urgent. I'd like to thank very much our Parks Committee team, Chima, Chris, Patrick, Walter, to my own staff, Greg, and Chuck Park for their efforts in preparing for today's hearing. I want to thank you all so much from the Parks Committee, my colleagues as well in the Parks Committee, and my office as well for all your work in preparing us for the hearing. And I will now pass it back to the Finance Council to continue our hearing. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chairs Brannon and Krishnan. We've also been joined by Council Members Holden and Ressler. So the following members of the administration are here to testify and or answer questions. Susan Donahue, New York City Parks Commissioner. Iris Rodriguez Rosa, First Deputy Commissioner. Vincent Cerrito, Assistant Commissioner. Mark Focht, Deputy Commissioner. Margaret Nelson, Deputy Commissioner. Joy Wang, Deputy Commissioner. Jennifer Greenfeld, Acting Deputy Commissioner. David Stark, Executive Financial Officer. David Saron, Assistant Commissioner, and Matt Drury, Director of Government Relations. I will first read the oath, and after I will call on each of you individually to respond. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth before these committees and to respond honestly to council member questions? Commissioner Donahue?
I do.
First Deputy Commissioner Rodriguez Rosa?
I do.
Assistant Commissioner Cerrito?
I do.
And I apologize if I'm pronouncing any last names wrong. DC Focht?
I do.
DC Nelson?
I do.
DC Wang?
I do.
Acting DC Greenfeld?
I do.
Executive Financial Officer Stark,
I do too.
Assistant Commissioner Saron,
I do.
and Director Drury.
I do.
Thank you. Commissioner, whenever you're ready.
Great. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, City Council Finance Committee Chair Brannan, City Council Parks Committee Chair Krishnan, and members of the Council Finance and Parks Committees. I'm Sue Donahue, Commissioner of the New York City Department of Parks and Recreation, and I'm joined here today by my fantastic senior staff. Thank you for inviting us to discuss the fiscal year 2023 executive budget for New York City Parks. I'd like to begin by outlining some key facts and figures that help illustrate the scale and diversity of what we do at New York City Parks. We are the steward of over 30,000 acres, 14% of New York City's landmass, including 10,000 acres of natural areas. We oversee nearly 4,500 individual properties, ranging from parks and playgrounds to community gardens and natural forests. Spring, thankfully, marks the beginning of prime season for our parks, when temperatures begin to warm up and our city's green and open spaces truly come alive, giving New Yorkers opportunities to lead happier, healthier lives. In the 6 weeks since I testified at the Park Committee's preliminary budget hearing, we've been busy delivering for New Yorkers and preparing for our peak season. We're hosting community design input meetings for upcoming park reconstructions, including 2 of the newest Community Parks Initiative projects at Detective Omar Edwards Park in Harlem and Chief Dennis L. Devlin Park in the Bronx. We're holding ribbon cutting ceremonies at parks like Waring Playground in the Bronx, where we completed a $3.6 million renovation 4 months ahead of schedule, and Idlewild Park in Southeast Queens, where we opened the brand new $8.1 million environmental center. We also were so pleased to celebrate the 40th anniversary of our Parks Enforcement Patrol, which is continuing to grow and add new officers dedicated to making sure that all New Yorkers can enjoy our parks safely. We're also offering incredible family-friendly programming at park events like Jackie Robinson Day in Harlem and our beloved Street Games event, which returned after a 2-year hiatus to celebrate the classic outdoor games played for generations in the streets and parks of New York City. And on Arbor Day in late April, we held workshops, tree plantings, and fun nature-themed activities to make sure that all New Yorkers understand that parks and trees are the lungs of the city, and it's important to preserve, restore, and care for them. This spirit of care and commitment to parks and open space is reflected in the mayor's executive budget for fiscal year 2023, which demonstrates New York City's continued commitment to building a more equitable park system under the leadership of Mayor Adams, and thanks to a strong partnership with all of you in the City Council. The mayor's executive budget provides New York City Parks with an operating budget of $601.4 million, a $44 million increase from the preliminary expense budget. The executive FY23 10-year capital plan includes a total budget of $7.7 billion, including $488 million in new mayoral funding for approved new capital needs. It is our agency's mission to not simply maintain our city's parks and green spaces, but to truly care for them equitably and keep them in consistent state of good repair across the 5 boroughs. The FY23 executive budget is a historic down payment on the mayor's commitment to parks and a greener and more equitable future for our park system, bringing us to a staffing level where we can deliver cleaner, greener, and safer parks for New Yorkers in every neighborhood across the city. This budget provides over $40 million for 719 new baseline staff positions, an incredible investment in our agency workforce that will help transition more staff from seasonal partial year positions into year-round trained good careers with the Parks Department. Great green jobs with exciting opportunities for professional development and long-term career advancement. The budget will significantly expand our year-round maintenance and operations staff caring for parks, complemented by the seasonal staffers that join our agency team during our busiest months, and includes funding for new state-of-the-art trash cans and expanded rodent abatement tools. The additional funding will also allow us to expand our roster of full-time specialized tradespeople, carpenters, iron workers, and masons that will help clear backlogged work orders and perform in-house preventative maintenance at our comfort stations and other facilities. The staff lines will also include increased recreation center staff to allow more of our centers to expand their hours, opening earlier and closing later 7 days a week, as well as provide additional staff to support programming and maintenance of centers throughout the city. Because of this, kids will have fun and healthy recreation alternatives later in the evening, and adults will have better access to fitness before or after work. Lastly, I'm pleased to add that this budget will allow us to baseline an increase for 80 new year-round Parks Enforcement Patrol officers who preserve and protect our parks and public facilities and act as vital community liaisons for park goers. In addition to these operational and staff budget increases, the FY23 executive budget provides over $488 million in new capital funding for the redesign and reconstruction of our open spaces and park amenities. This includes $47.6 million for greenway improvements in central Queens and along Brooklyn's southwest shoreline. These projects were identified by Destination Greenways, a planning study conducted in partnership between New York City Parks and the New York City Department of Transportation to fill gaps in existing greenway routes with a focus on connecting communities to New York City's greater park system. Greenways are a critical component of our city's park system. And thanks to Mayor Adams, we are improving outer borough access and making the Greenway experience safer and more inviting for all New Yorkers. This capital budget also includes $186 million in new state of good repair funding, doubling our recurring investment for fundamental capital work, and giving the agency more flexibility to address serious problems with heavily used infrastructure, such as pools, pavement, sidewalks, synthetic turf fields, and our own building roofs and exteriors. And lastly, the budget includes an additional capital investment of $136 million for street tree planting, the highest funding level for tree planting in over 5 years. This investment will allow the agency to plant 80,000 trees on city streets over the next 4 years, and making sure that every New Yorker can enjoy the benefits that trees provide, the shade, the beauty, and improved air quality that our street trees provide. At our previous council hearing, I noted that this year is the 200th anniversary of the birth of Frederick Law Olmsted, who essentially created the modern discipline of landscape architecture that blended function and beauty. Olmsted changed the way people think about our parks and open spaces and created green sanctuaries that had profound impact on the cityscape. I'll close by offering an open invitation to come visit our agency headquarters at the Arsenal, as we're currently hosting a photo and art exhibit inspired by Olmsted's influence, featuring a selection of 10 new and reimagined parks that incorporate his design principles, including former industrial sites, waterfront parks, plazas, and neighborhood playgrounds. We here at the Parks Department are proud to live up to Olmsted's incredible legacy. Even as our city parks have changed and evolved over these 2 centuries, our agency's commitment remains the same, delivering democratic, accessible, incredible park spaces that all New Yorkers need and that they deserve. Thank you for allowing me to testify before you today and for your dedication to providing great parks and open spaces for all New Yorkers. We look forward to continuing working with the mayor and with all of you at the City Council to create a bright, green future with a more equitable and innovative park system. Now, my senior staff and I would be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you so much, Commissioner. Appreciate that. Before we begin, as I start every hearing, we may not get to all the questions today, or you regrettably may not have responses. We don't anticipate that, certainly, but we will send a follow-up letter for any of the unanswered questions. It's important to us as we negotiate the budget. So I want to jump right into the ARPA funding. In March of 2021, ARPA was enacted, provided billions of dollars to states and municipalities nationwide. By the formula set forth in the legislation, New York City received approximately $5.8 billion in ARPA state and local funding. These funds are required to be obligated by December 31st of 2024. So a couple of questions on ARPA. Of the total amount allocated to the city, how much has the Parks Department received in its budget?
Thank you, Chair Brannon. And I'm afraid we're starting out with a question that is one that I may need to get back to you on. I do know this administration is very focused on federal infrastructure money and federal funding in general coming to the city. And we've been working closely with OMB and a task force put together by the deputy mayor. And we're actively applying right now for federal funding to support the park system.
So as of right now, there was no ARPA money that was allocated to parks?
Again, that's a question that I am really not sure of the answer of, but I can assure you that we will get back to you immediately with a response on the ARPA funding.
Okay, if you could get an answer to me during this hearing, that would be great. Because we have lots of questions there. I mean, we're interested to know of how much is budgeted, how much has been spent, how much is in the current fiscal year versus FY23. There's a lot of stuff around ARPA. So we will move to the preliminary response. In the council's preliminary budget response, we called on the administration to include several council priorities, including permits to operate beachfront kiosks, $250 million for parks comfort stations in all 5 boroughs, $52 million for parks maintenance and summer workforce. However, the executive plan only partially recognize some of these calls. Are any of these things something that you'll be asking the mayor and OMB for before budget adoption?
Thank you, Chair Brennan, for the question. And we have been in close conversation, obviously, with the administration. We believe that the budget, and as I stated in my testimony, is a historic high for the Parks Department, bringing us, staffing levels that we believe are going to be incredibly helpful for us to do our work and maintaining a cleaner and safer park system. This is, as the mayor has stated himself, an important down payment on getting to 1% for parks, and is a real sign of the mayor's commitment to parks and a greener and more equitable park system for sure.
Okay, funding included in the FY23 executive budget for the parks maintenance program does not include the $10 million for the 150 parks maintenance workers who were funded in the FY22 adopted budget. Can you explain why that was not included in the budget?
Yes, thank you, Chair Brennan, for the question. Appreciate it. We are, as I said, we are really pleased with the funding that was allocated and the 719 new workers that we're able to hire given the increase in the expense budget that we experienced. And so we are anxious to deploy those folks and really focused on year-round workers that can have great careers within the Parks Department. And, you know, that the new funding that we now have will allow us to do that, transition from what has historically been transitional seasonal workers to year-round staffing, and that's what this new allocation will do for us. And these 719 new workers will be additive and allow us to have, you know, move more towards that idea of full-time staffing for the Parks Department, good career jobs within the agency. And we feel like this is absolutely an important commitment on the part of the mayor and the administration.
Would this be the most, I mean, what's ever been the most workers you've had, seasonal workers?
Our seasonal numbers definitely fluctuate, but we see this as a historic high. The $600 million that was added, there is no doubt that last year there was a one-shot increase of federal funding, but that was just for a period of time. It's no longer in the budget. This is a historic high for us in terms of the expense budget.
Okay. The capital commitment plan. The Parks Department capital commitment plan totals $4.3 billion in fiscal 22 to 26. It sounds like a lot of money, but it represents a decrease of 25% when compared to the preliminary commitment plan. Does this reflect a realistic capital spending plan for parks?
A couple of things. Thank you, Chair Brannon, for the question. And just to clarify, I mean, we do look at it in terms of a 10-year plan, and our 10-year plan is $7.7 billion in the 10-year capital plan for the Parks Department. We don't see it as a decrease. There is always movement of funds within that 10-year capital plan that happens in conjunction with OMB, where funding is available when the construction is going to happen, and funding that's more long-term or projects that are more long-term, that funding is moved out. But we do see it as a $7.7 billion capital plan, which is absolutely, a realistic plan for the agency.
And how do you assess the accuracy of the capital plan? Do you feel that the department has the capacity to deliver the proposed level of projects?
Yes, absolutely. And we are constantly doing that assessment, Chair Brannon. That is something that we're looking at on a regular basis. Our DC for Capital, Trace Braddock, and the team are constantly assessing, looking at, where the money is, where we are in our process, and, constantly looking at and assessing the accuracy of that capital plan.
What would you say are the department's biggest capital project challenges?
Thank you, Chair Brennan, for the question. And I think as with, so many, not only city agency or public entities are seeing, but, across the city, it's hiring qualified staff, given the market challenges out there and the, incredibly competitive job market that there is right now that exists in the city and elsewhere. That's the biggest challenge for us, is just hiring qualified staff.
All right, so let's talk about staffing and vacancies then. Now that you've had a chance to evaluate the potential impacts of the vacancy reduction of 250 positions that were implemented in the prelim, how will the headcount reduction impact the agency's performance? And what is the total current number of vacancies at parks?
Thank you for the question, Chair Brennan. I appreciate it. I mean, again, we see it as I mentioned in my testimony, 719 new staff that is coming into the agency. There is no doubt that some of that seasonal and one-shot funding is going away. But what we've worked hard to do is make certain that those staff members we've put into our seasonal plan where we're hiring. And then also these folks will have an opportunity to apply for these new full-time year-round positions that we're excited to be adding to the agency.
What is the attrition rate at the department?
Excellent question. I'm going to throw that over to David Stark, our financial officer. David.
Yeah, how the attrition rate for parks is at around 5.5%, higher in some areas than others. And we feel comparatively that's extremely good. But we still remain in a 1-for-2 hiring freeze, so vacancies will continue to build.
I mean, how many staffers did we lose?
Most of the positions that OMB removed were vacant positions, so they were potential staff hires.
So are we do we think it was a good idea to eliminate vacant positions, or are we gonna request restoration there?
There are things I know and things I don't know.
There are, well, and that's Chair Brannon, where I said, I mean, the new hires that we're able to do, the 719 new hires will certainly go a long way towards helping us replace some of those positions.
How many, I mean, I'm trying to get to how many are going to be left over. Like how 719 is not the magic number, right?
Right. No, absolutely. Do you mean how many are left over from the staffing, the seasonal staffing that we had, the CCCs?
Yeah. So
we are doing all that we can to, as I said, we had about 1,800. We have about 1,800 positions as part of the CCC, the City Cleanup Corps. We have moved. We're in the process of moving a bulk of those into our seasonal positions, and then again, we'll be adding full-time year-round positions as well.
So, are you confident that the Parks Department will have sufficient maintenance workers for this summer?
Yes, we are. With these new positions and with our seasonal staffing, we will be we'll be doing all of we can to make sure that we are able to maintain our parks in the standard that we believe is necessary and appropriate across the city.
Okay. I don't want to take up too much more time, as I want to let Councilman Krishnan get some questions. But I do want to address, what I think is sadly become the butt of a joke with how long it takes for a lot of parks capital projects to get done. I often, I've allocated close to $50 million just in parks and playground projects in my district, and there isn't a shovel in the ground in a single one yet. I'm still cutting ribbons on projects that my predecessor funded. I think we all acknowledge that it's a problem. I think certainly with your predecessor, he was one of the first to at least acknowledge that it was an issue, but nothing really got done as far as fixing that. I understand that you don't make up these prices, that this is the price that comes back to bid. But there's also the issue of time and how long these projects take. I mean, there's playgrounds where I will literally tell a parent, and I'm only half joking when I say that their kid might be at Yale by the time the playground is finished. And I think all of my colleagues share this frustration. I want to believe that this is going to be a focus and something we could work on together and have the tough conversations about why it takes so long and why it's so expensive, because even though Parks does a great job, and I don't certainly blame Parks workers, it's the process, it's the procurement process. However, there are, I had a project done out in my district where my predecessor had a project done that because of the way it was set up, we were able to get the SCA to do the work, even though it was a park, and SCA got it done in less than a year. Parks Department, that's a dream that is an inconceivable dream. So I really would like to find a way to fix that. I don't know what the answer is, but I think it's a conversation that it's really become a comedy at this point. And I hope that we have your commitment in trying to root out why it takes so long, why it's so expensive, and how we can get, I'm telling my new colleagues that some of the stuff that they fund this year or next year, by the time they're done in 8 years, those are the projects that, the way it is right now, those are the projects that might be finished. But the stuff that certainly the stuff that I'm funding now in my second term, there's no way I'll still be in office when those things are finished. And it's not about me being there to take the credit, but it's about the life cycle of a project. So we hope we can work with you on this because it's a real issue. And I think I speak for a lot of my colleagues that the frustration is tough. It's hard enough to explain to, the average constituent why they can't just have their Uncle Jerry buy the stuff at Home Depot and do it over the weekend. It's hard. It's hard when I tell someone a bathroom is going to cost $3 million, their heads explode, and I can't blame them for that. So there's no real answer to it, but I hope that we have your commitment to try to find a way to fix this once and for all, because that would be a big legacy for your leadership here.
Well, thank you, Chair Brannan, and I want to salute your legacy and that incredible support for parks and green spaces and that that commitment of capital dollars. And those are amazing enhancements to Brooklyn and to the open spaces in Brooklyn, and that are so appreciated. I hear you. We have done a lot internally. We've done an awful lot internally to address and streamline the process, limit the number of reviews, and do everything we can internally. But as you rightly said, this is not a Parks Department process. This is a city process. And so I'm pleased to say that this administration is incredibly focused on that timeline and the challenges with that timeline. There has been a capital reform task force that has been formed by the first deputy mayor, and that a number of both city agencies and a number of important stakeholders are a part of. And I have all faith that it's getting the attention that it needs, and that will help all of us in terms of speeding up that capital process. There is no doubt that the School Construction Authority can do things quicker. I know it well. I worked with them closely in my last tenure here at the Parks Department. They're a public authority, operate under different rules. And as I said, it's a city process. The School Construction Authorities outside of that process. We're well aware of the delays. We are very anxious to work within this capital reform task force. I've got two of my best people on it from the Capital Division, and we're very much committed to improving the process too. No one likes delays. We are so focused on making these spaces available for all New Yorkers. We know how important they are, and we're doing everything we can. And you have my commitment that we will continue to do everything we can to improve the process.
I appreciate that, Commissioner. Thank you so much. I'm going to turn it over to Chairman Krishnan. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chair Brannan, for your questions. Thank you for joining us again, Commissioner Donahue. I've got some questions myself too. And just as a general matter, as we get closer to negotiating this administration's first budget, I do hope the budget we adopt will reflect our joint and shared vision on improving the department's operations, especially on New York City parks maintenance, and expanding park access and equity across our city. So let's take a look at what that means more concretely. The Department of Parks Recreation fiscal 2023 executive budget, as Chair Brown indicated, totals $601 million. So just as a general matter, what are the department's budget priorities, and how does this budget support the urgent needs on the ground, such as increased overall condition and cleanliness, acceptability ratings for smaller parks, and improved timelines for the capital project commitments that we just talked about? How will this budget, what are the priorities of the Parks Department with this budget, and how are they advanced by what the budget is?
Thank you, Chair Krishnan, for the question and for all of the support for our parks and open spaces. It's greatly appreciated. This budget is a historic high for the Parks Department. Our priorities are really threefold: clean and safe parks for all New Yorkers. We care deeply about how they're maintained, and leads into the second major priority, which is equity. We want to make sure that all of our park spaces are maintained equitably, that all New Yorkers have access to good, green, open spaces. We know how critical they are to New Yorkers across the city, and this budget helps us to address that. And thirdly, it's about nature and the environment. I mean, we're very focused. We take it very seriously, that 30,000 acres of parkland. It's so critical. The health and well-being of those 30,000 acres, especially those 10,000 natural areas, are so critical to the health and well-being of the city as a whole. And so this budget does address those priorities. The funding that we've received is directly aligned to clean and safe, to equitable access, to expanding hours at our rec centers, and as I said, we are also very focused on the capital reform process and that task force.
And so knowing that, let's focus on the heart of the matter, which I've been advocating strongly around for months now, as so many others have who have been advocating for our parks throughout the city. My colleagues have as well. Since I took office, I've advocated strongly to expand the parks budget to $1 billion annually, joined by so many other parks equity advocates across the city. And while this budget may be a historic high at this point, the fact of the matter is New York City, despite our claims to being the greatest city, the biggest city in this country, the fact of the matter is so many other cities devote far more of their budget towards parks, more than 1%. And New York City in the past, as we went through in our last hearing as well, there were times in the last 5 decades where the city invested more in our parks than they have now. So from a historic standpoint, we're falling short of where we need to be to take care of our park spaces. And I'm sure the Parks Department appreciates that too, because that has a direct impact on the work that you're all able to do to take care of our spaces and to expand them. In our budget hearings, we've talked through the fact that the mayor has explicitly committed as a campaign promise to 1% or $1 billion for parks. And, I understand the language about down payments and things like that, but the fact of the matter is a commitment is a commitment, and we expect this administration to honor that stated commitment. And I know there have been conversations that you and the mayor have had, as you've testified in the past as well, that there have been conversations with the mayor and OMB, as you've testified in the past as well. But here we are at this point in the budget season, and the budget is still $400 million short of the $1 billion that so many have fought for and asked for in this council. So and in the city. So I'd love to get an update from you as to how the conversations with the administration are going on expanding funding for neighborhood parks. Should we expect any changes as we enter into budget negotiations? And if not, has the administration given any reason why they feel this current funding level is adequate? We're far short of where we need to be. And I personally would love to hear if we can get there, what is the path to getting there, and why this commitment has still not been honored.
Thank you, Chair Krishnan, for the question, and also, again, for all of your advocacy and support and recognition of the importance of parks and open space. As I've stated in the past, this is an administration that is keenly focused on the importance of parks and open space, and is very dedicated to the Parks Department and the Parks Department's budget. This is for us a historic high at parks, and the conversations have been around really transitioning from a seasonal transitional workforce to full-time year-round positions that can grow with parks, that can create great career opportunities and good green jobs. And that's what we're doing with this budget. As the mayor has said publicly, this is a down payment on that commitment to parks and to our park system. And it is an ongoing conversation, but we are certain of this administration's commitment to green and open space, and has shown it with this budget.
And can we expect, as we enter into budget negotiations, that there will be any change or updates to ensure that we're on track for 1%? Because, in my mind, when we talk about this as a down payment, there's typically an end goal and there's a timeline to get there. And I think we need to start turning the abstract commitments into realities, and to really bring our Parks Department the funding that it's needed for decades, but especially more so now than ever, needs coming out of this pandemic. And so what I'd like to know is there going to be, can we expect from this administration a clear layout of whether 1%, when and whether, because I do expect that it will be achieved, because it is a stated commitment and we have to honor our commitments, when it will be achieved and the path to getting there.
Thank you, Chair Krishnan, for the question. And I do think that this budget shows that the advocacy has been heard, and that there is a realization of the importance of getting to that number and the mayor's commitment and stating that this as showing this as a down payment or stating this in terms of a down payment. We are still, the city is still coming out of COVID and recovery, and there's many different priorities, but we see this additional funding as a clear commitment that the mayor and the administration has made to that investment and that route towards 1% for parks.
Well, I just want to reiterate that we are laser, and I'm certainly, and so are all the advocates who have been very clear for so long about it too. We are laser focused on this as the goalpost that has been set and that has been committed to. And so we expect to see a more tangible, concrete honoring of that commitment and what that will look like, because we are significantly short now. And again, it's not where we've been historically as a city. It's not where, when we stack up against other cities and their budgets towards parks, we fall far short. And so look forward to seeing a more tangible, concrete materialization of that commitment.
Understood. Yep.
The next point is on federal funding for the COVID response and recovery. I think we've seen that in the FY22 budget, the recognized additional federal funding of $65 million, of which the majority was for COVID response and recovery. However, federal funding in this budget is less than $3 million at the moment. And so I'd love to hear a bit about what's been the role of the Parks Department in terms of the response and recovery from the pandemic. Do you feel you have sufficient available resources in this budget to pursue your recovery efforts? And is there any additional federal funding available for the parks to apply for?
Thank you, Chair Krishnan, for the question, and I appreciate it. And so I want to first start out by saying that the Parks Department did play an incredibly important role and continues to play an important role in the city's recovery from COVID. And I am so proud of my team here and the staff here at the Parks Department who are out there every day, making sure that our parks were clean and safe through very challenging times. Not only are our workers out there in our parks, but in our rec centers. We were food distribution sites. We were testing sites. We provided so much value to so many to help New Yorkers get through this crisis. And I'm so proud of the team for all the work they did, in addition to providing outdoor classrooms and places to go have your music lessons, and it's played such a critical role in the recovery. As far as the funding, and I want to circle back because it's relevant to Chair Brannon's question at the beginning. I apologize, getting the AARP funding. That was actually the City Cleanup Corps funding. And I want to clarify that obviously we were beneficiaries of that. So the COVID relief funding that went to parks really was that CCC, that community, that Clean Core funding, the 70 million. It was one-shot federal funding that went into our budget. We were pleased to have it, certainly great to be able to add additional workers at that time. But just to circle back, so to Chair Brannon's question, that AARP money we did receive as the Clean Core money. And then that is just one-shot funding. It is not funding that is going to be repeated at this time. There's just one more thing. In terms of additional federal funding, as I mentioned earlier, we are very focused, both as an agency and as a city and the administration, on applying for additional federal funding. There is a task force that our deputy mayor has assembled, and we are laser focused on applying for the federal infrastructure money, and actually did just complete and submit a RAISE grant for additional federal infrastructure money. And we plan to continue to seek out research and apply for federal money. We know that there is money out there that is relevant for us that we can apply for, and that we'll certainly be doing.
Thank you. And you mentioned, and we'll get back to the City Cleanup Corps program. I know you mentioned that, but it ties into a larger point, which goes to the next set of questions I'd like to ask about, and that's about the one-shot funding for parks maintenance staff that was collectively part of the Playfair funding overall. In addition to there are two salient issues I think that I'd like to keep driving home with this hearing. One is 1% or $1 billion for parks and how essential that is for parks equity in our city. And two, this is not just a public health issue or a climate issue or a green space issue, it's a worker issue. There are so many workers right now. And I see the gains made in our executive budget, the conversion of part-time lines to full-time lines, and that increase is noticed, and it's a good increase and a good step forward. But there's much more to go. There's still workers right now who are afraid of what will happen to their jobs come July 1st to maintain our parks. I know this because I hear from them, and they reach out to me. They've written letters. I've spoken to them, and they are just as strong advocates as everyone else for our park system, on top of their daily work every day to clean our parks. And right now in this budget, there's the council, we've advocated for $10 million in funds for parks workers to sustain these jobs. That includes $5 million as federal stimulus funding to support 150 maintenance workers. And so that $10 million overall is missing from the city budget, which is of grave concern, because that's 150 maintenance workers, community gardeners, city parks workers that take care of, as you know well, all parks across our city. So at first, I'd like to ask, can you please help the committee understand the importance of these workers to parks maintenance in our city, and why this funding was not baselined in the FY23 executive budget?
Thank you, Chair Krishnan, for the question. And there is no doubt that these workers are incredibly important to the functioning and the efforts of the agency. You're absolutely right. They're out there. They're helping to keep our parks clean and safe, which, as I said at the beginning of my testimony, it's an incredibly important priority for the agency, for me personally, and for the agency. We are an agency that cares a great deal about our workforce and have worked hard to make sure that, and it's one of the reasons why, one of the things that we are actively advocating for, and that you see in this executive budget, is commitment to a year-round workforce. We have, as an agency, historically had seasonal transitional workforce. By moving to full-time and funding full-time year-round positions, it's a commitment to good green jobs at the Parks Department. That said, we are an agency that has always and will continue to need a certain number of seasonal workers, just the nature of our work and what we do. I said in my testimony, it's springtime, it is pool and beach season. We have to, by necessity, staff up. That will continue to be a factor in how we operate the agency, how we conduct the agency, and we have consistently had people coming in as seasonal workers and that cycle in and out just because of the nature of our work. But I would say that, by and large, what we have really advocated for, what this budget shows, is a commitment to really growing that base of full-time career parks employees. It's a great job. It's a really important job for the city, and we're really looking to build that workforce.
And so how come the funding wasn't baseline, though, in the executive budget, right? I mean, this is such an important critical workforce. It seems like one of the first things that the city would baseline, or the administration would baseline at the beginning of negotiations.
Absolutely, and we do see this as an important workforce for us, for sure. They did baseline an awful lot of positions with the increases to the budget, with this historic high budget, and did make a significant commitment to parks workers.
And what do you anticipate the future of the 150 maintenance workers will be come July 1st if additional funding is not restored?
First of all, a lot of those lines are extended till September right now, but what we are working hard at, as I said earlier, is that moving those individuals into our seasonal lines, and also providing opportunities for those people to apply for these year-round positions.
And so as of now, their positions would be secure in the current form till September.
Right.
And if that funding is not restored and these lines aren't restored past September, what would be the impact on parks maintenance?
As I said, we are operating now with a very significant seasonal plan. We're adding these additional workers, and we don't anticipate a negative impact, although there is no doubt that those workers are important to us. We've so appreciated the council's funding, and we all know that more bodies out there, more people on the front lines helping us to clean and care for our parks is vitally important. So we appreciate the council's funding, and we really look forward and hope that we could continue to count on that.
And if we were able to secure funding to greatly expand the zone management model of maintenance in additional large parks, are there certain parks or districts where this staff could be deployed more quickly? Which areas would be improved based on this model of park maintenance and management?
Thanks, Councilmember Krishnan, for the question. I am going to throw that one over to our head of operations, our DC, Mark Folk, our DC for operations, Mark, to answer that one.
Thank you, Commissioner, and good afternoon, Chair. We have rolled out zone management in several parks in Brooklyn and Bronx over the last several years. A park needs to be significantly large enough to justify having separate zones. And so we could easily roll out zone management in larger parks throughout all 5 acres, throughout all 5 boroughs, depending on the number of staff that we would receive in order to set up the program. But it's a very reputable program. It can be easily replicated across parks, but it's not for neighborhood parks, because the neighborhood park is really one zone. The sites we've rolled them out into is like Crotona Park in the Bronx, very large parks, or large to largest parks, of which there are a select number in the system.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. And going over to program associates now, can you explain why all eligible playgrounds are not staffed with a program associate?
Thank you, Chair Krishnan, and I think we call them playground associates, and they are incredible additions, and they're just great staff members and so important to us. And it does allow for a great individual connection in our neighborhood parks for staff with community members. Part of the challenge is really twofold. One is that in order to have a playground associate in an individual playground, we need there to be a facility, generally a comfort station, or a place for them to leave their lunch, and a place for them to have a facility. And not all of our over 1,000 playgrounds offer that opportunity. So it's just not feasible in all of our playgrounds. And plus as I said, there are 1,000 of them. So it's just an awful lot of space to cover. But even, with 1,000, it would be difficult because not all of them have the facilities that are required.
Hopefully we can get to a place where every park has those facilities too, because it's a great program, our Playground Associates, and it would be great to see all playgrounds benefit from it equally.
Yep.
I want to return to the subject of the City Cleanup Corps program, which you talked about before, which is the other facet of really this being a workforce and worker justice issue too. And that is, with the exception of $800,000 for 20 positions, the fiscal 2023 executive plan is largely missing funding for DPR City Cleanup Corps. We know from prior hearings as well that the Cleanup Corps was, the Parks Department was the largest beneficiary of the City Cleanup Corps program. Last summer, it allowed the department to hire 3,500 staff. And so it would be great to hear an update on the City Cleanup Corps initiative. How many dedicated staff to this program are still working with the Parks Department? And what is the right number of staff you would need to continue this program, and how much would that cost?
Thank you, Chair Krishnan, for the question. There's no doubt the City Cleanup Corps effort was incredibly beneficial, and I need to salute my team. We were beneficiaries of it, and we were able to utilize it because we did a great job recruiting and hiring for the program, which I'm so proud of. At this point, but as you know, that was one shot, that was COVID relief funding. It was one shot federal funding that has not continued, that actually ended in April. Right now remaining, we have about 1,800 that are still in the program. And those individuals will be, those are ones that we are moving into or have moved into our seasonal plan, and individuals that we will look to provide opportunities to hire on a full-time basis. But we did make great use of that one-shot funding. We are participants in these swarms. We're going out into neighborhoods with other agencies and really helping to clean the city. And we're proud of the work that we did there for sure.
And so is that, I just want to be clear on something, is that 1,800, because I know some of the City Cleanup Corps positions were converted into and baselined as part of the original 41 million, right? So is that 800 what is left over? In other words, come July 1st, is that the number of workers that they're looking at that are right now unaccounted for in the budget? Or, I know there's a conversion between City Cleanup Corps, part-time to 3,500, what that means in terms of full-time positions, but I'd love to hear more clearly, because that it doesn't seem to be a one-to-one accounting. So there's clearly a group of workers that are not accounted for yet. Is that what that 1,800 is? And if not, then what is that number?
Yes, thank you. And I may hand this over to David Stark, our Executive Financial Officer, but part of the difference in that number is that it started at 3,500 and it isn't just transitioning to other lines or seasonal lines. There has been attrition. Some of the people have just left on their own. People have left the program, left the city, or no longer working for us. So some of that decrease in staffing is simply attrition, and they're no longer with us. And then, yes, absolutely, we have moved people where we can into seasonal lines. This funding ended in April, and so it was right at the time where we were ramping up and adding seasonal lines. So some of the individuals were moved into those seasonal lines, and then, as I said, some will be looking to hire into full-time positions. David, is there anything else I missed, I left out that you would add?
Sue, that was a terrific and correct response. Just the one thing to add, none of the CCC are moving automatically into the full-time jobs. We'll be interviewing CCC personnel, as well as normal seasonal employees, as well as people from our Parks Opportunity Program and people from the outside that are applying, as this is the first chance for parks to open up for, probably in the city park worker title, 400 new full-time employees. And once again, not everybody is looking for a full-time job, as many of our seasonals we've had coming back for 10 or 20 years that have other jobs during the off season. So we're hopeful that we get the best candidates. Everyone can apply. There will be an interview process, but there's no moving directly from a seasonal line into a full-time line without an interview process.
Mm-hmm. And so given the lack, this both is helpful from both of you, so thank you so much for the information, but given the lack of funding really for City Cleanup Corps in the budget beyond the 20 positions, come July 1st, what will happen to these workers?
Well, on July 1st, we're hopeful that minimally we can extend the vast majority through September 15th, which is the end of our peak season. Mm-hmm. And we'll be doing interviews during August, so we'll have all the seasonals on board eligible to take those positions and move directly into it with no break in service. And once again, not a single CCC employee was laid off during that period. Same thing with our POP workers and our seasons. We tried to continue every individual by merging the funding of city funding, POP funding, and CCC funding. Mm-hmm. So we totally hear you. We do not want people to leave that want to stay with parks, but at some point there will be a limitation, and some of them will have a line ending in September.
And that's what I mean. So it comes September. So the deadline has moved on. But what happens September in the current budget? With the current budget? In the current budget, we have enough lines for approximately 400 city park workers. Other lines, trades are probably not applicable to that group, as you have to have a different type of experience. And at that point, we do have a placement program for both the CCC workers and the POP workers, where we do try to do training. Mm-hmm. 1 day a week for POP workers, 1 day a month for the CCC. We set them up with polished resumes. We try to do job placements, and we placed with both NYCC, we have a line to recruit there, and with the Department of Education, we've been placing people in cafeteria jobs. So we are trying to move people into other full-time positions, although we would certainly embrace them in the Parks Department. And so just to make sure I'm clear about it too, so that means as of September, 400 positions, but 1,800 workers, or what there's 400 positions available at that point, but what is the size of that the applicant pool of the workers who would be looking for those positions?
My expectation is that through the summer, and we lose 100 people a month easily through attrition, and some people will not be looking for those jobs. But I would say there will be a sizable number that will not be able to get a full-time job due to the disparate number of and, people that are applying and jobs that we have.
And I'd ask if we can get that information after the hearing too, just more clearly on what the positions are exactly that we're talking about. Understanding, it's moved till September, but there is that difference, and that's exactly the point that I wanted to really hone in on, is that we shouldn't be in this position talking about a reduction in the workforce in that way. The workers who've been taking care of the parks for so long through the pandemic, afterwards as well, and facing this shortfall between the positions that will be available and the current size of the workforce. So, I know there have been conversions and things like that in terms of the different, positions with the new funding, but it would be helpful to know exactly what those numbers are in terms of what will be available and the size of the workforce that will be applying for those positions. But I do know that there is, I think we all recognize that there is a grave disparity there. And that's what we need to ensure that this final budget, and as we enter budget negotiations, addresses, because this will have a direct impact on, most importantly, most urgently, on workers who rely on these positions, their families, their job stability. And then, of course, it will have a huge impact on our parks as well. It just logically, we're talking about losing workers at a time that we're trying to address and bring more resources into our parks department. There's a huge concern there. So, it's something we all need to be mindful of as we are focusing on our budget negotiations up ahead.
And the last note, that's why we totally appreciate the council's add-on, because those 150 possible lines, when they continue, if the people on one-year lines move into full-time jobs, it offers another 150 opportunities to work another full year for the CCC people. And so that also, without your partnership, that's another big loss.
And I think that, we in the council really will keep putting forward, as we have put forward in our response as well, ways in which the city, this administration can be supportive and address some of these issues too. But, as you mentioned earlier, there are things in here that have not been picked up in this executive budget, crucial pieces of it. So we are putting forward the ideas, but we do need City Hall to really make good on some of these commitments too. One question I do want to ask, as far as staffing goes too, is now that we're approaching pool and beach season, as you mentioned, Commissioner, is the Parks Department ready for pool and beach season? And do you guys have enough staffing?
Thank you, Council Member, for the question. Yes, we are ready. There has been, we have a whole process leading up to pools opening, and a great team dedicated that is meeting regularly, that's getting everything ready, everything from looking at the pool tub itself to the mechanicals to, we have a great team at our citywide services division who is so dedicated to making sure those pools are operational and ready. And yes, we do believe we have the headcount we need to be fully functioning and managing those pools.
And another, just a few more questions for me that I have on a couple different areas. So one goes to our city's urban forests. As we all know, the city's urban forests play an essential role in the health and resiliency of our city. And the Parks Department, many don't know this, but is responsible for more than 53% of the city's tree canopy. And the urban forests are crucial in that respect. And it is critically important that we sustain and expand the urban forest under the Parks Department's care. And a budget that we adopt needs to reflect that too. So I know that the Parks Department agrees with the importance of maintaining our tree canopy and ensuring that our urban forest is well maintained, but it's crucial to translate that agreement into action in the budget as well. So how much funding, expense, and capital is currently available in the Parks Department budget in FY22 and 23 for forestry and horticulture? And how much of that is baseline?
First off, thank you so much for the question, Chair Krishnan, and for your appreciation for the importance of our natural areas. It is something that is so critical to the Parks Department, to the health and functioning of our city, reducing air pollution, dealing with urban heat island effect. We care a great deal about our trees, and it's why I said at the beginning, one of our main priorities is our is nature and the environment here at the Parks Department. And also, I have to say, that's why we are so thankful for the City Council's support. The Playfair funding for the forestry management framework was absolutely critical to us. That allowed for expanded forest restorations, plantings, trail management, volunteer training, natural area monitoring and assessment. That Playfair funding has been absolutely critical to us in that important work of managing our forests and our natural areas. In terms of the specifics, in terms of those numbers, I have my acting DC, Jennifer Greenfeld, on the call. Jennifer, could you just give some of the specifics in terms of the questions, in terms of budget?
Yes, I'm trying to locate a few of those numbers. Unless David has it handy. We've seen an increase in our budgets over the years, so we're really thankful for that. The baseline budgets, where are we? Excuse me, I don't have it at my fingertips, but I will have it for you in a minute, so don't give you the wrong number. That's
don't worry. I can add that, you know, in terms of the capital budget and the ads this year, we did get 136 million for tree planting, which I mentioned in my testimony, which is wonderful for us. And it's going to allow us to plant 20,000 trees per year through FY26. And so we were really, really pleased to see that. It's more money than we've had for tree planting in the last 4 years. So just a great investment in tree planting in the city for sure.
And I do hope too that the Parks Department will also ensure that we have the adequate headcount of staff related to forestry management to ensure we can carry out the great work that's needed to protect our tree canopy too. And that's something that I would hope that the Parks Department will be advocating for as it comes closer to adoption. My final two questions, and I want to turn over to my colleagues, are just, you know, there's been a senior swim program in our city across 14 different pools, I believe, where seniors have had the ability to swim in dedicated hours. And, you know, it's worked very well. It's been very successful, important for the well-being of our seniors as well. And so I'd like to know it's been canceled for the last 2 years. Has the Parks Department and will the Parks Department be bringing back that program?
Thank you for the question. And we also agree it is a really important program. That just Learn to Swim in general is such an important part of what we do, and an important aspect of our work in our rec centers. So much of, in terms of swimming and hours, is dependent on number of lifeguards, and that is absolutely a challenge and something that we've been working very hard on in terms of lifeguard recruitment. But in terms of what we can offer in programming is often dependent on number of lifeguards. So we are working really hard. We have a number in training, but that the senior swim program is such an important one for us, and something that absolutely we want to try and provide. I'm going to ask DC Nelson, Margaret Nelson, who heads up our rec centers and public programs. Anything to add there, Margaret?
I would just say that, you know, we do have indoor pools open now that are providing a lot of different kinds of aquatics programming. So we do have senior programming indoors happening year round. But as Commissioner Donahue said, the program you're referring to, which takes place outside at our pools, does require a second shift of lifeguards to be able to open the pool for longer hours. And we are experiencing, you know, nationwide a lifeguard shortage. So we're doing, you know, everything we can to recruit and train lifeguards, but I think we don't know yet what that will look like for the pool season.
Thank you. And I do hope that we're able to restore it as quickly as possible, as it is a crucial program. My final question is, we have a Council Parks Equity Initiative, which is a crucial piece of our parks equity. And I'd love for you, Commissioner, to just detail the importance of the Parks Equity Initiative and how, whether or not it's been successful and the importance of it.
Thank you, Chair Krishnan, and I'm so happy to talk about this subject because it is critical to our park system, and it is such an important add. The Parks Equity Initiative funds so much great programming in our parks, movie nights, great programs that happen across the city. For me, it's an important aspect of how we can expand our reach and make sure we're providing great programming in parks across the city and across the 5 boroughs. It's been particularly important for our partners at the City Parks Foundation, who we work closely with. We partner with them on our on partnerships for parks, and it has fully supported 11 staff members at Partnerships for Parks who work on technical assistance on the ground. They help grassroots organizations with things like with tools and plants, and help them to organize and find their voice and develop friends groups. So the Parks Equity Initiative, I feel like, is so important for us, just, putting more tentacles out there, getting more people involved in stewardship and care of the park system. We can't do it alone. You referenced earlier the importance of volunteers. What the Parks Equity Initiative does is help to fund and widen our reach and really enhance stewardship all across the 5 boroughs in a way that we could not do on our own. And we're so thankful both for the support of the council and the partnership with the City Parks Foundation to really ensure that Partnerships for Parks, those teams, are out there and building support and building stewardship on the ground. So it's incredibly important to us.
Thank you so much, Commissioner. No further questions for me, so I'll turn it back to our committee council, Malcolm.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair Krishnan. We've also been joined by council members Menon, Williams, Ariola, and Lee. So CMs have been coming and going. So everyone bear with me while we call on CMs for questions. So I do not see Councilmember Salamanca, so we will turn to Councilmember Dinowitz, who is next on my list.
Wait, I'm on.
Oh, there you are. Okay.
Starting time.
Thank you. Commissioner, I want to again welcome you again to this position. I'm excited, so I've met you and I look forward to working with you, and I'm excited to I'm excited for the position that that our friend Iris Rodriguez received. So I'm gonna get straight to it. So in fiscal year 19, I allocated a little over $200,000 for an emergency management ban. This funding, even though it says fiscal year 19, this funding was allocated to Parks Department on July 1st, 2018. It is now May of 2022, and that emergency management ban still has not come to my council district. I was wondering if you can give me an update. And what's frustrating about it, Commissioner, is that I believe in giving my funding to parks, my capital dollars to parks, schools, and affordable housing. And it's just frustrating that it has taken so long to get this van in. And I was wondering if you can provide me with an update.
Yes, for sure, Councilmember Salamanca. And first off, thank you so much. I'm so glad to hear of those priorities of yours, and that parks is such an important one. That means a great deal to us, and we so appreciate it. I apologize for the frustrations. I know this van is really important to you. It's really important to us as the agency. And I know there's been a great deal of work to make it happen and bring it to fruition. My understanding is it's really close to being a reality. I don't want to make excuses, but I know COVID had impacts and further delayed things. But Margaret, can you say specifically in terms of timing? Councilmember Salamanca, just throwing it over to our Deputy Commissioner for Public Programs who oversees PEP and our Urban Park Rangers, Margaret.
Yes, and thank you again, Councilmember Salamanca, for allocating that allocation for this communications and emergency van. We are very excited to have it. We share your frustration at how long it's taken to move through the process. As the Commissioner said, COVID did also delay things. We are very excited that it is in the final stages. It is basically mostly built. It needs to be signed off by DCAS, and we're hopeful that we will get it sometime this summer. We don't have an exact date yet, but we are happy to report that we're at the final stages of getting this vehicle.
You have to understand my frustration. I was told this last year's budget. I mean, I've had affordable housing units built much quicker. I'm talking about 300-400 units being constructed than getting a van. that you order, you get it retrofitted, and you get it delivered, And so I understand, I got an apology last year and I got an apology the year before that, and it's just unacceptable that we're in the council allocating capital dollars to city agencies. And, we cannot use COVID as an excuse. It is just unacceptable that this van has not been delivered to my council district. So look, I'm gonna leave it at that. Just know, Commissioner Donahue, that in the last 3 budget cycles, I've been bringing this up. And I'm eager to get this van here. And then finally, I'm a member of the BNC, and I know that last year we allocated some lines for parks enforcement, and out of my discretionary money, I'm allocating funding to have overtime for Bill Rainey Park and Starlight Park because I just don't have enough manpower there. Does the Parks Department in this budget plan on baselining these PEP officers so that I no longer have to pay out of discretionary funding to have adequate, an adequate presence in my council district?
First off, Councilmember Salamanca, I appreciate your frustration. I'm sorry to hear it in terms of the van. I promise we won't go through another budget cycle without having a better answer for you, and we will be getting back to you as soon as possible on the timing of the van. As far as baselining PEP officers, yes, in this budget cycle, we were able to baseline an additional 80 PEP officers. Appreciate your support for those 2 parks in the Bronx, and we will certainly look to be able to allocate those PEP officers in a way so that they're meeting the needs where they are on the ground.
Thank you, Commissioner. I look forward to working with the agency. Thank you again. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilmember. Next, we'll turn to Councilmember Dinowitz.
Starting time.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I hate to pile on, but it's
okay.
Almost the same issue, and I'll share 2. And one is the sidewalks. So our offices reached out about the trees and sidewalk program. They're supposed to fix sidewalks that are damaged by roots, but we're told that you have such a backlog that things aren't being addressed for 3 to 5 years. We have sidewalks that are that people, especially if you have a physical limitation, a physical disability, you're unable to walk on that street, or it's so dangerous that you might end up breaking a leg, and you will then have a physical disability and not be able to go on that street at all. And I'm wondering if there's enough funding to deal with the backlogs so that we're not waiting 3 to 5 years. And also, you had emailed my office about the standards checklist that evaluates the combination of tree and site conditions. And I'm just wondering if you take into account or organizations that are there, like synagogues and schools and community centers and churches, when you determine whether something gets a score of 80 or above.
Thank you, Councilmember Dinowitz, and a really good question. And we do care a great deal about, trees and how they're impacting the sidewalks, and it's a reason for this program that we have. I'm going to toss it over to our acting Deputy Commissioner Jennifer Greenfeld, just talk a little bit about the program and the backlog.
Sure. Thank you very much for that question. In terms of the rating system, the system takes into account the pedestrian activity on the street. It's not like whether it is a church or a school. It's not the kind of business that's there. It's just looking at what sort of access. So I would say we don't preference one kind of pedestrian over another. We're looking at just in general pedestrian activity on that street. So it is part of the rating. Yeah.
Because if you're looking at traffic.
No, pedestrian traffic.
Right.
Yeah.
That's what I meant. Pedestrian traffic.
Yeah.
And it's near a church, for example, you may want to look at the pedestrian traffic on a Sunday, as opposed to a school where you may want to look in the morning and mid-afternoon hours. So it's unclear to me whether that's taken into consideration, or do you like an insult another agency, but like some other agency go at weird times during the day to get traffic?
Right. I mean, we're going when it's efficient for us to go. So it's true. We can't be there 24 hours a day, but we do see what's there. We look and see whether there's a school on the street or a place of worship. So we see that, and we know that those places are trafficked at other times and we may not be there. So we do our best to anticipate the full 24-hour use of a site, not just that moment that we're there. And that's definitely part of the rating.
And then the backlog, 3 to 5 years.
It's we're doing the best we can. We did, of course, like all capital and expense contracts, had significant COVID delays, and we're doing a great job. The program is really fully started up this year after quite a bit of a delay, and we think we're really going to get to a lot more than we have in the past.
I appreciate your empathy, but while you're trying hard, there are people in my district who are honestly, it's a dangerous situation because it is either walking on these sidewalks that are really lifted up by many inches, or they have to walk in traffic. And those are two very bad choices, especially as we see traffic fatalities increasing in our city. And again, are you budgeting? Does the executive budget have enough money to address the backlogs? And I understand you use a multitude of whatever vendor is available to deal with these raised sidewalks.
Yeah, the administration has baseline a significant amount for trees and sidewalks program, and we are assessing if that will take us through to to assess the real backlog.
Okay,
take a look at that.
It sounds like maybe. I'm hoping that this is part of the budget, that you take care of this, because this really is impacting people, especially with disabilities, their ability to walk safely in our city. I would just add to that the tree stump removal program, I appreciate what Parks is very responsive. They come and do tours. I know Iris Rodriguez-Rosa has been very responsive, and her team, they saw a spot on Bailey Avenue. We're still waiting about a year later for those stumps to get removed. I'm hoping that those stumps can be removed in somewhat of a timely fashion. Do you have any update on the tree stumps?
Time expired.
I apologize. Was there a question, council member, about the stumps?
I would just say is that I don't know what the backlog is, but I think we were told it would happen last fall as soon as possible. I'm going to leave it there because there are a lot of hands up, but I do want to say that I appreciate your commitment to adding trees. I noticed in the testimony that Brooklyn and Queens were specifically mentioned for greenways. Of course, I'm a little disappointed that the Bronx was not specifically mentioned. We have important greenway projects in the Bronx that we need taken care of. And I hope that in your tree program, as you're installing more, you're planting more trees throughout the city, the Bronx isn't also left behind as we so often are.
Thank you, Councilmember Dinowitz. I didn't mean to leave out the Bronx at all, and we would not do that. Iris wouldn't let us do that. You know that. So I promise that is not happening. The Destination Greenways was a specific plan that we did with DOT. It focused on Bronx, and it focused on Queens and Brooklyn. We're very proud of the Putnam Greenway that we recently redid in the Bronx, and working closely with DEP on the Tibbetts daylighting. It's going to create a beautiful greenway in the Bronx that we're really excited to move forward on. And then the other thing I would say, as I mentioned earlier, we applied for this federal infrastructure grant, this RAISE grant, and that involves a master plan for greenways throughout the city and does focus very much on more greenways for the Bronx.
Good. We'd love to talk further with that at a later time. Thank you for your time. Thank you, Chair Krishnan and Chair Brannon.
Thank you, Councilmember. Next, we'll turn to Councilmember Holden, followed by Councilmember Narcisse.
Starting time.
Thank you, Chairs. And Commissioner, nice to see you and Commissioner Iris Rodriguez-Rosa, a good friend from her Queens days. And now it's nice to see both of you in charge of parks. And I know we have a lot of work to do. And I just want to, mention about, I know Chair Brannon covered capital spending and the time it takes for completion of the construction projects. However, the estimates we're getting are so out of whack now for these projects that we need some explanation and accountability. Because, let me just give you an example. For instance, Juniper Valley Park has 2 small bathrooms, and they're going to renovate. Price to renovate the 2 bathrooms in the park house by the tennis courts. Now get this, came in at $6,224,120. $6 million to renovate 2 bathrooms, not the building, to renovate the interior. So I kind of hit the ceiling on this. I mentioned to Commissioner Dockett of Queens, and I said, that's so out of whack that it's almost comical. And so he went back and looked at it, and then I got about a week later, I got another price of $3,740,000. So quite a difference, but still, to me, way, way out of whack. You could build that building for half of $3 million, probably 1.5, I would imagine. And I did get prices from contractors on the high side. So I know we have to reform the process, I know, but who's giving that additional price here? Is that Parks people giving us this estimate, or is it somebody else?
Thank you, Councilmember Holden, for the question. And I agree, it's frustrating and the numbers are frustrating. That estimate would be generally from the Parks Department. Yes, there is a team at Parks that does a capital estimating. There's a number of different factors, as you well know, that can be really challenging for us in terms of that estimate. It depends on what's underground. We don't always know that going into a capital project. And some of the infrastructure underground can create real challenges for us, as I know, sadly, you have experience. But yes, that estimate is coming from the Capital Division.
So that's where I think they're throwing darts now, and wherever it hits, they're coming up with a price because it's so out of whack. Because again, we're not talking like double, triple, we're talking 8 to 10 times the normal price. So I think we have to hold, some accountability and not, there's technology now that we could use to see what's underneath the ground. It shouldn't be a surprise anymore with the technology we do have. And that's the problem I have, not only with Parks, but many other agencies are not using the technology that they can use or should use so there are no surprises. And these prices are so out of whack that I think we need some explanation as to what is the timeline for this capital reform process or a committee that's looking into this. And I'm going to speak to the mayor about this because not only with any Parks project, like what Chair Brannon said, I'm never going to see these projects in my come to fruition and completion in my council's run here. I'm not going to if I'm in 8 years, it's never going to happen. And with the prices, we're really scamming the taxpayers. Just like from the fire department, we got a $1.2 million kitchen renovation. Parks projects put that to shame. Parks projects are so out of whack that it's not based on any reality whatsoever. So I don't expect you to answer, but I do think that we need a real hard look at this from the Parks people estimating these projects, because there is technology. As chair of the technology committee for the last 4 years in the council, we can see what's underground. We know how much this project should be. But let's talk trees for a minute, because the prices of the planting of trees are way out of whack too. Have we made any progress lowering the prices of tree plantings since we last spoke?
Yes, I'd like DC Greenfeld to address that. She and her team have done a great amount of work to look at reducing prices and that in the tree planting effort. We agree, it has gotten quite costly. It's not something that we're happy about either. And I know her team has done a lot of work in terms of looking at different types of contractors, small, large contractors, MWBE contractors. I know there's done a lot of work to try and improve that pricing.
Time expired.
Excuse me, and possibly in-house, which I thought that was exciting to hear, but I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, no, we've talked about this before. Thank you so much for the question. Commissioner Donahue expressed the same sentiments that I feel in terms of, we've got to find a way to reduce these costs. And we're seeing some good signs. We had, one of the main concerns was a decrease in our vendor pool. So with little competition, it's hard to get competitive prices. And with our new sort of a varied approach to bidding out large, small, short-term, long-term contracts, we did see an increase of our vendor pool. Doesn't sound like a lot, but from 6 to 14 bidders overall. We have 6 new MWBE vendors, not just bidders, and this year. And in those contracts, which are relatively small, about 8% of our contracts, we did see $1,000 per tree saving on average. That's significant, and it's not yet a large piece of the budget, but our idea is that we're going to bring in vendors, work with them, and we hope that over time it will increase the percentage of contracts using those vendors who are finding savings.
And what about the pilot program of in-house, actually creating a little, pilot program to plant trees and see how much it would cost?
Yeah, we're still looking at that. And in fact, one of the pieces of the program is to find trees that are easier to manage. And this year, we did have 150 of those smaller. The trees aren't really smaller, but the packaging is easier to move around. And we experimented with that this year with in-house, and we actually got them to contractors to see how they use them. And it's going very well, these grow bag trees. Right. So we're piece by piece, we're putting it together. We're going in a good direction.
Great. Thank you, chairs. Thank you, commissioners.
Thank you. And next we'll call on Councilmember Narcisse, followed by Councilmember Ressler.
Starting time.
Good afternoon, and thank you, Chair Krishnan and Justin and Commissioner Donahue. Thank you so much. And one of the things I'm going to say to you by observing, I love your style. You are patient to answer the questions. We appreciate you. We appreciate when people actually can come and make it easy for us to ask the question that we need to ask, because we hired to do a job. Yeah. Talking about the sidewalks, that's a safety issue. So for me, I think it's really inappropriate for us to leave the sidewalk like this. Like we were talking about, I think it was CM Dinneritz that spoke about it. My district, I have so many of that because post Sandy, it caused that problem for us. So a lot of trees are rooting up, and it needs to be done because I feel so bad. Certain places, I don't even want to go because when the people pointing out to me, I'm embarrassed by the city that we serve. So I feel like we need to do more than that. And I will encourage that you look into it because especially area that had problem with the water. And we're talking about 20,000 trees, the greenway that we're gonna do. So in that, how many of them, how it goes by borrowers? How many trees, if you can highlight that for me, because we know that some area, high-risk area, for me, trees and space and park is very important. It's a public health issue. So as a nurse, I appreciate that. And I would like to know how it goes and how the trees separating from borrowers to borrowers. I have a next one. The city continues to be strong. We know about minority business, right? Minority business owned. So what are parks doing for MWBE, and what's your goal, and how's that going? What's the progress that you make in those goals? And what more can the agency do to ensure that MWBE receive more opportunity in procurement and concession contracts? I'll stop to that so you can answer. I don't want to go any further.
Thank you, Councilmember Narcisse, and I so appreciate your question, and we'll answer each in turn. First of all, I just want to, so we did get funding for tree planting, for street tree planting. It's 20,000 trees a year. We will be looking at and Jennifer Greenfeld, who's on the line, who heads up our forestry and natural resources area. They have a very detailed system where they look at where they plant. We are very focused on greening in areas that are underserved, where there's not enough tree canopy. So we appreciate your interest and focus in trees, and it's one that we share. We know how important they are, and that's why we're so pleased to get this additional funding. I want to separate, you mentioned trees and greenways, two different things. So the funding for greenways is is exactly that, to create new greenways in the city, to create wonderful new routes to connect to other parks, so that creates safe green routes to get to parks. That's separate funding. That was 47 million for greenways. And then we did receive the money for tree planting that'll allow us to plant 20,000 trees. And we will look to do that equitably across the boroughs. As far as your other question, I'm so glad you asked it about MWBE. We are really, really proud as an agency. We have an incredibly successful record of recruitment and utilization of minority and women business enterprises. We've consistently been one of the strongest performing agencies in the city. We rank second or third in the city in terms of our utilization of MWBE contracts. You heard Jennifer talk about it, and we've looked at that as an avenue to help bring our tree planting costs down. And then in addition, we had a big announcement this spring. We announced 100 new construction projects moving forward in the city across the 5 boroughs. Fully 50% of those 100 projects were MWBE contractors. So we have worked really hard and really consistently in terms of making certain and really, really having a strong commitment to MWBE. It's a really important part of the work we do. And I'm really proud of our capital team. They've done just a great job in making sure that we're utilizing MWBE contractors.
And about the sidewalks, that really is a problematic in our community.
We absolutely agree. And as we said to Councilmember Dinowitz, it is something that, we do have funding for. We do go out and do an assessment. While we do have a backlog, there's no doubt we are, committed to and do have money in our budget and are working through a backlog to make sure that we're getting to those, those sidewalks. We recognize that it's an incredible problem and are, very anxious to be able to address it as quickly and as efficiently as we can.
Time expired.
Okay. I know you anticipate to generate a saving of $6.2 million, right, for the fiscal 2023. So in your opinion, what action your department been implementing to function efficiently? What program areas need improvement?
I'm actually going to ask David Stark to answer that, our Executive Financial Officer.
I think the savings of 6.2 were for accruals, so nothing has to be reduced.
Okay.
It was accruals in our Parks Opportunity Program because it was a difficult time to recruit during the end of COVID, and now we're running the numbers back up again. And we had some savings in our other personal services budget due to the supply chain. So all the money is back in our budget for next year, and we're very hopeful that we won't have those accruals again.
Okay, thank you. I see my colleagues have their hands up, and the prices, I don't know who's benefiting from those prices are too high. The bathroom, like the CM Holden said, I was looking at the prices for my basketball court. It's too much money, too much. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Next, we'll turn to Councilmember Ressler, followed by Councilmember Kagan.
Starting time.
Thank you, Malcolm, and thank you, Chairs Brannon and Krishnan, for your great leadership. And once again, want to congratulate you, Commissioner Donahue. I really do believe that you're the right person for the job and the person that's going to help whip the Parks Department into shape. And we appreciate it. I wanted to first ask about the significant reduction in capital funding in your 5-year plan. I think it reduced by about 25% from 5.9 billion to 4.5 billion. I'm certainly very concerned about that. Want to see more money invested in our parks and get that money out the door quickly and spent efficiently and effectively. Could you speak to the process for how you determine which projects were pushed into the next 5-year plan? And would appreciate if a list could be sent to me if there are any projects in District 33 that were moved out of this 5-year plan. It's a disconcerting number to see such a significant reduction.
Thank you, Councilmember Ressler. And I'm really glad you asked the question, because we do not see it as a reduction in any way, shape, or form. I mean, we see it as we have $7.7 billion in our capital program. We look at it at the 10-year plan. There was no cut. There was no reduction. And in fact, only almost $500 million addition to our capital plan with the almost 500 million that was added. We do absolutely periodically look at, the capital projects we have that we're working on, and if they're more long range, if we're not, if they're not, we look at it based on when we anticipate the program is going to go, or the project is going to go into construction, and we'll move capital dollars out if it's more long range. If a project ends up going quicker and we have the opportunity to move the fund or start construction sooner, we move those capital funds in earlier. So it's very fluid, but I want to be clear, it's not a reduction. And in fact, we have a very, very significant capital program right now. Huge.
I appreciate that, and appreciate the scale of the capital program. If not a reduction, certainly a delay. And that's an unfortunate thing. And I think that gets to my next question, which is something I've asked you about before. And I know that I think Chair Brannon really got at the frustrations of the parks capital process. And many of my colleagues have commented on how expensive things are and how slow things are. And I know that you mentioned you're putting your best people on it. You're taking this seriously. My optimism and faith is invested in you and the administration's ability to try to improve this. Near broken process. But could you give us any teaser of where you think we can make significant strides? Are there things that the council can do to improve the capital budget process? Are you planning to pursue legislation in Albany? Is there any direction that you want to offer for how we're going to try to fix what feels like a broken process?
Thank you, Councilmember Ressler, and I appreciate the question, and I certainly appreciate your frustration. We feel it too. As I said earlier, I do want to emphasize it is a city capital process. It's not a Parks Department, just the Parks Department issue, and we are very pleased to be working closely with the administration through this capital reform task force. I think it's a matter of having the relevant agencies in the room, addressing permitting issues, timeliness of turnaround, having service level agreements, really working, on the procurement process so that there are, we know that there are ways to speed it up. In terms of what the council can do, I just think that your support for, an acknowledgement of, the process needs to be reformed, and, being very clear about that. We agree, and we are, very invested in working on it, and are really pleased that, kind of right off the bat, the first deputy mayor has prioritized this and put this task force together. In terms of seeking reform and seeking, opportunities in Albany, that is, to become, say, a parks authority. That's what you mean, right? Something along those lines. It is, as we know, a really complicated and lengthy process. It's certainly something that we've considered and looked at. My capital team has done a whole lot of research on it. We would be open to exploring it for sure, but at the same time, we really feel like the answer here is to work on the city process and fix that.
Well, I hope you'll consider Albany. I appreciate the response. I do think there are legislative solutions at the council that we can partner on as well that may not be popular, but I'm here for. So I hope that you'll consider me an ally in that process. And then lastly, as time expires, every time I ask for a tree to be planted in my district, I'm told for one reason or another, no. Any tips for how we get as many of these 20,000 trees in the 33rd? Because I am very frustrated.
Time expired.
I'm really sorry to hear that, Councilmember Ressler. I promise it's not you and it's not Williamsburg. We want to plant as widely as we can. So you've got the right people on the phone with Jennifer Greenfeld is here, who heads up that whole area.
I'm going to start calling Jennifer. And I just want to say in closing, I feel like the Queens and Bronx have now claimed Commissioner Rodriguez Rosa. She started as a Vista fellow in Williamsburg. She worked in Bushwick. I think Brooklyn deserves some claim to both you and her. So thank you for your leadership. We're hopeful that we're going to see some significant improvements at Parks. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Next, we'll turn to Councilmember Kagan, followed by Councilmember Menon.
Starting time.
Councilmember Kagan, are you there? There we go.
Yes, first of all, thank you, Commissioner, for being with us today, and thank you for this hearing, very important. I have two questions, both of them, in my opinion, related to budget. One is about allocations for restoration of the boardwalk. I know that my predecessor, Coney Island Boardwalk, my predecessor allocated $114.5 million for Coney Island Boardwalk restoration. And I thought this money will be used in 2023, but I learned from media reports that they will be used only in 2025. I would like clarity about this money. We're not talking about small change, we're talking about $114.5 million, which is significant. And my second question is about stump. Recently at Gravesend, I saw Department of Parks cut a 100-year-old tree, and there is a huge stump over there with a hole in the middle, which is basically became a hole for dumping garbage. And when we contacted Department of Parks, we were told that it's all about money, that supposedly contractors do not have, not getting paid this year, and they are waiting for money in the next budget for removing this stump. And the advice was for senior who lives right near this stump to come up with money to hire private contractor and to remove the stump by herself, which is, in my opinion, like then why do we even have a Department of Parks if we're forcing people to remove the stumps? So, and supposedly it's all budget question, because the answer was we don't have funding for the stump removal this year. And in terms of timeline, I was told it could be done all the way till like June of next year. And of course, the senior is suffering because the stump right in front of your house. And again, it's like, not just it doesn't look great, not just a broken sidewalk, but it's also like became like garbage dumping hole. So that's my two questions. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember Kagan. And first off, thank you for all of your support and advocacy as far as the Coney Island Boardwalk. We know that is an iconic, important, hugely important destination for people across the city and beyond. We care deeply about the boardwalk. And I know you've spent a lot of time with our borough commissioner out there. And you know that we are working really hard today and on a regular basis to deal with the problems of the boardwalk, the wood that is coming up. It's 1.1 million pieces of wood, so it is an incredibly huge job. You're right, we were so pleased to get this funding, and that funding, what needs to happen because of the significance of the boardwalk, the significant length number, that 1.1 million pieces of board, we do need to really study how we're going to be able to transform and improve the boardwalk. I know you did a visit out to the Rockaways to see what happened to the boardwalk there. There's a number of different questions that we still need to answer as a community with our electeds. You know, how is the boardwalk going to be finished? Is it going to be wood? Is it going to be cement? There's a lot of open questions there, and also have to look at what's underneath and drainage, and so that it requires study and planning. So I appreciate the frustration that it's not happening overnight. I think what we're trying to do on our end is approach the near term and have people out there. And I know Commissioner Mara has people out there every week with, you know, just hammering down the individual wood pieces. And at the same time, we are moving forward to really study this very significant transformation that needs to happen for that iconic landscape. So we are working on it, trying to address both near term and long term. And I appreciate you know, your focus on it and your involvement in that process and helping us to determine what is going to be the best in future use and how it's going to be constructed.
But this money would be spent, used in the next financial year, fiscal year, or in 2025. That's my question.
It won't be used all at once. It will be used in phases, because first what we have to do is we have to bring in consultants, we have to do a study. So portions of it will be used in the near term. It won't be wait until 2025 to be utilized. We will be utilizing it more readily.
And my second question was about stumps, like about process of removing the stumps.
Exactly.
So I was told there is no funding for it. So like.
Yes, and I'm so
Time
sorry.
expired.
Yeah, I'm so sorry that you were told that. That's absolutely not correct. We saw your tweet earlier today. We saw the picture of the stump. I understand that it is hazardous. We absolutely see that. It's incorrect that I don't know who said that there isn't funding. We've talked earlier on this call and in this testimony about we do have funding for stump removal. There is no doubt that there is a backlog, but we do have funding and we will be absolutely addressing that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Next, we'll turn to Councilmember Menon, followed by Councilmember Williams.
Starting time.
Thank you so much. First of all, thank you, Chair Brennan. Thank you, Chair Krishnan, for holding this important hearing. So, Commissioner, first of all, I just want to echo what my colleague says about the budget cuts writ large, because in a district I represent, Council District 5, we rank 47th out of 51 in terms of one of the lowest amounts of open space. And in the East Harlem part of my district, we have one of the highest childhood asthma and childhood obesity rates. So I'm deeply concerned about how these budget cuts are going to affect the Parks Department's ability to maintain the existing parks. So I know my colleagues have asked about that, but I wanted to, first of all, emphasize that. So my first question is about comfort station facilities, because some of my colleagues talked about the high prices associated with that. I happen to represent a district that has a lack of them in some of the smaller parks. And so I just want to understand if you could explain why the average price for a park's restroom tripled in the last decade, from roughly 1.3 million in 2011 to over 3.6 million.
Thank you, Councilmember Menon, for the question, and definitely understand the importance of comfort stations across the city. The Parks Department has 600 that we maintain that were open and available all through COVID, and we're really proud of our ability to provide those facilities for people across the 5 boroughs. But I know there's always a need for more. I ran Prospect Park before I took on this job. The biggest request we had was for comfort stations, so I know the importance of them. There has been price escalation across all manner of building projects. I can't attest to specifically in the past decade specifically why, but we have seen price escalation. I know in the near term, COVID has impacted that. Supply chain issues have impacted pricing. But I do want to say that we are at Parks really looking at many different ways that we can bring that pricing down, including exploring prefabricated structures, ways that we can be innovative and create less expensive, more readily available, easier to construct, quicker to construct comfort stations. It's something that is very much on our radar and that we are exploring ways right now to innovate and to bring down costs, and including looking at prefab structures.
Okay, thank you. I think it's incredibly important. My second question is, I noticed that the executive plan doesn't include a roughly 20 million in one-year funding that the council negotiated with the administration in fiscal year 2022 adopted budget. So that included 3.4 million to support the more than 550 green thumb gardens with new soil and raised beds and other resources that gardeners need. I really want to advocate for this because, for example, in my district, where again, we have a tremendous lack of parks, we recently, as you know, created a new community garden in NYCCC and Lexington Houses. Yeah. We need to make sure that these community gardens, these community gardeners have the resources that they need to be able to operate and tend to these gardens.
Yes, I couldn't agree with you more, Councilmember Menon, and we so appreciate the council's support in the Playfair funding from last year, and in particular the support of our green thumb gardens. We recognize they are critical green space, they're critical community gathering areas, and the support from the council on these has been so beneficial. I appreciate you recognizing the great partnership we've done between Green Thumb and NYCHA to expand opportunities for community gardens on NYCHA properties. And this funding certainly has helped to be able to facilitate that, tools, expertise to share and be able to add even more community garden space in NYCHA properties. We recognize it as a really important addition and a really important way to expand access and green space across the city, and really appreciate the council support for that.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Menon. Councilmember Williams, did you still have a question? Your hand was up before and you're in my order.
Yes, I do.
Okay,
thank you
good.
so much. I have a question, and I know there's been some questions I heard Councilmember Dinowitz and the chair mention things around the trees, the forestry and horticulture department. I just wanted to know, I saw, and maybe I didn't properly read the budget, but it looks like there was a $5 million decrease. So I wanted to know where those cuts will be made in the program.
So I'm sorry, Councilmember Williams, you cut out there and I couldn't hear. You said a $5 million decrease where?
In the forestry program. I'm sorry, I'm having like tech issues.
A $5 million decrease in the forestry program.
Yeah, from the proposed budget to now, there's a decrease from what it was before to what we see now, specifically in the forestry department.
I am not quite. Matt, do you want to help?
Sorry,
answer that?
I believe this is a reference to the council negotiated the last budget adoption, the one-shot funding that was applied towards the forestry management framework. So as of right now, obviously, we're still in the midst of budget season. This is all still being discussed, obviously. So I believe that's what the council member is referring to.
Right. So according to what was proposed, what we said, there's a $5 million deficit. So it's specifically to the forestry unit. So I just wanted to understand like where those cuts, like what will be cut exactly. Like I heard the chair mention workers, but just wanted to understand like what will be lost with those cuts.
Of course, yes. Thank you. And I thank you, and sorry for us being a little confused on that, but appreciate the clarification and so appreciate the council's support for our forestry management framework and for this one-shot funding. It's incredibly beneficial for our forests and natural areas. Jennifer, do you want to just speak on the
Sure. Thank you so much for the question, Councilmember Williams. Yeah, we were just thrilled to partner with the council on the one-shot funding through the Plea Fair program for the forest management framework. And it is about supports around 35 people. They're gardeners, primarily gardeners, and some other natural resource professionals. We will do our best if this doesn't end up getting funded through these continuing ongoing negotiations. We'll do our best to bring those folks on through the increase in our baseline funding in the executive budget that's been proposed by the mayor. But that's what we're talking about. It's the forest management, restoration, and trails and stewardship program.
Okay, so just wanted to note that my district primarily is comprised of homeowners who really have a lot of issues with some of the tree roots. It's very disruptive. So we have about 7 zones in my district, and right now I believe it takes 1 year to get through one zone. And so as you can imagine, I'm a little concerned about the cut in that program because we already have an issue with trees really not being pruned and trimmed and even removed that have created a really, really bad situation for homeowners, most of which are middle class, working class folks who have to absorb costs associated by tree root issues. And the other thing that I just wanted to flag, and I heard you mention that there's some more money in the budget to plant more trees. And so really, a lot of people in our district have gotten extremely educated on the types of trees and really just want to urge the department to look at trees that make sense in urban areas that don't grow as large roots, because it is very frustrating, as you can imagine, for homeowners to walk out and see a bright new tree and then fear, a potential root issue.
Sure, thank you. If you don't mind, I can just jump in on that. Thank you, Council Member. Just want to clarify that there are no cuts to the tree pruning budget in the executive budget. That hasn't been changed, so we still can maintain our average 7-year rotation, which is a sort of professional standard for tree pruning. Just want to make sure you know that there's no cuts to that piece of the budget. And in terms of species, I understand what you're saying, that we learn over time, and there are some trees that are particularly problematic in terms of shallow roots, and we don't plant those types of trees anymore. We haven't for many years, but we do have a legacy of that. And for better or for worse, those are some of our largest trees, and we have to deal with them as they age, as all of us have to deal with things as we age. And we take care of those issues, but we are no longer planting those trees that have caused the greatest problems.
Time expired.
Okay, thank you. I just hope that we can focus on the program and try to create more fluid criteria around when a tree needs to be serviced, because we have a lot of tree issues. And the biggest concern that I hear is resource and funding, and not having the necessary arborists and other folks to actually do the work. So thanks.
Thank you. Next, we'll call on Councilmember Brewer, followed by, not seeing Councilmember Brooks Powers, followed by Councilmember Ariola. We'll first start with Councilmember Brewer.
All right. Thank you very much.
Starting time.
Thank you, Commissioner. I know you're doing a good job, even though you're from Brooklyn. Everybody says you're doing a great job. Okay, first of all, I'm confused about the number of trees, because the borough president run around, we're going to plant 1 million trees. Are those your trees they're planting? I assume they are.
Yes, it would be, yes.
So they're counting your trees as their trees. I think you should say that, because it's not fair. So they think they're going to do 1 million, including your 800,000 or 80,000, whatever it is.
Yes.
You said 80,000, right?
Yes.
They're talking about 1 million. There's a big difference. What are they talking about?
So sorry.
The borough president made a big 4-person letter saying they're going to plant 1 million trees. So it's a big, I don't know if they got extra money beyond your 80,000. Obviously, they're including your 80,000. In addition, I guess over X number of years, they think they're going to plant more. Is that the idea? I just was trying to understand where I'm going to get my trees from.
Thank you, Councilmember Brewer, for the question. It was very much a desire to work with the administration to plant 1 million more trees in the city. So it is, at this point, it's not a funded option as far as I know. What is funded is our 20,000 trees a year for the next 4 years. So it's 80,000 new street trees.
That's clear. Number 2, when you do that, I believe that OMB, having listened to this for the last 40 years, will not put tree guards because they're not eligible. Is that right or wrong? Because everybody asks me for tree guards. I think the block has got to pay for their own damn tree guards.
Matt Drury, who's on the line, seems to have an answer to that. Matt.
And Commissioner Greenfeld can obviously speak in here. So tree guards can accompany trees when they're being newly planted. That is capitally eligible.
So that means that the person who's requesting the trees are also asked for a tree guard. Is that what they should do? Because nobody really knows what to do. A tree appears with no tree guard. That's the norm. So how do we get the tree with the tree guard? I know that sounds stupid, but that's all I get asked. So how do they come together?
Councilmember Brewer, thank you for the question. Okay, so it is confusing. We are not funded for a tree guard program per se, but if the question is, can you use capital funds for tree guards? Yes, you can. You can fund them as long as it is accompanied with the new tree. So I know that's a little confusing.
Jennifer, how the hell do you know when the tree shows up to put the tree guard with Reso A? I'm just saying they come at different times. So
Right. So we've worked with council members, many of whom have allocated some of their capital allocation to tree guard programs. And then we coordinate with that council member where how to sort of time those tree guards along with new trees. But yes, you are correct. It is a little bit of a confusing situation. We'll try to follow up with you.
All right. Number two, not anywhere on anybody's budget but mine. I want jointly operated playgrounds. In other words, the public goes into a space and they see a playground and it's locked weekends and the summer, unless you do it, thank God, or it's the Trust for Public Land. So I want to see a program that opens up all the playgrounds in the schools. Now, you need money for the custodian. Richard Murphy did that years ago on the ones that are DOE classified. So have you been thinking about that, or is that not even on your agenda? I'm not saying for this year, we're kind of down the road. That if you want to have something that the mayor, the council, and everybody, people want to see something. They don't see new, all the great gardeners you have. I have a lot of parks. Everybody's ecstatic about the horticulturists that they're hiring this summer. And I know this issue was September 15th. I heard all that before. But people are happy to get through the summer. But my question is, do you have any big picture ideas about playgrounds other than you have to fix them up when they're jointly operated? I'm saying a lot of money to open up these spaces so that the public can use them. Make sure the money is clean. Any ideas on that?
Yes, thank you, Councilmember Brewer, for asking. I am a big fan of schoolyards to playgrounds for sure. During my last tenure at the Parks Department, it was one of my Plan YC projects that I oversaw. And so I know their value. I know how beneficial they can be to communities, especially the communities that lack access to open space. You're absolutely right in pointing out it needs to be a collaboration with DOE because the big issue is the maintenance dollars to open and close the schoolyard at the end of the day. But it is a big picture, absolutely big picture item for me and something that I would like to be able to pursue. I think it's an important equity, a way to expand equity and access across the city.
I don't want that 10-minute crap because I am too close to the other part. I don't want no damn 10 minutes, right? Right now, you can get a playground if you're 10 minutes away from a park. I'm too close to the park. I don't want no damn 10 minutes. Get rid of that rule. Otherwise, I don't want the program. I'm just like, and the other quick thing is, I know you talked earlier, thank you, with regard to the rats and the trash and the bins and all that. Is that like going to be everywhere? They're expensive? Just give me a sense, because if you want to say, what's the complaint? It would be nice if it was, grass isn't growing. It's the rats. So I know you talked about, but just give me a sense of what the landscape is. Rats go where the trash is. That's simple. Get rid of the trash, the rats go away.
Yes, thank you, Councilmember Brewer, and we couldn't agree more. And so that's why we are pleased that there's funding in the budget, both for newer trash cans that are beneficial that help seal in the trash, and a rat abatement program. We're working really hard at the Parks Department to constantly looking for ways to make sure that we are reducing the amount of exposed trash to deal with the rat problem. So it's something we're really focused on.
But the trash cans will be citywide, replacing whatever is mesh can. Is that the idea? Or what? I mean, literally.
Yes, absolutely. Citywide over time, replacing mesh cans. Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll turn to Councilmember Ariola.
Starting time.
Okay. Thank you, chairs, for the time. Most recently, I've been vocal about a proposed closing of a stretch of beach in my district along the Rockaway Peninsula for the continuation of a growing construction project. Commissioner, shortly after our call last night, Parks released a detailed press release with timelines and notifications for which beaches would be closed, have sand-only access, or be completely open. When first released, the area of beach 97th through 108th were not part of the release. That's the stretch where our concessionaires are located. After Parks received calls from the media, those blocks were then added to the release in the category of having sand-only access 7 days per week through July 15th. This plan is going to be a major economic hit for our local businesses and seriously curtail the use of Rockaway Beach for recreation for people throughout the 5 boroughs. Is July 15th total usage beach reopening a hard date for the beaches listed, or is it contingent on changes as the construction advances?
Thank you, Councilmember Ariola, for the question, and appreciate, we understand that this is a huge inconvenience. We are also concerned about the impacts, but as you know, this is an important resiliency project coming out of Sandy and really focused on keeping the communities in the Rockaways safe and making sure that we are addressing the devastating impacts of beach erosion and protecting the communities in the Rockaways that were so hard hit from Sandy. We have tried to be really specific, and thank you for mentioning the press release. We are doing everything we can to make sure that we are allowing access to the beach and having as much of the beach open as is possible while this important construction is happening. You asked about the July 15th date. That's the date we're getting from the Army Corps of Engineers, that they will be finished with this project in this area. So we will be holding them to account. I'm sure you will be holding them to account as well. That's the date we're getting from them.
In conversations our office has had with the Army Corps of Engineers, they've noted that they've done work like this before, and they've already told us that they can work on an alternative time frame and schedules to make the beach available for both swimmers and sunbathers. And it would be a safe plan. If the USACE can be flexible in their hours of operation so that lifeguards can get on the beach and ensure that people can swim safely, then that really is what we should be doing. Why is Parks not considering the USACE's proposed plan, which would allow the beaches to be safely used?
Thank you, Councilmember Ariola, for raising this. And we are certainly, we're really concerned about the impacts. We know that this is really difficult to be happening at this time of year. But we are at first and foremost concerned about safety. The issues that with this area that's under construction, and part of the reason why it's under construction is the narrowness of the beach in that area. And the issue is in terms of safety for swimmers, we have to place the lifeguard chairs on the beach with enough of an area between where the lifeguard chair is placed and the beachfront to allow visual up and down the beach. And because of the narrowness that the whole road of this construction is creating, we don't feel like we can safely be able to set up those lifeguard chairs to have the correct line of vision to be able to safely monitor the beach for swimmers during this period.
However, the USACE does disagree with that train of thought. They believe that they could have enough room to do the project, the portion of the beach for lifeguard chairs and for people to be able to utilize the beach at a certain point. Moving to another subject, how many lifeguards are currently hired and at the ready for Rockaway Beach for Memorial Day?
Thank you for the question. We don't have a firm answer for that yet because we still are in the process of training our lifeguards. We have a group that's in training, and then a big portion of the lifeguards that are deployed on our beaches and at our pools come back. They have to be recertified. They're returning lifeguards. So that process is happening right now of both training and recertification. So we don't have an exact number yet. As soon as we do, we'll be happy to follow up with you.
So what is the exact number of retraining and people in training right now?
For that, Iris, do you want to take that?
So we've had about 143 people that are just about finishing some training right now. And then we have about another, I would say 60 or so that are in the second round of training to do that as well. So these are new individuals that are actually going to be new lifeguards. And in the process at the same time, we're recertifying the others that are coming in. They have to make sure that they have the proper documentation and all of that. So as the commissioner mentioned, we'll have some better numbers by about midweek next week. We're meeting with them to find out and to break down exactly how many we'll have in the Rockaways.
And how far below the budgeted number of lifeguards are we currently at right now, certified and ready to go?
Again, we haven't completed that process, Councilmember Ariola, so we can't give you an exact number. We right now have
Commissioner,
individuals
I'm
in
just going to
training.
stop you right there. We're literally 15 days away from the beach opening.
Yep.
Honestly, not knowing is completely unacceptable.
Mhm.
So what I'm going to say is I'm going to look forward to continued discussions prior to the beach opening with your department. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Absolutely, Councilmember Ariola, and we'll look
Thank
forward
you.
to that too, and we'll keep you in good touch for sure.
Appreciate it.
Thank you, Councilmember. Seeing that she's back on, we'll turn to Councilmember Brooks Powers, followed by Councilmember Sanchez.
Starting time.
Councilmember Brooks Powers, are you there? Okay, Councilmember Sanchez.
Hello and good afternoon, Commissioner. Great to see you. And thank you so much to the two chairs and Councilmember Krishnan for your fierce advocacy on behalf of Resources for Our Parks. So my first question, a quick one, for the $136 million tree planting initiative, how will the locations be determined?
Thank you, Councilmember Sanchez, for that question. We are really pleased with that budget for tree planting. As I said, it is the largest we've had in the last 4 years. In terms of locations for that, Jennifer, do you want to take that one?
Sure. Thank you for your question, Councilmember Sanchez. I would say we're trying to balance a lot of needs. One of our major priorities is looking at these communities that have been identified by the Department of Health and Mental Hygiene called the Heat Vulnerability Index, the ones with the highest ratings. And so that's a major priority. And we'd also like to get to some of the backlog of requests that we have. So we want to both please folks who are really looking for trees and folks who really need trees, even if they're not asking for them.
Great, thank you so much. Yeah, we suffer greatly from urban heat island in a lot of places in my community. So I just wanted to ask about that. Good to hear. And then the second question is one that I wonder how Parks has been thinking about and tackling, which is the issue of motorized devices and scooters and things like that being used in our parks, at St. James Parks, at Aqueduct, a lot of my parks here, the bigger parks in District 14, we have these motorized vehicles. You know, I'm 6 months pregnant and I've almost gotten taken down a couple of times. So just, you know, your partnership, how you would think about that. I've asked for signage for some of our parks, but beyond that, how is Parks thinking about this problem?
Thank you, Councilmember Sanchez, and I'm sorry to hear that you've had issues where you've felt in danger from these in our parks. And we recognize that it is a real issue and it's a significant concern of ours because we so prioritize safety across all of our parks. Right now, our rules do state these motorized vehicles are not allowed in parks, and we do have signage at our entrances that state that. Our Deputy Commissioner Mark Folk would be better able to handle, you know, the signage question, but we are very much concerned about safety and that's why we, you know, right now our rules do prohibit motorized vehicles in parks. We do work with our Parks Enforcement Patrol, with PD, to try and work on enforcement and keeping people safe, but they are, at this point, should not be and are not allowed in our parks. Mark, do you want to just talk about signage a little?
Certainly, thank you, Commissioner. And Councilmember Sanchez, we're aware of your request, and I'm working with the Chief of Ops, Larry Scoons, in the Bronx. We have what are called call-out signs, which are bright yellow signs that reiterate the message that's on the consolidated rule signs that e-bikes, scooters, and ATVs are prohibited on park property, as the Commissioner noted. So you'll be seeing those going up shortly along Aqueduct Walk and the other places where you requested that signage. Thank you.
Great, thank you, thank you. And I asked a similar question at the DOT hearing because this is a broader problem even outside of our parks. And so lastly, I have a smaller park in my neighborhood, Davidson Playground, only has one entrance. And no other egress, which I think is I've heard from neighbors that's a community, a safety concern. So just a question there about, accessibility and safety, and could we work on that together to improve that particular park?
Yes, absolutely. Councilmember Sanchez would be happy to do that. And our Deputy Commissioner Mark just mentioned Larry Scoons, who is our Chief of Operations up there. Would be happy to take a look and absolutely work with you on ways to improve it and improve access.
Excellent. Thank you so much. We'll reach out.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Brooks Powers.
Starting time.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Good. Hi, Commissioners. Great to see you again. And thank you for your testimony and the team. Thank you, Chair Krishnan and Brannon, for convening today's executive budget hearing. Just a few questions. One, can the department provide an update on the ongoing renovations in Bayswater Park? Also, I heard you talking about NWBEs with Councilmember Narcisse. I'm thankful that the conversation did come up, but I also want to dig a little deeper and understand your diversity within diversity strategies, because oftentimes when we talk about MWBE participation, what it ends up being is participation in terms of WBEs at a higher rate than MBEs, and even within the MBEs, still seeing little to no participation by primarily Black, but Black and Brown contractors. I also want to know how the parks plans to continue to invest in and support MWBE concessionaires along the boardwalk, especially in Rockaway Beach. What kind of support does the agency currently offer? And then in terms of projects or concessions, I know they're having these pop-ups coming up along the boardwalk. So like today, for example, I received an email with concern that there was no communication with the local community about a container pop-up that was coming to the community. And so just wanting to understand, like, just generally speaking, what that process should look like. How could we better work together with it, with the Parks Department rather, and the community, to make sure that we are achieving the sought after MWBE participation goals, as well as engaging the community around what they'd like to see.
Thank you, Councilmember Brooks Powers. I appreciate the questions. As I stated earlier, we are so focused on MWBE contractors and have had great success and really worked hard. And it's now 30% of our contracts. We are in the top 3 in the city. It's something we take very seriously. But you asked really good and relevant questions, and to dig into it, I'm going to just hand it over to our Deputy Commissioner for Administration, Joy Wang, to talk a little bit more in depth about the MWBE contractors.
Hi, Councilwoman. So Parks takes the MLB program very seriously. We focus and we really focus on the diversity within diversity. So much we adhere to the citywide preference that even if we do an MLB small purchase, we target Black, Hispanic, and Asian female vendors first to exhaust them first before we go to a bigger pool. The other aspect that we, in terms of innovations, the MLB program that we do is that Parks innovated the PQL, the pre-qualified list, where roughly half is MWBE. The other half, if it's a non-MWBE, they would subcontract a large portion of that contract with MWBE. We've used this successfully to grow MWBE vendors, so eventually, hopefully, they will become a prime vendor with us. And currently, we're expanding this program to include small building renovations and to basically grow the MLB pool so that one day they will continue to work with us on larger contracts.
Thank you. And then in terms of Bayswater Park, the renovation.
Yes, thank you, council member. So the Bayswater Park, the design is expected to be complete this spring, and then it will go into procurement. Really exciting, significant project, obviously $52 million total for that park redesign. So hoping to be in procurement this spring, and we will certainly follow up with you and let you know when that happens.
Thank you, Commissioner. And I'll just close with saying that, you know, I know it was mentioned before in terms of the timeline for a lot of these projects. So even like the Beach 59th Street Playground continues to get delays after delays. And I, along with the local Congress member, state senator, and assembly member, have held meetings with the Parks Department, the Army Corps of Engineers collectively, and looked at the projects from the east to the west end of the peninsula, which I share with Councilmember Ariola. And there's a glaring disparity in terms of the timeline with the projects on the west end versus the east end. A lot of projects on the bay side that we've been waiting to see even begin. And then the projects that have begun taking a long time where, you know, in other parts of the community, that's not the case. And so I'm hoping that under your leadership, we'll see a shift in that. We'd love to see Beach 59th Street Playground back on track in its timeline. And we welcome you to come out to the community. And I'm looking forward to seeing you for the beach open in another week or so.
Thank you, council member. I appreciate that. I can assure you that we don't, there should not be, and there is not in our capital program or planning a discrepancy between east side and west side. I apologize for if there are delays, but I can assure you it's not based on location. It's more just the complications of the capital process. But I will look forward to visiting and also seeing you at the beach opening.
Thank you.
Thank you. And our final questions will be from Councilmember Barron, followed by Councilmember Lee, followed by Councilmember Yeager. Councilmember Barron.
Starting time.
Thank you so much, Commissioner. How are you?
I'm well, thank you.
Well, you know, I have nothing but big ups for Commissioner Marty Mars and the work that he's doing in Brooklyn, and particularly in my particular district. We've had several parks renovated, and I must say in a timely fashion, and we are very, very pleased. You're probably the first and probably the only agency that I'm so pleased with. I've been beaten up on all the other commissioners. You really, yeah. Oh, but I do want to see if, I want to get clear, because you keep talking about a record amount of money being, you know, funded, but yet, isn't it in the FY22 adopted budget, there was 619 million, and then in this one it's 601 million, which represents about a $29 million cut. So you know, you can make records and still be cut. I just want to let you know that, because I used to and then in addition to that, whether the finances meets all the needs. See, there's different kinds of things, like you can get a certain amount of money. I used to tell everybody that when the governor and I used to fight and argue when I was in the assembly, I think he said that I'm gone, and I'm glad he's gone. But he always used to say we have a record amount of money for education, and from 2010 on, it was a record each year because of inflation, the cost of everything. Matter of fact, every city budget is a record. This is a $99.7 billion budget, so they're all records. So are you cut or not?
First of all, Councilmember Barron, thank you for saying that you're pleased with our operations in Brooklyn and that you don't have complaints, that, you know, projects have gone well. I really appreciate that, and it's really good to hear. As far as the historic record, the numbers here, we do consider it historic in the sense that you're right, last year the number was bigger, but that was from federal funding, one-shot federal funding that was put into our budget as part of COVID relief funding. So we always knew that that was going away. We knew that wasn't going to be an ongoing part of our budget, that federal funding. So this is historic for us in the sense that it's baselined expense budget for the agency.
Well, let me ask you this. Did the federal money cover areas that are not being covered now?
It was definitely beneficial to have the that funding and have the additional workers. But as I've stated, the important thing for us, what we're really focused on, is having full-time year-round workers that we can train, that will stay with us, that can grow and develop careers and advance in the Parks Department, and that will be with us for a long time, that can become familiar with the the neighbors using the parks, that become full-time part of our agency, rather than people that are cycling out every 6 months.
But the 19 whatever amount of million that was no longer funded, would that hurt in any area? Would it cause a problem in any other area? And would it create a need for that money? The reason why I'm saying that, because I've been fighting with when I was up in the assembly, and I'm saying the same thing for the city council. All of the federal money should be matched by the city and the state. And so that when it's gone, they're still operating at the same level, as opposed to a drop. And even though it's more of a budget, there's a greater need than that time as well. So is it causing any kind of drop? Because if so, then it'd be good if you say this money is good, but we still need so that.
Yes, well, there is no doubt that we rely on, really appreciate the support of the city council in helping to be additive to our budget, in helping to support and fund additional workers as you have in the past. And that really would get us to a historic high, to be able to have those additions from the council to help support the Parks Department budget.
No, I'm talking about from the mayor, not from the mayor.
Understood. Yes. Yes. So with the lines that are ending, the federal lines that are ending, we've worked hard to move those people into some of our seasonal lines that we have each year, and in some of these new positions.
Right. So those people should be all right.
Yes, we're looking to move as many as we can into seasonal positions, or have opportunities in these new lines that we are hiring.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Barron. Not seeing Councilmember Lee, so we will turn to Councilmember Yeager.
Starting time.
Thank you very much. Sorry, I was anticipating my colleague going first. Okay, good to see you, Commissioner. Thank you very much. I like to go at the end, you'll find in our time together, because I get to the point in the program where everything's been said, but not everybody said it. And so maybe my questions will be a little briefer, but just starting from the very beginning of today's hearing, Councilman Brannon set it out very clearly. So I'm not going to go through the trials and tribulations of getting a capital project funded, but I will tell you that from my own perspective, now in my 5th year, only in my 1st year did I put capital money into parks, simply because I can't pay $3 million for a bathroom. I just can't do it. I don't get enough money to do that. And I do think that the question of why it costs so much is probably 3 different categories. But I want to start, before I say that, with recognizing that you're new, so none of this is your fault. So you get the benefit of that with me, and I'm sure with my colleagues. I also want to say that the mayor was our borough president here in Brooklyn, and I know him well enough to know that few things frustrate him more than government bureaucracy for no good reason. And so I expect very much that you'll be able to come here next year and tell us that things have substantially changed for the better. But just in terms of the reason for the cost, my impression is, number one, is there's a misery surcharge that contractors tack on just for doing business with the city. But number two is, I think they do it because they can get away with it. They can get it. And I do believe that when you see a cost like Councilman Holden described, of a $6 million cost that is then $3 million, that none of this is real, and not to compare it to the FDNY's bathrooms of kitchens of 1.2 million. But it's really the same. It's contractors know they can rip off the city. and people just sign off on it. And, it's a jobs program that is never ending. And I think that if you put together a list of contractors who come in at high bids that just make no sense and blacklist them, it'll end very quickly. And don't do business with contractors who overbid projects knowing that they're going to get it. Just simply do business with others. And I think we'll get to a place where the numbers will start to come in a little lower. That wasn't a question. That was just my random thoughts, but I'm not the commissioner, so that's on you. I just want to very briefly talk about, I wasn't planning on saying anything about this, but Councilwoman Brewer, the former borough president, brought this up, and I agree so much with her that I just have to say this. The DOE playgrounds are so important. And, as a member of the council sits here and listens to the discussion from various members throughout the city, you come to an understanding that, it never ceases to fascinate me how different the city is. From beachfront to urban to suburban, a neighbor that I represent, more suburban than others, but also landlocked. Also, the distinction of upwards of 90% of the children I represent do not attend public schools, which means that they never get to access those playgrounds when the principal of the school decides one morning that he or she's going to lock the playground, which I see too frequently. So if there's a way to work out that you can get control of those playgrounds from DOE, you are in the business of playgrounds, not the Department of Education. And I would love to see that and lend every effort that I can, although I am relatively powerless because I'm just a council member. But I would love to help you out there if we can do that. And I think, along the lines of, I think that the mayor frowns on bureaucracy. I think it would be much smarter for your department to be in charge of playgrounds and not the department that's in charge of educating kids. Let them do the educating and let you do the playing. Just very briefly, this will be my last combined two topics. I'll try to get it in within a minute, and I appreciate the chair if you can squeeze me in a couple of extra seconds. The dangerous sidewalk conditions are literally a bane of my existence. Yours soon to be, sure. But mine, I've been a council member for 4 years before now, and on a community board for 18 years. And, you see it and you call it out and you say something, and then you find out that, there are trees, there are sidewalks that are on a list for 7 years to get repaired. I literally had this engagement with the deputy commissioner, I think at last year's budget hearings. But it's not just that I want to point out the obvious. I just want to say something else in relation to that, and I'm not saying I know what the solution is. I know that I would just call the guy who does the sidewalks, who has a company closest to wherever the sidewalk needs to be repaired, and have him go there and fix it within 24 hours of getting the call, and then it'll be fixed, and then we can all move on. I guess government doesn't work as efficiently as just regular people do. But I will say that, there are so many constituents of mine, of my colleagues. The clock is a wait for the sergeant to say his thing.
Time expired.
Thank you very much, Sarge. There are so many constituents of mine and my colleagues who have sidewalk violations, as you know, where the Department of Buildings come and either as a revenue enhancer or for whatever reason decide to mark a tiny crack on a sidewalk with, if you don't get this fixed in 5 seconds, we're going to send the guy to go do it. And then before you blink twice, they sent the guy to go do it, and he gets a bill on his house for thousands of dollars more than it ought to really cost. My point of saying this is not to blame you for the Department of Buildings or the Department of Transportation. They are entitled to their own blame, but simply to say that the city, as a matter of policy, recognizes that sidewalks are dangerous when maintained in disrepair or not maintained at all, to the point where they're willing to send people out to go and fix it on an emergency repair basis. Why can't the Parks Department avail themselves of the same process and simply say a sidewalk is so dangerous that it has to be repaired immediately? Now, before I know you're nodding your head, and my time is long gone, and I want to be very respectful of the chairs who have been incredible. So I'm going to go and let you do your thing. But before I do it, I would be remiss if I didn't take the opportunity to agree with my Brooklyn colleagues, particularly because Councilman Barron and I never really find time to agree. And I find myself in agreement with him on Commissioner Marr. He's been incredible. His service long predates mine, and simply a go-get-it kind of guy, get it done. And if you could make his job easier by cutting out the bureaucracy, he is the happiest parks guy in the city. I know every one of my colleagues say that their parks commissioner is the best, but mine in Brooklyn is the best. And you'll get to know him, I'm sure, better. You know him already. But I just did want to say that before I go. Second, just the last thing, list of trees. Literally a day ago, I was engaging in an email exchange. A constituent of mine on their own was talking to the forestry department and was told that they have a backlog of trees going back to 2018 request to plant. It just can't be that I can pick up a phone and call a guy to go plant the tree and he'll be there tomorrow, and the Parks Department has a 5-year-old list. It can't be right. And I don't know what you can do, but I know you want to do something. And so I just wanted to put these in front of you. And with that, I want to thank very much my colleagues, the chairs, for allowing me this extra time.
Well, thank you, Councilmember Yeager. I appreciate all of those insights. And I recognize your frustration on some of these things, that it's frustrating for us as well. Know that we are doing what we can to try and cut through the red tape and bureaucracy. We are, for a number of reasons, there are rules and regulations in place that we must follow in terms of who we can contract with and who we can have do things for us across the city. But we're working really hard, as you've heard on this hearing today, to try and eliminate and address delays as much as we can. So I appreciate your support and all your support for parks out in Brooklyn, and know that we'll be continuing to work on making improvements.
Okay, so just as a follow-up to close out this line of questioning, very quickly, can you just commit? I don't want to make you do anything or whatever, but can you just say 2-3 months when budget time's over, things have calmed down, the summer's already happening, your lifeguards are in place, that you informally, no big spiel, but just somehow come back and tell us in writing or phone call, whatever, what's being fixed and precisely and what it is that's changed. And I know because you come from the nonprofit sector, not from internally in government, you have a better and broader view of the bureaucracy. But we frequently hear from commissioners, thank you so much for your question. We know it's a problem. We'll get on it. And thanks so much. And we'll see you this time next year. And I don't think you are that at all. So I'm hopeful that maybe you can just say, hey, in September, we'll talk to you again or whatever. I mean, just something.
Yep, absolutely. I'm happy to commit to doing that for sure.
Thank you very much. And thanks to your team, Commissioner. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I see her back on, Councilmember Lee.
Hi, sorry, I'll make it quick. I had to hop off for a little bit. Thank you so much, Commissioner, and to the chairs. I know it's been a long hearing, so I'll make it quick. I think the question I just had really 2 quick questions. So I know that in terms of the capital funding, a lot of folks have been asking about that, but I guess my question is more about the scarcity of capital funding itself, because I know the parks is dependent on a lot of the local of the elected officials for capital funds. Obviously each of us have a limited budget of $5 million each for our own pot, and more of the larger pots of money come from the borough presidents, the mayor, or other officials. But what can we do, from your opinion, to ensure stability, consistency in terms of parks capital projects? Because I feel like, especially when it comes to the parks that are connected to the schools, which I have a ton of in my district, I think it disheartens me, because there's a lot of student body changes, especially with the disabilities community, or students that need playgrounds with different types of equipment. And so, where do you sort of see that budget push happening? And then my other question, which I'll just ask quickly back to back, is, there's also folks that had brought up the Parks Patrol officers, or lack thereof. And I totally heard you earlier when you said that it is baselined, I believe. But I know that for a lot of the outer boroughs, the public-private partnerships, the private side is not as well endowed. And so I'm just trying to figure out or see from your perspective what can be done to ensure more dedicated coverage from the Parks Patrol officers, because I know that in the parks in my district, for example, Cunningham and Alley Pond, they're very large, and they're right next door to residential areas. And so we've been just getting a lot of phone calls about just things happening in the evenings, and even during the daytime, with a lot of the influx of the schools and the kids all coming back. And so a lot of the questions that we've been getting and calls we've been getting is just what more can be done on that front. And so just wanted to get your thoughts on that.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Lee, and I appreciate it. In terms of on the capital funding side, as I said, our 10-year capital plan is $7.7 billion. It's really quite significant. And in this budget cycle, we received an additional $500 million. So significant capital influx and a lot of good money to put to use for sure. We are, in terms of, really touching every area of the city, there's couple of different things in that, capital allocation for this year. We were so pleased to have state of good repair money baseline for us, $186 million. It's a significant investment in us being able to take care of our property, our roofs, our buildings, turf fields, to really retaining walls, to really be able to, with our own budget and with our own resources, be able to go out there and really address capital issues that need to be addressed. We also, in terms of being, able to really kind of touch parks in all boroughs, the Community Parks Initiative, which was baselined by the previous administration, it's over $450 million, allows us to deploy resources in areas of greatest need across the city. And we look at tree neighborhoods combined with neighborhoods, park facilities that just haven't had an investment in a significant number of years. So that's some of the ways that we're able to really look at making significant capital investments in under-resourced neighborhoods, parks, and playgrounds across the city. So we feel like, there's been significant investment in making sure that through Community Parks Initiative, through this most recent funding, to make sure that we can, deploy our capital equitably and across the city and do it in a very thoughtful way.
Quick clarification point. Is that capital money also, is it being controlled by the different boroughs, or how is that? No, okay, so it's okay.
Yeah. So I mean, what we do, we work closely with our borough commissioners or all park staff. First, we have a very extensive data analysis portion that looks at, it deploys criteria like what hasn't had an investment, what park or playground hasn't been touched in a certain number of years, what are the tree neighborhoods that have been identified, which are look at both resources, poverty level, COVID impacts, and really try and target those neighborhoods with this investment, and working with our borough commissioners, working with our staff to really make sure we're spreading those resources in the areas of greatest need. And so that is a very significant way that we are addressing issues of equity and capital restoration across the city. And then in terms of your question, in terms of PEP staffing, we did have 80 new PEP officers that are baselined. We recognize that they're important, they have an important role to play in terms of safety and security. And those PEP officers will be deployed and are deployed today based on need, based on making sure we have adequate coverage in our parks across all the boroughs.
Okay, thank you so much. And I'm definitely would love to see I'm glad to hear that the borough commissioners are involved in that, because obviously they know the boroughs the best. So I appreciate
Absolutely.
that. Yeah.
Thank you, Councilmember Lee. Chairs Brandon and Krishnan, that concludes questioning. I did get some messages. There were some CMs where their names weren't called. They were, but to soothe minds, I'm going to call them one more time for everybody that was present. Council members Brannon, Brooks Powers, Krishnan, Yeager, Velasquez, Ung, Kagan, Ayala, Powers, Sanchez, Salamanca, Osei, Narcisse, Moya, Lewis, Joseph, Hudson, Farias, Dinowitz, Brewer, Barron, Ressler, Holden, Menon, Williams, Areola, and Lee. I'll turn it back to the chairs now.
Councilman Krishnan.
I just wanted to say thank you to Chair Brannon. Thank you to all my colleagues, all the council park staff, to my staff of my office as well. And a big thank you to Commissioner Donahue and all our Parks Department representatives who are here today, and all the great work the Parks Department does every single day. We heard today a lot of issues being discussed, both for the immediate term with our budget and for the long term as well. And we look forward to working and negotiating with the administration in the home stretch here to ensure that The parks budget does reflect the crucial role that parks plays across our city, and look forward to continuing to advocate together for more resources for our park system to speed up and address efficiencies where we need them, and to make sure that every community has access to the high quality green space that they all deserve. So thank you all so much.
Thank you. We appreciate the support.
Commissioner, I appreciate your time. I'd be remiss if I didn't shout out Commissioner Marr. He is incredibly responsive. Some weeks I think I speak to him more than I speak to my own family. But he's great. I can't say enough good things about him. I try not to bring up local district stuff when we do these hearings, and I try to keep it citywide, but I'd be remiss if I didn't mention Calvert Vaux Park. It's a 77-acre gem of a park. It's really a regional park that's in my district, and I share it with Councilmember Kagan. One of the reasons why I think a lot of my colleagues are so concerned about the pace of the capital process is because we all know that what something costs in 2010, it doesn't cost now in 2022. In the case of Calvert Vaux Park, 15 years ago, Mayor Bloomberg promised $40 million to redo Calvert Vaux Park. Never got done. He promised, he did a press conference, the whole thing, the whole parade. Nothing was done. I think they redid like one basketball court. And last time I checked in with Parks, that same project 15 years later is looking at $100 million. So I don't have $100 million, right? I couldn't take all my money from 8 years and put it towards one park. So that is also part of the problem too, is that the longer it takes for this stuff to get done, the more expensive it is, the longer it doesn't get done. And that's just a reality that I know you understand. And I just hope that we can really work together and make some progress on this. I acknowledge that you're barely 5 months old in this job, less than probably 3 months, right? So we get that. And we want to work with this administration above all to fix this. I think the day-to-day stuff, Parks is great, very responsive. They know, during COVID, they were doing, some of these workers were doing the work of 5 workers, and it was one guy, one woman, it's crazy. But I thank you for your time today. I know it was a long hearing. You can see this council cares very much about the parks, and we want to be partners in getting this right. So I appreciate it. And with that, I will adjourn this hearing. Thank you.
Great. Thank you all.
I'm going to end the live now.